America, success in both fame and fortune. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 501, Get Rid of Competitors. That day, the Salle Lumiere at the Palais des Festivals was bustling with activity. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, the most expensive film in competition, held its grand premiere. In addition to David Fincher, Martin, and other key creative staff, many celebrities joined in the fun. It was a profitable part of the festival, and red carpet tickets for films premiering during the festival were only €15,000. Compared to lesser-known arthouse films from smaller countries, the premiere of Benjamin had a far greater impact. The production team didn't invite any guests other than the jury and organizing committee, yet over 100 red carpet attendees showed up to cheer on Benjamin. The festival raked in a whopping €2 million. While artistically, one must strive for high standards, the profits weren't bad either. The jury included Alex Huppert, James Gray, Shuki, Lee Dong-kang, and Asia Argento. John Travolta, out of consideration for Harvey and Tarantino, didn't attend, but he sent word beforehand. Martin wasn't worried. Although he didn't ask specifically, he could roughly guess that Tom Cruise, the son of God, had contacted Travolta through the leader, Hubbard. The leader's influence on Travolta was far greater than Harvey's. After the cast and crew took a group photo with the jury members, they entered the Lumiere Hall together. Asia Argento, thinking of some rumors she'd heard in Hollywood, quietly approached Martin. "I was at the premiere of Inglourious Basterds yesterday, and I heard someone say Harvey originally wanted you for the lead role, not Josh Brolin." "Yes, I turned him down," Martin said. "Actually, I have a feud with him. It's no secret that Hollywood has a lot of problems between the foot and face factions." Asia Argento thought of that old pervert Quentin Tarantino and laughed. "The foot faction? That's a perfect metaphor," Martin shrugged. "Leonardo, Nicholson, and I are the face faction," Asia Argento nodded. "I've heard that." Martin then entered the theater and found Huppert standing by the aisle in the third row, holding onto the seat back, chatting with Min. Although Huppert's English wasn't particularly fluent, they still enjoyed a pleasant conversation. She eventually accepted Manet's invitation to go out for a late-night snack after the premiere. Just as Leonardo DiCaprio was to supermodels, so too was Mr. Manet to the women of his generation. Amidst the audience's enthusiastic applause, Martin joined the film's main cast and crew for their front-row seats. David Fincher, standing next to him, asked, "Is progress going smoothly?" "Not bad," Martin replied. "We have quite a few supporters from the jury." Having strategically forsaken the Palme d'Or, David Fincher's enthusiasm for the awards race inevitably waned. There were some things he simply didn't enjoy, so he simply stopped participating. As the film began, the Salle Lumiere quickly quieted. The audience followed the film's plot, entering the peculiar life of Benjamin Button. It was a film filled with fantasy and beauty, its plot clearly exploring themes of time, love, and life, set against a backdrop of the transformations of 20th-century American society. This wasn't a typical Fincher film. It's more optimistic, magical, touching, and positive than any of Fincher's films, with almost no hint of darkness. At the end, fellow Hollywood director James Gray told the other judges, "I can't believe David Fincher has actually put down his butcher knife." Lee Dong-kang echoed this sentiment, saying in awkward English, "The usually sinister genius Fincher has finally found humanity." Shuki, however, remarked, "Martin's eyes, those eyes are full of drama." Asia Argento echoed, "From old age back to infancy, Martin is Benjamin, flawless, a true test of an actor's limits." As the jury president, Huppert was a reserved person, but as a talented and artistic actress, she admired Martin's performance in the film. Martin not only successfully portrayed the character's growth and vicissitudes, imbuing him with a vivid character, but also led us into a profound and thought-provoking realm, allowing us to explore the mysteries of life, time, and love through his performance. The credits appeared, and the audience erupted in applause. Compared to a typical premiere, the applause at a film festival is louder and longer lasting. Even films barely passing muster, not to mention the already high-quality Benjamin, often receive applause lasting over 5 minutes. When a film hypes itself up with 7 or 8 minutes of audience applause at a film festival, don't take it too seriously. Near the side entrance of the theater, Melanie walked out and picked up her phone to make a call, notify the press. It's starting. With the premiere of Benjamin over, many reporters and critics rushed to publish their reviews of the film and its star. Cahiers du Cinéma, France's oldest professional magazine, highly praised David Fincher's new film and praised Martin's performance. Young Hollywood actor Martin Davis interprets the role of Benjamin Button with superb acting skills. Through delicate expressions and body language, he vividly displays Benjamin's complex inner and emotional state. Le Figaro's entertainment section also praised Martin's performance. Martin successfully depicts the protagonist's reverse aging process. In the transformation from old age to youth, he performs with unique charm and depth, allowing everyone sitting in front of the screen to truly feel Benjamin's growth and transformation. The official program of the Cannes Film Festival gave Benjamin an 8-point professional rating and published a comment from Isabelle Huppert. Martin's seemingly plain performance is precisely a manifestation of his acting skills returning to their original nature. He presents the character's curiosity in childhood, exploration in middle age, and reflection in old age with a clear performance outline. Several days into the festival, at least a dozen films have been screened in the competition section, yet Huppert has only publicly reviewed 2 actors, Christoph Waltz and Martin Davis. The direction of the Best Actor award is becoming clearer. In the conference room of the Five Oceans Hotel, the crew is holding their daily meeting. David Fincher has withdrawn, but Bruce has joined. Melanie reports on the latest developments. We can confirm that Shu Qi, Lee Dong-kang, and James Gray, the jurors, will support us. Our biggest competitor is Christoph Waltz in Inglourious Basterds. Martin raises his pen. John Travolta has already expressed his support. Kathleen Kennedy is curious about how Martin managed to convince Travolta, given his close relationship with Quentin Tarantino and Harvey. Melanie says, that means at least 4 jurors are on board. The next key step is Huppert. Bruce takes over. Our people are trying to convince Huppert. Min returned late last night, and he reported staying up late with Huppert. Martin had been reading the newspaper. The situation was now clear. He and Waltz were far ahead of the other male actors. Frankly, in terms of both role and performance, Waltz was no slouch. In a race, when 2 people are significantly ahead, with the others having little hope of catching up, how can they ensure victory? Harvey is undoubtedly a master teacher in this regard. Eliminate the competition. Melanie, a professional PR consultant, had also come up with the same idea. She looked at Martin and said, I've already contacted the media. What about you? Bruce replied, we're ready. Ivan had taken several photos and delivered the first batch to him last night. Martin said, Melanie, you're well informed about the jury's progress. I suggest releasing them a day or 2 before they make their decision, leaving them with no chance of recovery. Melanie thought for a moment and said, okay. The brief meeting ended, and Martin left to meet David Fincher for the press conference. Lead actress Cate Blanchett returned to London after the premiere last night, citing filming as an excuse. Melanie continued to mobilize the media to promote Martin. In a conference room at the Hôtel de Provence, the crew of Inglourious Basterds was also meeting. As always, Harvey was in control. We have 2 awards, the Grand Jury Prize and Best Actor, he said. My primary goal is Best Actor. Quentin didn't care. Without the Palme d'Or, he had little interest in the Grand Jury Prize. Christoph Waltz bowed slightly to Harvey, expressing his gratitude and thanks. His deputy, knowing Harvey, replied, our biggest competitor now is Martin. Harvey said, simple, the old trick, discredit him for now. He had already prepared for this, handing a large stack of materials to the production's public relations officer. Contact the media and get them out as soon as possible. The PR quickly reviewed them and left a meeting room to get busy. That afternoon, a French entertainment website revealed that during the filming of Benjamin, Martin repeatedly bullied Cate Blanchett, leading to her being ostracized by the crew. Young actors from the crew also shared their experiences via video. These rumors aren't entirely false. Martin and Blanchett's discord was common knowledge on the set. The former was more popular, while the latter inevitably felt isolated. Subsequently, more media outlets joined in the revelations. A website interviewed Cate Blanchett in London, but she declined to comment on the matter. This in itself expresses a certain attitude. Screen magazine claimed that Martin's portrayal of Benjamin relied not on his acting skills but on extensive CGI, with special effects taking up a crucial role in the character. completely contradicting the actor's spirit and performance art championed by the Cannes Film Festival. Another media outlet reported that descendants of Fitzgerald, the original author, were deeply dissatisfied with the film's drastic adaptations, believing that Martin's portrayal of the male lead was nothing like the character Fitzgerald had created. Other media outlets claimed that Benjamin cost a whopping $100 million to produce, making it a thoroughly commercial film. Chapter 502, Woman's Hate. The repeated tragic events at the Oscars prove that when the enemy stabs you, arguing that they're wrong is pointless. It only serves to smear the enemy, leaving them the most hurt. The best approach is to wield a larger, sharper knife, stab back with even greater force, and strike directly where it's needed, leaving the opponent powerless to retaliate. Martin, knowing Harvey Weinstein's style, had a plan and prepared himself mentally. Through the French luxury brand Cartier, he contacted Le Figaro, the most influential local newspaper. Its columnist denounced Inglourious Basterds as sheer nonsense, mocking France's painful history of invasion with no respect for the country. Hollywood's World War II films and TV series have always been a slew of epic films and dramas. The number of Germans killed on Hollywood sets was no less than the number of Japanese soldiers killed in Hangdian. If one were to apply a universal standard, Inglourious Basterds could be considered a masterpiece of the anti-German movement, with a climax far more exaggerated than the scene of a Japanese soldier being torn apart by hand. But these were merely attempts to distract Harvey, to prevent him from noticing the knife that was actually stabbing him. The knife Martin had prepared was a woman's hatred. A deep, 30-year-old vendetta. On the outskirts of Cannes, far from the Palais des Festivals, in a rather ordinary sidewalk cafe, Pierre, the entertainment editor of Le Figaro, waited for the people he was to meet today. A man and a woman, Melanie and Bruce. Pierre's wife, who worked in the marketing department for Cartier men's watches, had facilitated this meeting. Melanie smiled and said, "Old friend, we meet again." Pierre's forced smile, "I wish I had never met you." Melanie acted as if she hadn't heard and said directly, "Another news item tomorrow, Harvey Weinstein's admiration for Isabelle Adjani." Pierre shook his head, "I'm a journalist. I can't write without solid information. It's a professional ethics." He specifically mentioned today's report, "I promised you that story because Inglourious Basterds is truly nonsense. The arrogant Americans wantonly rewrite the glorious story of our resistance against a fragile world in World War II." Melanie didn't waste any words. She pulled out an envelope and pushed it towards Pierre. Bruce also pulled out an envelope and placed it in front of Pierre. Pierre opened the first envelope, took a look inside, and felt the thickness. He decided that whether there was solid information or not didn't matter. After all, it could be written in an ambiguous style. He then turned his attention to the second envelope. Bruce gestured for permission. Pierre opened the envelope and found more than a dozen photos inside, all of them of Harvey Weinstein and Isabelle Adjani. In some of them, the two appeared to be engaged in intimate conversation. With over 20 years in the industry, Pierre knew that what you see isn't necessarily true. Photos could be real, or they could be shot from a carefully chosen angle. Melanie said, "Isn't this enough to prove the news is true?" Pierre put away the first envelope, then the second, and said, "Very real news." As he spoke, he realized he had spoken too early and slapped his head. "What happened between them?" Melanie said seriously. "Harvey Weinstein really admires Adjani and plans to invite her to Hollywood to play a major role in an art film to help her win an Oscar." Pierre nodded. "I see." Melanie asked, "Will it be in the newspaper tomorrow?" Pierre replied, "No problem." Melanie and Bruce quickly left. Pierre didn't leave. He refilled his coffee, took out a pen and notebook, and, moved by the first sight of the photo, wrote a passionate news article. Then he returned to his makeshift office and immediately faxed it to the newspaper. The next morning, news about Harvey Weinstein and Isabelle Adjani appeared prominently in the entertainment section of Le Figaro. At the Palais des Festivals, in the jury's office, Isabelle Huppert sat at her desk, poring over the list of winners in the competition section. Asia Argento, who had been spending a lot of time with her lately, idly flipped through the newspapers, searching for media reports about the films in competition. Isabelle Huppert scribbled on a piece of paper. She had only one choice for the Palme d'Or, the White Ruben. For Best Actor, both Martin Davis and Christoph Waltz were excellent in their roles. But the recent media coverage had somewhat affected Huppert. Martin Davis's role was too heavily embroiled in special effects. As a traditional European filmmaker, Huppert was quite averse to Hollywood's special effects. To a certain extent, she admired Waltz's performance more. Choosing Waltz? The thought had just occurred to her, and she remembered Mene, who had been having late-night snacks the past few days, and suddenly felt that Martin wasn't as bad as the media had reported. Huppert felt a momentary dilemma, her pen tip oscillating between the two names on the paper. If all else failed, could she choose two for Best Actor? Oaks aren't new. A few years ago, at the film festival, when that Hong Kong director, Sunglasses King, was president of the jury, 5 male actors were named Best Actor and 6 female actors were named Best Actress. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Asia Argento went to open it. Huppert's assistant came in with a copy of Le Figaro, placed it on the desk, and glanced at Asia. "No problem, go ahead," Huppert nodded. The assistant flipped to the entertainment section. "Madam, you asked me to keep an eye on Johnny. There's the latest news on her." The task at hand clearly wasn't as important as her sworn enemy. Huppert put down her pen and picked up the newspaper to read. The first thing she saw were 3 photos of Harvey Weinstein chatting with Johnny, seemingly enjoying a pleasant conversation. Huppert's face darkened. Beneath the photos, a news headline read, "Hollywood independent producer Harvey Weinstein has offered Isabelle Adjani the lead role in his next film." This only made Huppert's face darken even further. "This newspaper has received exclusive information. Harvey Weinstein, the investor and producer of Inglourious Basterds, has met with Isabelle Adjani several times while staying at the same hotel to discuss future collaborations. He believes Adjani still has the makings of an Oscar-winning actress." Huppert instinctively touched the top of her head. There was a small scar beneath her hair, a masterpiece Adjani had left 30 years earlier. 30 years of bitter rivalry. Huppert had finally managed to suppress Adjani, and in the past 5 years, the French had been led to believe that there was only one Isabelle in French cinema. She looked up and asked casually, "Elsa, who do you think is more suitable for Best Actor?" Without hesitation, Asia Argento said, "If I had to choose, I'd choose Martin Davis." "Harvey Weinstein has absolutely no respect for female actors," Huppert nodded, her heart trembling when it came to Adjani. "Martin is indeed good." The assistant knew from the news that Inglourious Basterds was going to be eliminated. "All the films in the competition have been released, and the closing ceremony is just a few days away," Huppert said to her assistant. "Notify the other jurors that the awards meeting will be held this afternoon. Everyone must attend." The assistant prepared to go out and distribute the notices. Huppert added, "Any information from Harvey Weinstein must be sent to you. Don't notify me. Don't tell me. I have no interest in them." "Yes, Mom." The assistant could see that Huppert was furious about Adjani. Asia Argento, thinking of that fat, broken-hearted Javi, added fuel to the fire. Inglourious Basterds makes fun of France's history of invasion and shouldn't win any awards. Huppert didn't respond, but she felt Asia's words made perfect sense. As for the question of Waltz and Martin sharing the Best Actor award, which she had been considering 10 minutes earlier, that was now over. Inglourious Basterds had automatically vanished from Huppert's mind. Just after noon, the jury held a closed-door meeting, chaired by current President Huppert. With the festival drawing to a close, it was imperative to unify the jury's opinions on the various awards. Huppert said, "In our last meeting, we agreed that Martin and Waltz were the best for Best Actor. Now that all the competing films have been released, the other actors are clearly inferior. I think it's time to finalize the Best Actor nomination." Rabindranath Tagore from India was the first to speak up. "I think Waltz is the best fit." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanif, the screenwriter across from him, retorted, "Martin's role is more challenging, and he's more capable." The two glared at each other. They didn't care who was who. If you agreed, I disagreed. Shuki raised her hand. "I think Martin Davis is suitable." Lee Chang-dong followed up. "Martin Davis is clearly superior." Seeing these people's lies, Tagore was so angry that he didn't want to talk. Asia Argento said, "I choose Martin Davis." James Gray smiled. "Martin, ahem." John Travolta coughed, attracting everyone's attention. Those present who knew Hollywood well knew his close ties to Harvey Weinstein and Quentin Tarantino, and they thought he was going to refute the decision. Every jury's judging was always filled with internal arguments. Only when the Hong Kong director was the chairman was the atmosphere particularly harmonious. Travolta smiled and said bluntly, "Obviously, Martin performed better," including Huppert. There were 9 members on the jury, and 6 had already expressed their support for Martin. Unless the jury chairman vetoed it. Huppert didn't wait and declared, "I support Martin Davis." Turkish director Celan, the only one who hadn't expressed a position, saw the consensus and said, "I support Martin, too," with 8 in favor and 1 against. The Best Actor award was practically undisputed. The meeting was formally recorded, and a resolution was reached. The Best Actor result was sealed and would not be brought up for further discussion. Chapter 503 Cannes Film Festival. The Cannes Film Festival had reached its final day, and the closing ceremony and awards ceremony were about to begin. Inside the room, Martin had changed into a Brioni evening gown, a brand new Cartier watch on her left wrist, and a Nokia N98 concept phone in her right. Bruce then approached and said, "The Cadillac car has arrived, it's downstairs." Thomas, who had traveled all the way from Los Angeles to Cannes, said, "The French branch of the Coca-Cola cult has organized a group of people to come, all wearing red t-shirts." Martin nodded slightly and reminded Bruce, "Don't forget to bring your commemorative Coke." Bruce stuffed the prepared Coke into his pocket. Thomas walked Martin out, saying, "I've spoken with your 5 major advertising sponsors. If you win the Cannes Best Actor award, you'll receive a $6 million bonus and at least $1 million worth of new products." Martin was generous. "They'll send the goods to Los Angeles. Cars, watches, phones, etc. You can take your pick." Thomas happily agreed. As Martin left, Bruce gestured for Thomas to slow down. Thomas slowed down his pace and whispered, "What's going on?" Bruce whispered, "Choose the best set from each of these and give it to Mean." "Yes, Mean might not be returning to Los Angeles. Give it to his agent first," Thomas said. "I see." They took the elevator downstairs. Melanie, the production's public relations manager, was waiting in the hotel lobby. Seeing Martin, she came over, nodded, and said, "Hurry up on the red carpet." Martin wasn't quite sure what she meant. Melanie said, "The economy has been tough these past 2 years, and the film festival organizers are desperate to make money this year. They've sold too many red carpet tickets. We don't need to interact with those red carpet stars or act as their background." Martin briefly explained the Coca-Cola cult. "Just go there," Melanie suggested. "Don't stay outside for too long. Wait for interviews and other things after the awards ceremony." She was a senior local publicist, and Martin listened to her advice and agreed. After David Fincher and Kathleen Kennedy came downstairs, the 3 of them drove to the Palais des Festivals. It was only a little over 100 meters away, and it arrived in a flash. Not only Martin, but the crew had also signed a sponsorship agreement with Cadillac, so even if the distance was short, they still had to take a car. Because many crews clearly weren't going to win awards, there were noticeably fewer crews walking the closing red carpet today, and the number of celebrities on the carpet was even higher. Martin estimated that the organizing committee had earned at least €6 to €7 million from red carpet ticket sales throughout the Cannes Film Festival. Add to that various brand sponsorships, entry fees, and commissions from sales. The enduring success of Europe's 3 major film festivals is based not only on branding and art, but also on strong financial resources. Lead actress Cate Blanchett was absent, so Kathleen Kennedy, David Fincher, and Martin once again walked the red carpet in front of the Lumiere Hall. Compared to the high-profile opening ceremony, they moved at a breakneck pace, stopping only briefly in the press area for a photo op. Martin was very particular, showing off his watch and phone when taking photos. Then, he went alone to the area where dozens of people wearing red t-shirts gathered, signed autographs for them, and raised Coca-Cola bottles together. Cola cult. Cola god. Long live Martin. A sudden, violent roar echoed across the waterfront. Inside the hotel room, Harvey Weinstein sat on the sofa, watching Martin silently as he ascended the stairs. "That bastard." The flesh on his chubby face trembled slightly. Quentin's reaction was relatively calm. He said, "He's learned all your tricks." "It was mostly my negligence," Harvey said, reflecting on it for once. "I didn't think much of Odd Johnny staying at the Hotel Provence. I even chatted with her casually when I met her. But it turned out to be a fatal flaw in my quest for an award." Quentin casually pointed down the stairs at Martin. "That means he's been keeping an eye on us," Harvey said. "I'm sure Odd Johnny and him are not on the same page. I don't know how he managed to get her to Provence." Quentin shrugged. "We lost miserably this time. Inglourious Bastards didn't win a single award, not even the consolation jury prize." Harvey saw it clearly. "With Odd Johnny on the show, we're not 0 in Hubert's eyes, we're negative." Quentin checked his watch. "About time, let's go." Back to Los Angeles, knowing his old friend's heart wasn't as broad as his stomach, he reassured him, "Winning and losing in award competitions is normal. Don't take it too seriously. Just win it back next time." Harvey smiled and shook his head. Their positions were different, so their levels of concern naturally differed. Quentin was merely the director, screenwriter, and producer. He was the investor. Failure to win an award meant all the PR and publicity money was wasted, and the subsequent market would also be affected. But there was no other way. Harvey couldn't just run into the awards ceremony, drag Martin out, and shoot him for 10 minutes. He'd probably be shot in the head before he could even finish him off. Harvey kept a mental ledger, each note meticulously recorded, and Martin's new account was added to the tally. There would always be a day when all the old and new would be settled. In the Lumiere Hall, Martin walked down the aisle. As he turned from the fourth row, Manene, who was sitting next to him, waved. "Boss." Manene looked unwell, bags under his eyes. Martin approached him and patted his shoulder. Manene smiled and asked, "When are we going to Morocco?" Martin said, "The flight is the day after tomorrow." "The crew has a press conference scheduled tomorrow." Manene nodded. "We can stay another day." Martin saw Charlie smiling at him from the front and said, "I'm going to the front." Manene said nothing more, but felt a little regretful. This time, he had only been alone with Isabelle Huppert. There are so many older French goddesses of art. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum. In front, Charlize, wearing a fishtail skirt, said, "Let me tell you a secret, I'm the award presenter for Best Actor." Martin said seriously, "Can we wait until the awards ceremony is over to talk?" Charlize replied, "No problem." Martin smiled and said, "I hope you will be my lucky goddess." Charlize had a very good impression of her neighbor and said, "I hope so too." Martin took a few steps forward and sat in the second row. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the awards ceremony, David Fincher thought of the Oscars again and asked Martin, "Have the LAPD and FBI responded to my last question?" Martin, knowing he was referring to the adaptation of the Santa Monica Pier incident, said, "I've contacted them, and they've been saying they're seriously considering it. While we can adapt it without them, I think it's best to have their support. Without them, we're missing a crucial link," David Fincher added. "I don't have any connections with either party, so I'll have to ask you to keep an eye on it." Martin replied, "I'll call and check in every once in a while." The awards ceremony began quickly. Many people spoke in French, which Martin couldn't understand at all. He could only wait patiently, occasionally distracted. Awards were handed out one after another, from the uncertain regard category to the main competition. No film won more than 2 awards. The 3 major film festivals prioritized distribution even more than the Oscars. After British actress Charlotte Gainsbourg won the Best Actress award, Charlize Theron moved from backstage to the podium. Without a word, the South African actress unwrapped the envelope, glanced through it, her gaze fixed on Martin. She smiled and said, "Best Actor goes to Martin Davis." Applause erupted, and Martin, clasping his fists, appeared thrilled and energized. He stood, hugged David Fincher and Kathleen Kennedy, high-fived several actors who had offered their hands, and strode onto the podium. Charlize first handed Martin the Palme d'Or, the Best Actor award, and then the certificate tied with red silk. Martin embraced her with open arms, whispering, "Sally, you truly are my lucky star." Charlize smiled a cool yet brilliant smile. "Congratulations." She stepped aside. Martin placed the award on the wooden table in front of the microphone, with a crystal glass facing the audience. Holding the rolled-up certificate, he said, "Thank you to the organizing committee and the jury for your recognition. Thank you to director David Fincher and Kathleen Kennedy. Thank you to everyone in the crew." His acceptance speech was unremarkable. It was filled with gratitude from beginning to end. Having won the Cannes Best Actor award, it was only natural to speak well of Cannes. Martin thanked everyone around him and walked backstage with Charlize. Neighbors and friends, they chatted as they walked, appearing to have a close relationship. The new Cannes Best Actor winner naturally attracted considerable attention, with cameras constantly panning Martin and, incidentally, Charlize. The two chatted backstage for a few moments with Charlotte Gainsbourg, winner of the Best Actress award. The European actresses Martin knew were all artists, like Charlotte Gainsbourg, who made significant sacrifices for art in Lars von Trier's The Female Hidden. The standard of European cinematic cinema far surpassed that of Hollywood. Martin remained backstage, watching the awards ceremony from the sidelines. The grand jury prize went to the French film The Prophet, while the Palme d'Or, as expected, went to Michael Haneke, director of The White Ruben. When Huppert personally presented the award to Haneke, the audience erupted in a clamor. The relationship between the two meant that the Palme d'Or was destined to suffer huge criticism afterwards. Chapter 504 Isabel Tears Isabel. In Beverly Hills, Stuart Townsend saw off the woman who had visited him. Considering today was the last day of the Cannes Film Festival, he quickly cleaned up his house, bundled all his trash into a bag, and carried it out the side door. Entering the alleyway, he found two trash cans facing each other. Stuart tossed the bag into his own, newer one, and was about to head back when he heard a salute from the sky. He followed the sound and saw it was from his scumbag neighbor next door. A series of whooshing sounds echoed, and the salute filled the air. Because of Charlize Theron, Stuart had been following the Cannes Film Festival and guessed what had happened. It had to be that jerk Martin Davis who had won the Best Actor award. Stuart looked up at the sky over his neighbor's house. Then, he remembered the media reports. Why do bad people always succeed? Stuart muttered to himself. A good person like me can't make it. Anyone with a girlfriend would be uneasy about having a neighbor like Martin. Especially when their girlfriend was at the festival, getting involved. The more Stuart thought about it, the more upset he felt. Amidst the blast of cannonballs overhead, he decided to take action. So, he lifted his foot and, with a thud, slammed it down on Martin's trash can. Not satisfied, Stuart kicked it several more times, until the trash can buckled. After a few deep breaths, he raised his middle finger towards Martin's house and said coldly, "Don't even bother messing with me." No one responded, only the cannonballs continued to blast. Having vented his anger, Stuart turned and returned home. He needed to check the living room and bedrooms of the villa again. If Charlize caught on, their good life would be over. Next door, Lily and Elizabeth each lit a box of cannonballs and ran back to the front of the villa. Martin was delighted to have won the Best Actor award at Cannes. Lily suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "I'm going to carve a new piece based on Martin's Best Actor win at Cannes." Elizabeth also piqued her interest. "I'll come with you." In the Manor's basement, Elizabeth had a large room cleared out for Lily's private carving studio. On the way downstairs, they both called Martin to congratulate him on his Best Actor win. After the awards ceremony, the film festival organizers invited many winners and guests to the closing reception. As the new Best Actor, Martin was naturally the center of attention. Several jurors, including Isabelle Huppert, came over to chat with him and have a drink. Among them, Hanif, a screenwriter from Tipped Him Off. The jury voted 8-1 in favor of him for Best Actor, with the only dissenter being from India. Martin didn't say anything. After everyone left, Bruce stared at the Indian actor and whispered, "Do you want me to get him a motorcycle?" Thomas didn't understand. "He doesn't support Martin, so why give him a motorcycle?" Bruce replied, "I think the exhaust pipe would suit him." Thomas understood, but didn't know how to respond. Good-natured Martin couldn't help but retort, "Old Bruce, we're civilized people. How could we do such a thing?" He reminded him, "There's a pet shop on the Corniche. I remember they sold lizards." Bruce remembered, "Next to that is an adult store. I think they sold Spanish fly powder." Martin didn't actively socialize. Most of the people present were purely European filmmakers, and the chances of future collaboration were negligible. But the newly crowned Cannes Film Festival Best Actor, a Hollywood star with considerable global box office appeal, was very attractive to some European directors. Under the guise of art, offering low pay and high appeal, Lars von Trier approached, and before he even reached him, he said, "Martin, congratulations on winning Best Actor." Martin recognized the Danish director and said, "Congratulations, too. Your new film won Best Actress." Lars von Trier clapped his hands. "Look, one of us won Best Actor, and the other won Best Actress. We have a special connection." He took a glass of wine from the waiter and clinked it with Martin. "Cheers to our artistic connection." Martin drank with him. Lars von Trier put down his glass. "Speaking of film art, are you interested in joining a new artistic journey?" Martin remembered that The Female Hidden was a work he had made after 2010, and he was somewhat curious about the film he was planning. Lars von Trier continued, "I'm working on a new project, an art film called Melancholia." To bolster his confidence, he mentioned another Hollywood star. Kirsten Dunst will be the female lead. Hearing it was another film, Martin's interest waned. He pointed at Thomas and said, "Lars, Hollywood has a rule. You have to talk to my agent about any work. Damn the entertainment laws." Lars von Trier cursed. Martin, listen to me. This will be a pivotal step in your artistic career. It will transform you both artistically and spiritually. If he could lure Martin onto the project like he did with Dunst, raising funding and profitability wouldn't be a problem. He suddenly raised his voice. Forget about the damn entertainment laws. Let's collaborate in Europe and leave the world with a true masterpiece of cinematic art. Martin didn't bother to respond, his gaze turning to Thomas. Thomas, who had worked with Martin for several years, immediately understood what he meant and took the initiative, saying, "We can discuss this collaboration later. Director Trier, let's discuss the preconditions first." Before Lars von Trier could speak, he announced, "Martin's salary is $20 million. We won't consider anything less than that." Lars von Trier was dissatisfied, saying, "This is film art, it shouldn't be measured in dollars." Thomas replied, "Even the best film art needs to be realized through money." As the two argued, Martin and Bruce distanced themselves. Bruce saw clearly, "You want to leverage your commercial appeal without paying." Martin shrugged, "I'm not crazy. The name of art doesn't work for me. This was Cannes, not Los Angeles." He didn't need to worry about the critical response. If the European media dared to criticize him, the North American media would dare to criticize him back. Bruce reached out and touched Martin. "Look over there, near the banquet hall entrance." Isabelle Huppert was chatting with Menene as they walked toward the exit. Bruce couldn't help but say, "Menene's going to write a memoir someday. It's going to be fantastic." Martin said, "It's perfect for a Saint Valley adaptation." Elsewhere, Huppert bumped into Monica Bellucci, stopped to say hello, and Menene was waiting nearby. The night was long, plenty of time for a late-night snack. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual going on around him, as many eyes turned toward the banquet hall entrance. Huppert, caught in the act of talking to Monica Bellucci, didn't notice. Menene turned and saw a woman walking quickly toward them. Isabelle Adjani had put in a lot of effort to get into the party tonight, relying on her years of fame and experience to finally get in. Upon entering the banquet hall, she saw Huppert. Thinking of the harassment at the entrance, of how she could have been the Palme d'Or presenter this year but instead became a laughingstock, and of the grudges she'd endured for 30 years, Adjani's demonic nature, which had been a stark contrast to her angelic appearance since her youth, suddenly erupted. As beautiful as Isabelle Adjani was in her youth, her temper was as wicked as her own. Passing by a table, she grabbed 2 glasses of blood-red Bordeaux, poured each half-glass into a full one, and hurried toward Huppert. Menene noticed Adjani's intentions and could have pulled Huppert aside. But Menene, a Hollywood moviegoer and an actor himself, was quick-witted and stepped forward to block Huppert. A full glass of red wine was hurled, splashing onto Menene's face and clothes. A cry of surprise echoed in the banquet hall. Adjani, realizing she'd spilled the wine on the wrong person, showed no apology or embarrassment, and went to grab the wine from the person next to her. Huppert had heard the noise and turned to see Menene's face smeared with wine. She immediately understood what had happened. She'd endured a deep hatred for 30 years. Huppert grabbed the decanter from Monica Bellucci's table, kicked off her high heels, and rushed out. She poured the half-full bottle of red wine directly onto Angelica Huppert's head. "Bitch!" Angelica, not one to take a loss, immediately attacked. Huppert had tolerated her for too long. She zeroed in on a spot on Angelica's head and swung the decanter with a bang. This was the spot Angelica had deliberately stabbed her in the face during the filming of the Brontes. Angelica was stunned by the blow, her eyes rolled back, and she slowly collapsed. Everyone at the party was stunned. After all, these were 2 Isabelles, the pinnacle of French filmmaking. "Drag this bitch out," Huppert, as president of the jury, shouted. "Throw her out to the streets to feed the dogs." Of course, no one responded. Jacob, the chairman of the organizing committee, practically ran over. The man, nearly 80, was practically mad at the thought of his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys gushing out. Huppert ignored those people, turned around and asked Mean with concern, "Are you okay?" Mean said, "I'm fine." Huppert took a tissue and personally wiped the wine off Mean's face. "You don't have to get involved in the grudge between me and Adjani." Mean scratched his head and said, "She came over aggressively, and I didn't think much about it, so I blocked her." Huppert gently stroked Mean's cheek, was silent for a moment, and said, "If you don't develop well in Hollywood, you can come to Europe to develop. I can help you a little." Mean smiled and said, "I will come to Europe to see you often." Huppert nodded with a smile. "Go change your clothes first, I'll take care of these things, and then go out for supper." Chapter 505 Chanel Number 5. No one could have imagined that this year's Cannes Film Festival would end in such disarray. The clash between the two Isabelles will surely be etched in the annals of cinema. Martin quickly returned to the hotel. News of the incident continued to trickle in, and the Cannes organizing committee had to work hard to calm Angelica down, preventing the incident from escalating to the point of calling the police. Angelica wasn't actually injured, the troublemaker was likely faking it. Martin waited until late at night for Min to return to the hotel, finally feeling relieved. The next morning, he specially invited Min to breakfast. At the dining table, Martin peeled eggs and asked, "Are you okay?" Min smiled embarrassedly. "I just ruined my clothes, that's all," Bruce said. "You were a hero who saved the damsel in distress last night." Facing Martin and old Bruce, Min did not hide anything and said directly, "Actually, I could pull Huppert away, but I wanted to leave a deeper impression on Huppert, so I stood in the middle." Martin gave Min a thumbs up. "Awesome," Bruce said. "I didn't expect that you would become a scumbag too." Min scratched his head. "I learned it from you. Last time you said you were going to find the Kardashian sisters." "Shut up." Bruce was embarrassed and angry. Martin looked at Bruce. "Sisters? Old man, what did you say at the beginning? You only love Chloe." Kim forced her way in, and Chloe was worried that her sister would be sad, but it was difficult to refuse. Bruce's face was full of grievance after being wronged. "What can I do?" He abruptly changed the subject. "Isn't Isabelle Huppert telling you anything?" "You've done so much," Min said. "She will take me to meet the French female director Jean Lebrun this afternoon and recommend me to play the leading actor in her new film." Martin asked with concern, "Are you going to take the next step? After all, it's a leading actor." Min smiled. "It's hard for me to refuse Isabelle Huppert's kindness." He took a sip of milk and said, "Is my acting with her very consistent with the current social situation in France, a white woman and a black man?" Martin nodded. "Art film," Min said simply. "Is Isabelle Huppert's heroine a bohemian high-end call girl who used to love her job very much, but then suddenly felt bored? She wanted to rekindle her love for her job and found the leading actor who is a psychologist." In preparation for this year's Cannes Film Festival, Bruce had learned more about Huppert and said, "None of the characters your goddess plays are normal people." Martin, hearing Min's description, could imagine the final film's outcome, the style and tone of European art films. Min added, "Shooting won't start until the second half of the year, which doesn't conflict with Christopher Nolan's new film. I think it's a good idea to give it a try. With Huppert on board, I'll be able to meet more European filmmakers." Martin wouldn't interfere. "You make the decision." Bruce then exposed Min's true intentions. "You want to meet more European goddesses, right?" Min flashed his huge white teeth and chuckled. "Bruce, I'll introduce you to some." Thomas hurried into the restaurant and approached Martin. "It's urgent." Martin gestured to the chair across from him. "Sit down and talk." Bruce poured him a glass of water. After sitting down, Thomas said, "I got a call from the company. Chanel just contacted them and Karl Lagerfeld wants to meet you." He came over in a hurry, picked up the water glass and took a sip, then said, "I contacted Chanel headquarters according to the contact information provided by the company. The person calling is confirmed to be Karl Lagerfeld's assistant. Karl Lagerfeld is currently in Cannes and wants to meet you this afternoon." Martin asked, "Why meet me?" Thomas said, "Advertising endorsement. They want you to be the spokesperson for Chanel No. 5. Wait," Martin asked a question in his mind. "Isn't Chanel No. 5 a women's perfume? Why choose a male spokesperson?" Thomas was also puzzled. "I don't know either." Martin frowned and thought, thinking to himself, is it possible that Karl Lagerfeld would take a fancy to him? After all, what kind of men has Karl Lagerfeld not seen and experienced? Thomas said, "We'll know once we meet." Martin asked again, "Has Chanel No. 5 ever had a male spokesperson?" "No, never." Thomas was certain of this. After Nicole Kidman's contract with Chanel No. 5 expired, Chanel refused to renew it. Like box office poison, her endorsement wasn't very effective. He had made a phone call and inquired about many things. This time, Chanel plans to hire a male and female spokesperson. The female spokesperson is said to be Audrey Tautou, who played Coco Chanel in the film Vogue. Martin was unfamiliar with the name Audrey Tautou. Have she starred in other famous films? Thomas said, "Emily, or Angel Emily." The latter name reminded Martin of the corresponding film, probably Amélie. Martin said, "Okay, I'll meet him this afternoon." Thomas stood up. "I'll go and give them a reply." At 2:30 p.m., Martin arrived at the yacht dock in Cannes and boarded a luxury white yacht. Beneath the awning on the top deck, Karl Lagerfeld and his boyfriend, Baptist Giabiconi, rose to greet them. Martin shook Lagerfeld's hand and gave Giabiconi a slight nod as a formal greeting. Giabiconi, a relatively unknown model just the year before, had become one of Europe's most sought-after male models after their chance encounter with Lagerfeld. Martin, taking in Lagerfeld's signature sunglasses and white hair, said, "I never thought I'd have the honor of meeting the fashion world Caesar in Cannes." Lagerfeld smiled. "The first Hollywood actor born in the 1980s, truly worthy of the title," he added. "Congratulations on winning both the Oscar and the Cannes Film Festival Best Actor award. Martin, there are very few young actors like you who have achieved such remarkable success in both the artistic and commercial fields." In front of the highbrow Lagerfeld, Martin echoed his own style. "God has given me an exceptional talent, and my hard work has fulfilled it, that's all." Unrelated sentence fragment. 16-9. Lagerfeld nodded slightly and asked, "What do you think of Chanel No. 5? It's the most iconic fragrance for women," Martin said, acting like an artist. "It awakens their souls, not just abstract emotions or beauty." This statement was informed by his past life, when many women sold their souls and bodies for Chanel No. 5. Martin directly questioned his doubts. "Chanel No. 5 has never had a male spokesperson. Why did you choose me, Lagerfeld?" Lagerfeld calmly replied, "It seems bizarre and absurd for a man to interpret the most iconic women's fragrance." Martin waited for him to continue. Lagerfeld said, "But the very definition of Chanel No. 5 is revolution, a break from conventional norms. You are a vibrant young man, and time has imbued you with a uniquely mature charm. You possess a perfect blend of youth and maturity." He scrutinized Martin carefully. "I can see that beneath your charming exterior lies a wild and unrestrained heart. The masculinity you exude will captivate countless women." Coming from a man with a boyfriend, Martin felt uneasy, even getting goosebumps. But he remained poised, offering a faint smile, appearing supremely confident. Lagerfeld continued, "If a man as outstanding as you is captivated by Chanel No. 5, it will convey a sense of conviction that everyone will be captivated by it." He emphasized the last part, "It will make Chanel No. 5 even more legendary." Martin grasped the key point. In this age of information overload, even Chanel No. 5 needs to generate buzz. Based on his understanding of Cartier's numerous interactions, luxury goods require sophisticated marketing. Martin said politely, "I'm deeply honored by your favor." Lagerfeld nodded slightly. Martin didn't mince words. "Carl, I can't give you a definitive answer right now. My agency and team need to weigh the pros and cons." He always insisted on getting paid for his work. The 5 major sponsors had just shelled out $6 million for the Cannes Best Actor award. "I'm currently working with several brands, and I need to check in with them as well." This matter involved many aspects, and Karl Lagerfeld didn't expect Martin to give an immediate response. "Okay, now that we've discussed this, we can move on to something else," Lagerfeld asked. "Are you interested in going fishing?" Martin glanced discreetly at Bruce and Thomas and said, "Of course, I've never fished on a luxury cruise ship before." Soon, the yacht slowly started up and sailed out of the dock. There were fishing rods on board. Martin had gone sea fishing in Los Angeles, and while he wasn't a pro, he handled them with flying colors. Before dark, the yacht returned to the dock, and Martin said goodbye. After descending the long trestle, Martin got in the car and said to Thomas, "Go back to Los Angeles and discuss this with your agency. I'm not sure what the impact will be." Thomas, who had never experienced this before, said, "Signing with Chanel No. 5 will undoubtedly have enormous influence." "Are you worried about any negative consequences?" Martin replied, "If it's not a good fit, I'd rather turn it down." Thomas said, "Don't give us a response yet. We'll see how things develop." Martin reminded him, "Give a heads up to all the sponsors." The 3 of them returned to the Five Oceans Hotel. Mene called to say he wouldn't be back that night and would meet at the lobby reception desk tomorrow when they checked out. The next morning, Martin and his group separated from David Fincher and Thomas, taking a flight to Paris and then on to Morocco to reunite with Christopher Nolan's crew. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Forming Cliques. Astra Studios, Morocco. The crew of Inception rented 6 sound stages for set construction, but for Christopher Nolan, a true-to-life filmmaker, this wasn't enough. 3 other teams, each in Paris, Los Angeles, and Canada, were building additional locations for filming. With Martin and Manet arriving from France, the entire cast arrived. Just as the crew arrived that morning, Michael Caine and Tom Hardy exited their car, heading to the office building for a meeting. 2 people exited a Cadillac across the way. Tom Hardy scratched his face and asked, "Is that Martin?" Before Caine could respond, Martin approached and smiled. "Long time no see." Seeing that familiar smile, Michael Caine's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded slightly. "Long time no see." Martin hurried out of the parking lot. Tom Hardy asked curiously, "Is this the person who caused Bale to have a psychological disorder?" Michael Caine suddenly became very serious. "You have been working hard in the UK, and there are some situations that you are not familiar with. Tom, in this crew, it doesn't matter who you provoke. Even if you make Nolan angry, the most you will be replaced," he solemnly warned. "But don't provoke Martin Davis. Remember, Tom Hardy didn't work much in Hollywood before. Is he really that scary?" Michael Caine said, "He is the real-life Joker, or even scarier than the Joker." Tom Hardy was puzzled. Michael Caine didn't want this junior to become the next Bale, and said, "The Joker, anyone who sees him will know that he is a bad guy. Martin, most people think he is a good guy, a very good guy." Tom Hardy understood now and said, "Work normally and don't interfere with each other." Michael Caine said, "Let's go." On the other side, Martin went straight into Nolan's office. Nolan opened his arms and gave him a warm hug. "Congratulations on winning Cannes again." Martin smiled. "You're lucky this time." Nolan invited him to sit down and said, "When we promote this film, besides the Oscar winner, we'll also be able to carry the Cannes Best Actor tagline. This will have a greater impact in Europe." Martin said, "I hope we can achieve another huge success." Success doesn't just depend on the film itself. Nolan's understanding became increasingly clear after The Dark Knight. "We need to think more about publicity and marketing." Martin wholeheartedly agreed. "Chris, you always have inspiration in this area." The two of them had a tacit understanding after filming The Dark Knight. Nolan smiled and said, "Be more active on set and create more things. That will inspire me." He seemed particularly relaxed when writing the real-life behind-the-scenes footage of The Dark Knight, but that ease was because everything that happened on set always gave him a burst of inspiration. Without inspiration, real-life behind-the-scenes footage is difficult to write. Martin was unfazed. "Don't worry, I'm always the most active person on the crew." Nolan, confident in Martin's ability, even more so than his acting, smiled and nodded. He pulled a small box from his desk drawer and handed it to Martin. "Your key prop, get familiar with it quickly." Martin opened the box and found a metal spinning top. He took it out and spun it, and it began to spin on the desk. Nolan glanced at it and said, "You're so good at it, I guess you don't need to get familiar with it anymore." "Chris, I have an idea about the spinning top." The script Martin had read had a classic Hollywood happy ending, and the spinning top reminded him of the endings of old movies. For Nolan, that ending was like Tom Cruise to Nicole Kidman, always the first thing to be brought up when publicity is needed. Martin volunteered, "I have an idea for the ending that might be useful for marketing." Nolan had worked with Martin before and knew he was reliable. "Tell me about it." Martin said, "Would it be feasible to keep Cobb's spinning top spinning at the end, beyond production and filming?" Nolan was a classic marketing-oriented director and immediately grasped Martin's idea. "If we manage this ending well in marketing, could it spark widespread discussion and interpretation in the media, giving the audience more room for imagination and reflection?" He slowed his speech, his mind racing as he pressed the spinning top. "It would give the film more depth and impact." Martin knew the line between leading actor and director. "The specifics are up to you." Nolan, however, grabbed Martin's arm. As expected, choosing Martin Davis is never wrong. Martin laughed and patted Nolan's hand. "Choosing Christopher Nolan is always right." A few minutes later, the two joined Emma Thomas and entered the conference room. The other main actors had already arrived. Martin glanced around. Besides the leading supporting actor, Mew, there were Nolan's usual cast members, Michael Caine and Cillian Murphy. The other actors were familiar faces. There was French actress Marion Cotillard, who played his wife, Tom Hardy, whom he had just met, along with Ellen Page and Ken Watanabe. Martin pulled out a chair and took the first seat on the right side of the conference table. Marion smiled at him from across from him. Martin nodded in greeting. Ellen Page reached out her hand and said, "Martin, we meet again." Martin remembered their conversation at the Oscars. He said, Little Red Riding Hood and Hard Candy and Catwoman and X-Men are both characters I really like." He gently shook Ellen's hand and said, "I didn't expect we'd be working together so soon." Ellen, despite his small stature, was a veteran Hollywood actor. He approached Martin and said, "I'm your assistant, the dream builder." Martin smiled and said, "You're a good assistant." Across from him, Tom Hardy curled his lips slightly, dismissing Ellen's behavior. It's normal for crews to form cliques. 3 British actors, Michael Caine, Cillian Murphy, and Tom Hardy, sat together, forming the British team. Martin, Mayne, and Ellen Page formed the American team. Director Nolan, seated at the head of the conference table, announced, "We'll be working together over the next few months, and hopefully, everything will go smoothly." He pulled out the script and said, "Let's begin the reading now." The script review wasn't going smoothly. The plot of Inception was too abstract as presented in the script, and the star's literary talents were far from ideal. Aside from Martin and Mayne, who Emma Thomas had given them special training, everyone else was plagued by questions. The script review, originally scheduled for the morning, had to be postponed, lasting the entire day. Unafraid of spoilers from the actors, Nolan meticulously answered their questions to minimize filming difficulties. In addition to these, members of Cobb's team, including Mayne, also underwent necessary physical and firearms training, as the dream scenes featured numerous intense confrontations. These action scenes were a piece of cake for Martin, far inferior to the ones he'd experienced in John Wick. Mayne had spent a lot of time with Martin, and his gun handling and body movements were superior to those of the average male actor. After training that day, Martin showered, changed, and arrived at the office, where he ran into Warner Brothers CEO Alan Horn. He greeted him, saying, "Do you have a minute? Let's chat." Martin gestured toward the recreational area and asked, "When did you get here?" Alan Horn replied, "I just arrived in Morocco this morning and immediately joined the crew. This is Warner Bros.' biggest project for next year. Unlike The Dark Knight, which was a co-production between Legendary Pictures and DC Comics, Inception was primarily produced and financed by Warner Brothers." Martin joked, "Are you worried that something might go wrong with us?" "How could anything go wrong when you team up with Nolan?" Alan Horn said of The Dark Knight, which ended its screenings worldwide, "Your last film had a final global box office of $1.225 billion US." He added, "Second only to James Cameron's Titanic." Hearing about James Cameron, Martin exclaimed, "He is a miracle director. His original movie can make the world's #1 box office. There is only one James Cameron in Hollywood." Alan Horn said again, "Your John Wick is also good. I remember the production cost was only $40 million US, right? Now the North American box office has reached $200 million US." Martin told the truth. The market potential is basically exhausted, and the North American box office is just over $200 million US. He did not underestimate himself. "I think there will be some gains overseas. If the global box office can exceed $400 million US, I will definitely praise God." Alan Horn asked, "Has the sequel started production?" "It is being planned." Martin made some guesses and said specifically, "Alan, Daniel has already intervened in advance." Alan Horn sighed, "This guy is quick to act." Martin smiled and did not respond. Daniel had cooperated with him and Louise many times on distribution. There were no major conflicts between the two sides, and of course they would continue to cooperate. Alan Horn then asked, "Have you been paying attention to the North American summer box office lately?" "I attended the Cannes Film Festival first, spending 2 weeks there. After it was over, I flew straight to Morocco." Martin remained focused. "I haven't paid much attention to the North American summer box office. The film that Warner Brothers invested heavily in officially opened last weekend." Alan Horn was referring to Terminator 2018, which nearly broke up with Martin. He had offered Martin the role of the savior John Connor, but Martin politely declined. Christian Bale was later offered the role. Martin knew what he was referring to without questioning. Alan Horn automatically replied, "Terminator 2018 was a flop. Both the critical and box office weren't ideal. It didn't meet Warner Brothers' expectations. It even had a Rotten Tomatoes rating of just 33% and an average C+ cinema score from live audiences." He was heartbroken. It only grossed $42.25 million in North America on its opening weekend. Chapter 507, There's a Problem with the Action Scene. In the Santa Monica Galleria in Los Angeles, Bale sat alone in a large lounge, a bit dazed. There was a knock on the door, and his agent called from outside. "The event starts in 15 minutes, Bale, snapping out of his trance, replied, "I know, a major roadshow promotional event for Terminator 2018 was about to begin. The Santa Monica Galleria was the site of a classic scene from the Terminator series, where John Connor first encountered the T-1000 and T-800. Therefore, the film's first roadshow after its North American release was scheduled there." Bale, however, was unimpressed. The North American box office took in a mere $42.25 million in its first weekend. That seemed comparable to the opening weekend of his arch-rival, Martin Davis's subsequent film, The Dark Knight, but with a $200 million investment versus a $40 million investment, a PG-13 rating versus an R rating, and the disparity in publicity and distribution, it was a complete failure. Bale, outshone by Martin on The Dark Knight, had hoped to turn things around and win back over Martin with his new film. But the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. Bale checked the time, swallowed his frustration, and walked out of the lounge, heading down the hall to the event venue. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, before the host could even begin to speak, fans booed and shouted, "Are you guys filming the Terminator? This rubbish tarnishes the name of the Terminator. Christian Bale, you don't deserve to be the savior, get off the stage. No one likes your rubbish, you don't deserve to be here." Many of those present today were die-hard Terminator fans, devoted to the series to the extreme. They loathed this one just as much as they loved the first two Terminator films. In the 1990s, Arnold Schwarzenegger had stood on this very stage to promote Terminator 2. Terminator 2018 received such poor reviews that even fans denied it was a Terminator movie. "Get off. Everyone, get off." The fans went wild, unreasonably loud. Some threw their coke onto the stage, creating a clattering sound. Bale's face was visibly grim. The film's failure had already soured his spirits, and this scene only intensified his anger. He had never been known for his temper. During the filming of Terminator 2018, a photographer, due to a work error, casually chatted about Martin, causing Bale to lose control of his temper. He lashed out at the photographer on set for over 40 minutes, and even the director and producer couldn't stop him. With a bang, a bottle of Coca-Cola smashed against the edge of the stage, spilling liquid near Bale. Bale turned around and, without a moment's hesitation, headed downstage. Bryce Howard, standing nearby, was stunned, unsure whether to follow Bale. The audience erupted in an uproar. Paparazzi and reporters went wild, scrambling to the stage exit to interview Bale. The crowd was so large and frenzied that the security barriers were shaking. Bale strode down the stage. Adhering to the principle of creating news where there's no news and creating interest where there's no interest, the TMZ reporter reacted with lightning speed and roared, "Bale, doesn't the failure of Terminator 2018 prove one thing? The success of The Dark Knight is due to Martin Davis, not you." The room was in chaos, but Bale's words reached him. He abruptly stopped and stared coldly at the reporter. The reporter continued, "Martin's new film is making a lot of money on a small budget, and what about you? Your new film, as the leading actor, is losing money." The reporter behind him followed up, "The Dark Knight brought you star power, but are you taking advantage of Martin's success?" Another reporter thrust a microphone through the barrier and asked, "Bale, don't you feel you don't live up to your reputation?" Bale turned back forcefully and walked forward. A reporter behind him asked, "Your silence means you're accepting this, right?" Bale remained silent and quickly left the roadshow. The leading actor left early, and the roadshow ended abruptly. The next day, the Los Angeles entertainment media unanimously attacked Bale. To say he was undeserving of his reputation was an understatement, while some even outright called him box office poison. The media's knack for praising one and criticizing the other is a well-known one, and the American media, naturally biased towards Martin, seized upon Bale's mistakes and launched a barrage of attacks. An enraged Bale subsequently announced via social media that he would withdraw from post-screening promotions for Terminator 2018. This move, unannounced by Warner Brothers, infuriated Bale. Many Warner executives directly blacklisted Bale from co-starring roles. In June, filming officially began at Astra Studios. Nolan initially shot all the indoor scenes. Given Martin's unique character traits, the crew slightly increased the action, though they certainly didn't want Martin's character to become a killer like Jonathan. On a set resembling a Japanese palace, Martin went on a killing spree, pistol in hand. Amidst a crackle of gunfire, he easily dispatched several black-clad gunmen and sent another careening off with a shoulder strike. Cut. Nolan called a halt to filming, Martin stepped forward, pulled the stuntman, who was wearing protective gear beneath his suit, to his feet, and asked, "Are you okay?" No. The stuntman, working with Martin for the first time, was surprised by the kindness of such a prominent figure. Martin patted him on the shoulder and looked toward Nolan, who was approaching. Nolan said, "Something's not right with the action sequence." Martin put away his prop pistol and asked, "Is it my positioning or my movements not smooth enough?" Nolan gestured, "Your movements are too clean and precise. You appear too skilled in front of the camera." Martin asked, "Is there a problem with being skilled?" As Nolan spoke, his understanding of the situation became clearer, and he simply called Martin over to the director's monitor to watch the footage. In the footage, Martin looked like a tiger descending from a mountain, swift and powerful. Nolan warned, "Do you see the problem?" Martin gradually understood and nodded slightly. "My makeup and positioning are fine, and neither are the dramatic scenes. The problem is the fight scenes. My movements are like a different Jonathan." "That's right," Nolan emphasized. "Martin, you're Cobb now, not Jonathan. You're a dream thief with a certain level of combat prowess, not a super slayer." Martin took it all in. Nolan said, "Toe back your action scenes a bit, make the character's skills seem weaker than you are." Martin nodded, "I understand, it's not just you. The action director and I miscalculated." Nolan hadn't expected Martin's skills to be even stronger than he'd imagined. Perhaps it was because he'd just played Jonathan, and he'd retained some of his old habits, which made him look particularly sharp on camera. Action scenes on other crews were always difficult to shoot, with the actor's skills falling far short of the character's demands. But with Martin, the actor was expected to be a bit slower and weaker. Nolan called in the action director again, paused filming, and, along with Martin, the three of them discussed adjustments to the action scenes. Most importantly, Martin's fighting skills couldn't be significantly higher than supporting actor Mene, but rather comparable. Mene played with Martin to exercise, and by using him as a benchmark, Martin had a clear standard to measure against. When filming resumed, Martin's pace slowed, his movements no longer clean and crisp, but rather sloppy. Nolan insisted on shooting practically, avoiding CGI wherever possible. Almost all the sets, including the Japanese-style palace, were constructed from real-world sets. After wrapping up that afternoon, Martin removed his makeup and followed Nolan to another studio. Mene was practicing a crucial action sequence there. The script included a fight scene in a dream corridor that would be performed in a rotating manner. To achieve the desired effect, Nolan hired a Moroccan physics professor to build a massive centrifuge at great expense. This device is a common Hollywood device for shooting space and weightlessness scenes, but it had been unused for years. With a decreasing cost of CGI effects, it became both expensive and time-consuming. Only Nolan, a real-life shooting maniac, had just created the brilliant success of The Dark Knight. Otherwise, the insurance company's completion guarantee would have been a problem. When Martin came over, the huge centrifuge built of steel was rotating. This thing was more than 10 meters high and nearly 40 meters long, and it looked quite amazing. The rotating corridor used for filming was fixed in the center of the centrifuge. Min and several stuntmen were training inside. An old man with an assistant was monitoring the operation of the centrifuge through instruments. Nolan gestured over there, and the assistant director notified the actors inside, and the centrifuge slowly stopped. Martin followed Nolan over. Nolan introduced Martin. "This is Professor Mordecai of the University of Casablanca, a brilliant physicist." Martin wasn't a good student, but he respected knowledgeable people and stepped forward to shake their hand. "Hello, Professor." Professor Mordecai, with a completely bald forehead and a particularly large nose, was very enthusiastic. "My daughter is a fan of yours. Could you please give me an autographed photo of you sometime?" He smiled and said, "I'm helping an elderly father fulfill his daughter's wish." Martin agreed immediately. "No problem. I'll have it delivered to you when I'm done." "Thank you." Mordecai thanked him. He turned to look at the large centrifuge he had overseen and said, "Equipment like this shouldn't be dismantled and disposed of with garbage after filming. Director Nolan, after we are done, can I disassemble this equipment and take it back to Casablanca?" Nolan thought for a moment and said, "You'll need to pay for the recycling." Mordecai quickly said, "I'll call the university right away. They'll be happy to cover the cost." While he was making the call, Martin said, "This professor is very dedicated." Nolan said, "The conditions here are limited. Many professors even have trouble getting research funding. If the crew hadn't offered a generous salary and Professor Mordecai lacked research funding, we wouldn't have been able to hire him. Chapter 508, Medal of Freedom. On the set, arranged as a seaside room, Martin stood by the side, holding a rope and a wooden chair, waiting for director Nolan to make a decision. Nolan paced back and forth, occasionally looking out the window. Marion, dressed in a plunging evening gown, glanced at Nolan and simply sat down on the chair. She and Martin had been waiting for some time. After a moment, Martin asked, "Chris, are we going to tie her up or not?" Nolan paused, thought for a moment, and said, "We'll take one take each, with and without." Directors often have many ideas during filming, and it's considered a good thing if even 1/10 of the footage is used in the final film. Nolan returned to the director's monitor and gave the order for filming to begin. Martin and Marion entered the room, brought a chair to the center, and said, "Sit down." Marion sat down on the chair and asked, "What are you going to do?" Martin wrapped the rope around the chair's legs and tied a knot. "I'm going out to get some fresh air. You just sit here and don't move until I come back." He grabbed the rope, climbed up the window, and jumped out. "Stop," Nolan said. "We've got this take, now we can shoot the bondage scene." Martin came around from behind to untie the ropes. Nolan's new assistant, pen and pad in hand, approached Nolan and said, "Director, there's no behind-the-scenes footage to write." This assistant, having written brilliant behind-the-scenes footage during the filming of The Dark Knight, had been promoted to assistant director by Nolan. Nolan whispered, "Hold on tight, it'll be there soon, because we have Martin." The crew regrouped. Before filming, Martin, as usual, said to Marion, "I'm sorry if I'm offending you." Marion smiled and said, "It's okay, we're all doing this for the job." The script supervisor clapped the clapboard, and Martin pushed open the door, leading Marion into the room. He pulled a chair for her to sit on, shook out the ropes, and expertly tied Marion to the chair. He had practiced with a prop master beforehand, and after the tying, Marion, though not particularly striking in figure, suddenly became voluptuous and sexy. Martin tied the rope around the leg of the chair again and, as the two of them were talking, jumped out of the window. "Great, this one's done." Nolan was satisfied with the shot. He ignored Martin, who had gone back to untie Marion's ropes, and beckoned over his assistant. During filming, Martin, to achieve the look the director required, studied rope work and became a master. The assistant quickly wrote down the details in his notebook. Martin untied Marion and pulled her up, asking, "Are you okay?" Marion smiled and said, "Good work, very artistic." Martin smiled back, "I've been practicing for a while." They chatted as they left the set. The Japanese palace scene had reached its final stretch, the one where it collapsed. This meant the entire set had to be destroyed, and any ends would be incredibly troublesome. The stuntmen were easy to deal with, they rarely showed their faces. As the lead actor, Martin naturally held himself to a high standard. Nolan specifically gave him a half-hour break before filming began. Martin sat in a chair, clearing his mind. Bruce came over and asked, "Would you like me to give you a massage?" Martin answered honestly, "I'm only used to women massaging me." Bruce gestured toward the crowd and said, "Can I find you one?" Among the local helpers the crew has hired, there are a few very beautiful girls. Martin was curious, why are they so beautiful working as helpers? I heard they all come from ordinary local families. Bruce had heard a lot of people on the crew talking about this in recent days. The crew pays the local helpers in US dollars, which is considered a high-paying job in Morocco. Martin knew a little about this. One of the conditions for the crew to receive large tax rebates and preferential policies in Morocco was to hire a large number of locals, including extras and general laborers. "Arabs?" he asked. Bruce said, "There are Arabs, and there are Jews." Knowing Martin didn't understand, he explained simply, "There are many Jewish families in Morocco, and not all of them are wealthy." "You know a lot," Martin said deliberately. "Old Bruce, be careful." AIDS originated in Africa. Bruce gave Martin a middle finger without hesitation. Chatting with Bruce, Martin truly relaxed. As soon as his break arrived, he immediately headed to the set. A stylist came over to fix his suit and makeup, and filming began again. As the camera rolled, the real-life buildings continued to collapse. Martin, in his best form, sprinted through the halls, dodging the crumbling structures. After over 20 takes, the palace was utterly destroyed. Then came the final scene of the sequence. As Martin sprinted, the prop master opened the water tank, releasing tens of thousands of gallons of pre-stored water. The building collapsed, flooding the area. Martin stood on the landing, drenched. Nolan called for a stop, and before Bruce could even move, at least 6 or 7 crew assistants rushed over, each carrying a blanket. Needless to say, the treatment of a top crew member was undeniable. Martin, draped in a blanket and holding a blanket, wiped his wet hair as he left the set and headed into the trailer to shower and change. When he emerged, Martin found Bruce waiting for him at the door. Bruce said, "Thomas just called. The White House has officially invited you to this year's Independence Day celebrations." Martin immediately thought of the Santa Monica Pier incident and asked, "Are I going to be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom?" Bruce followed him. "It's confirmed. This time it's the Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom, with a star and a grand medal," he added. "You can bring a female companion." Martin calculated the time difference, asked Bruce for his phone, and called Elizabeth Olsen. "Hi, honey, didn't I just call this morning?" Elizabeth was in the studio, watching Lily create Martin's award-winning sculpture. Martin said simply, "Leave the Independence Day holiday to me. Don't go out with your family, okay?" Elizabeth's sweet laughter came from the receiver. "Honey, do you want to take me on vacation? I can go to Africa to find you." Martin also smiled. "Let's meet in Washington. The White House notified me to attend the Independence Day celebration, and I will be awarded the medal then. Such an important moment, of course. Elizabeth would not miss it. "Okay, I'll go with you." She saw Lily in the sculpture stop the work in her hands, quietly pricked up her ears to observe this side, deliberately raised her voice a little, and said, "Can you take Lily with you? She will be on summer vacation then, and doesn't want to go back to Atlanta." Martin didn't think much about it, and said, "Sure, I'll let Bruce book a plane ticket and a room." Elizabeth said, "I'll tell Lily right away. She will be very happy to hear it." She lowered her voice, "You have to be nice to Lily." "I know." Martin saw Nolan's new assistant, the particularly discerning screenwriter, walking towards this side, and said, "I have something to do now. I'll call you in the evening." Elizabeth responded and hung up the phone. Lily put down the tools in her hand, washed her hands, walked over and asked, "I heard you talking about me to Martin." "Oh, it's like this." Martin received an invitation to the Independence Day celebration at the White House. Elizabeth roughly recounted what happened. "Yesterday you complained to me that you were bored after the summer vacation and wanted to go to Africa to visit the set together. How about we go to Washington first and then follow Martin to Africa?" Lily looked at Elizabeth, smiled and said nothing. Elizabeth felt that Lily opposite her was smiling like a cunning fox, but she seemed not to understand, and as usual, she pulled her upstairs and asked, "Aren't you going to witness Martin receiving the Outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom? Do you want to miss it?" Lily looked at this seemingly naive peer and said, "Go, why not? I went to Washington when I was a child." Elizabeth said nothing else, but talked about her longing for this journey. Capitol Hill, the Washington Monument. "I have forgotten what they look like." Lily simply acted stupid. "I wonder if I can meet Russian spies. I also want to catch a few and get a medal." The two girls with hearts as big as honeycombs came to the first floor with a laugh, said something to the housekeeper, and went to the terrace on the third floor to drink tea and chat together. Coming to the balcony, Lily noticed something unusual next door and said, "Charlize Theron seems to be arguing with her boyfriend." Elizabeth said, "Her boyfriend is a top-notch guy, but it's too far away and I can't hear what they are saying." They were too far away and could only see the two people arguing in the yard. Lily said again, "I heard from people on the set of The Dark Knight that this man was also domestically abusing Charlize." Elizabeth shook her head. "I'm not sure about this, but I read a gossip report 2 years ago that said he scolded Charlize in public and scolded her to tears." The two people were drinking tea and eating melons, looking so comfortable. At Atlas Studios, the assistant director approached Martin, made some small talk, and asked, "Did you find anything worth noting?" Martin immediately understood. "Are you compiling a behind-the-scenes story?" "Not compiling, but actually documenting it," the assistant director emphasized, always professional. "Martin, you provided quite a bit of behind-the-scenes footage during the filming of The Dark Knight." Martin smiled and said, "Well, write about how popular I was in Africa and how I was idolized by countless Moroccans." The assistant director was scratching his head in worry. Genuine behind-the-scenes footage was crucial to his promotion to this position. Martin said, "Here's one thing." Martin took leave from the crew during filming to attend the Independence Day celebrations in Washington, D.C. The assistant director, paying close attention to Martin, asked, "Are you getting another award?" Martin confirmed it, saying, "The Presidential Medal of Freedom." The assistant picked up a pen and quickly wrote it down in his notebook, still mumbling, "Thank you, Martin." This behind-the-scenes story will definitely attract attention. Chapter 509 Lucky Girl. On a set reminiscent of a first-class airplane cabin, the main cast, including Martin and Maine, gathered in a circle, connected by tubes extending from a metal box, as if for a ceremony. Everyone was sound asleep, as if in a deep slumber. A woman in a flight attendant uniform approached, and the camera spun along on a track. Nolan shouted, "Stop. It's over." He glanced at his watch. "Call it a day, 2 p.m. sharp." Everyone woke up one after another, and Ellen Page even stretched. In the seat next to him, Maine muttered, "I had a dream." "It was full of beautiful women," Martin asked. "Are they all your artistic goddesses?" Maine laughed cheerfully. As several people left the set, Ellen Page followed Martin and Maine, asking Maine, "I heard a rumor on the set that your next role is with Isabel Huppert. Where did the crew get the rumor?" "It was all Maine's own," he said cheerfully. "I was invited by Isabel Huppert herself." Ellen Page was impressed. "This opportunity is truly rare." The three of them joined Bruce and went to a nearby restaurant. A woman in her early 20s arrived with a wardrobe cart. The costume designer had gathered everyone's suit jackets and hung them on the cart's rails. As the costume designer walked away, the woman hurriedly asked in broken English, "Hello, Martin, can you sign for me?" Martin paused, smiled, and nodded, "Sure." The woman pulled a pen and notebook from a small bag hanging on the side of the cart and handed them to Martin, saying, "My name is Giselle." Martin, as usual, quickly signed and wrote a greeting. "Are you Moroccan?" she asked. "Yes," Giselle replied carefully. "I was recruited by the crew and got the job because I speak English," Martin replied. "You're a lucky girl." Giselle smiled brightly at Martin and then asked Maine and Ellen Page for their autographs. After the group had left, Giselle found her costume designer, pushed the cart to a temporary storage area, and headed out alone to eat. Leaving the studio, she circled and slowly made her way toward the studio where the giant centrifuge was being built. Seeing Mordecai exit the studio, she immediately quickened her pace. Giselle walked quickly and hurriedly, passing Mordecai in less than half a minute. The road ahead was slightly uneven, and as she stepped onto it, her foot twisted sideways, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud and a cry of surprise. The sound immediately caught Mordecai's attention. Seeing someone fall up ahead, still wearing a work vest from the same crew, the old professor hurried over and asked, "Are you okay?" Giselle's eyes welled with tears of pain as she said, "I twisted it." The old professor, kindly, said, "I'll call a doctor for you." "Wait a minute," Giselle quickly said, "no need to bother. I'll be fine." After a while, Mordecai still called a doctor and accompanied Giselle to the crew's infirmary. Fortunately, Giselle only had a minor sprain and would be fine after a little rest. In the restaurant, Ellen Page, a small eater, finished her meal the fastest. Pointing outside to the three people at the table, she said, "I'm afraid of gaining weight. I'm going out for some exercise." Martin nodded. After Ellen Page left, Bruce glanced at her back and asked, "Why does she want to hang out with us?" Maine seemed to have discovered the truth. "Is she attracted to the boss?" Martin pointed at her. "Don't joke around. She likes women." "What a waste." Maine shrugged. "Two women at once," Bruce reminded her. "Use your brain when you speak," Martin also said. "We're in Hollywood. Don't talk nonsense about topics like this." Maine nodded repeatedly. "I only dare to say this in front of you. I keep silent when others discuss these things." Bruce glanced at Ellen Page as she walked away. She may have been bullied in other crews, and when she joined the new crew, she subconsciously wanted to find a backer. This reminded Maine of something. "I heard rumors in other crews." When filming X-Men 3, director Brett Ratner invited her to a hotel night party. She told the other party about her sexual orientation. As a result, the producer went into her room that day and scolded her for being tactless. Bruce said, "It's not easy for actresses to climb up." Maine chimed in, "It's not easy for male actors either. If it weren't for Boss Martin, I would definitely have used that hyena Dr. Antonio, that fat guy," recommended, reflecting on his own experiences being sexually exploited by Louise and Kelly. Martin agreed, "It's truly not easy for male actors." For the afternoon shoot, the crew moved to a new studio, continuing to film the main characters' indoor scenes. In a nearby studio equipped with a centrifuge, Giselle, carrying a bag, told the security guard at the door that she was looking for Professor Mordecai. The security guard made a phone call, and Professor Mordecai quickly emerged. Giselle gave a shy smile. "Professor, thank you for what happened this afternoon. Without you, my foot wouldn't have healed so quickly." Mordecai asked, "Are you okay?" "It doesn't hurt anymore," Giselle deliberately walked back and forth a few times, her blue crop pants straining against her legs, emphasizing the important part. Look, I can walk again. Mordecai quickly looked away, returning to her shy, innocent face. That's good, that's good. Giselle opened the bag and handed it to Mordecai. I just had my family send it over. It's a local specialty. Professor, Mordecai waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite, Giselle insisted. It's a gift from my heart. It's not expensive. I made it myself. Seeing his sincere gratitude, Mordecai accepted it, as the bag indeed contained only local specialties. Giselle took the opportunity to ask, Professor, can I have your phone number? She pulled up her crew vest and explained, I'm a handyman on the crew. I'm not very busy, actually. If you need my help with anything, you can always call me. I don't have anything for you to do. Mordecai said this, but still took out his phone and wrote down Giselle's phone number. What normal man could refuse the contact information offered by such a young and beautiful girl? Giselle said, Professor, I won't disturb you at work. Mordecai waved and said, Goodbye, Giselle. At the door of another studio nearby, Ellen Page came out to smoke during a break in filming and happened to see this scene. She had just lit a cigarette when Mean came out talking on the phone. Ellen Page faintly heard Emma Thomas's name. Mean hung up the phone and said, Hi, Ellen, what are you looking at? Ellen Page puffed out a cigarette and glanced at him. That pretty girl who collected the laundry at noon. She's delivering something to Professor Mordecai. Mean, unconcerned, said, Any cigarettes left? One. Ellen Page handed him one and lit it with her lighter. You don't smoke much? I quit for my future. Mean used to smoke, but later, worried that the smell of cigarettes would affect his oral skills, he forced himself to quit, only occasionally smoking when under great pressure. Self-discipline and hard work are also important factors in Mean's current situation. Ellen Page asked him, Why are you smoking again? Mean simply said, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I've never played a role this demanding before. The supporting actor, Arthur, has second most screen time after Martin. If I don't perform well and drag Martin down, I'll be sorry for Martin's strong recommendation. Ellen Page envied him. I've seen you're very comfortable on set. It's like that on almost every set. Mean thought carefully. He'd been on a smooth journey in recent years, and hadn't encountered much bullying on the set. There were two main reasons for this. The crews he joined either had Martin as the lead, placing all the pressure on him, or he'd joined through the lens of a female director-producer, earning him the support of someone above him, and most people didn't want to mess with him. Someone else emerged from the studio door, Cillian Murphy and Tom Hardy. They simply glanced at Mean and Ellen Page before automatically moving to the other side of the door. Neither side seemed to bother to acknowledge the other. Mean, who had noticed the British gang's disdain for Martin when he joined the crew. They had no contact with him outside of work. He followed Martin's lead, and naturally, he looked down on the British. Ellen Page returned to the studio, and not long after, Martin and Bruce, who had finished filming, emerged. Mean had finished filming his scenes. Pointing at two British actors in the distance, he asked, Old Bruce, didn't you brag about how you beat the Brits? Cillian Murphy is fine, but that Tom Hardy squinted at us every day. Go and beat him up, Bruce said. I need mortars and mortar shells. The larger the caliber, the better. Will you get them for me? Mean asked. Isn't it difficult to buy weapons in Morocco? Martin shrugged. I'm not sure. This is my first time in Africa and I'm not familiar with this area. Bruce thought for a moment and said, It seems that 90% of the border between Morocco and Algeria is undemarcated. There are many border conflicts between the two countries, and each country supports the opposition in the other's territory. Weapons and ammunition should not be difficult to obtain, Mean said. I'll be responsible for the mortars and shells. Old Bruce, you will be responsible for fighting the Brits. You two should be quiet. Martin prepared to return to the hotel and walked towards the trailer. When the two men caught up, he said, It's rare for the crew to be quiet. Bruce spread his hands. It's quiet because you haven't caused any trouble. Mean took the initiative to change the subject. Remember that beautiful girl from before lunch? Giselle. I just saw her offering a gift to Professor Mordecai. Oh, what a shame. How come her hobbies are similar to mine? Martin said casually. She might also be drawn to knowledge and technology. Chapter 510 I won't interfere with your freedom. The centrifuge hummed to life, and the corridor in the center slowly spun. Martin began moving in the direction of the rotation, reminding Mean, keep your feet fast and coordinate your hands and feet. During filming, You need to be one step ahead of your opponent. Mean initially moved upside down, but as the corridor spun faster, he felt as if he were weightless, suspended by a wire harness. No one on the crew was more experienced with wire harnesses than Martin, a veteran stunt double. The levitation required for the corridor fight sequence required wire suspension. In these situations, the crew had to use CGI to eliminate the presence of the wires. Martin, constantly shifting his feet to maintain balance in the slowly rotating corridor, quickly approached Mean and noticed he was leaning back. He said, "The wire's support point is at the waist, which causes you to lean back. To achieve a beautiful sideways pose, always remember to keep your upper body pressed down." Mean followed Martin's instructions. Because he practiced regularly, he quickly mastered the basic technique. Martin kept moving his feet and said, "When you turn around, follow the wire. Stepping in the air can help you turn." Mean nodded and did as Martin said. Compared to the various showy wire movements in Martin's previous life, the wire movements in this play were very simple. They were just some basic movements such as floating in the air and turning over. It didn't take too long to train. After a few minutes, Martin saw that Mean was not feeling well, so he used the microphone to notify the outside to pause. The centrifuge slowly stopped. Martin helped Mean take off his wire clothes and left the rotating corridor from the back. Mean had just stepped down from the ladder and waved to a female assistant. Giselle ran over with a trash can and placed it in front of Mean. Mean reached into the trash can. Martin stayed away from him. Professor Mordecai came over and asked, "How does the centrifuge feel?" Martin said, "Very good. Next time we practice, we'll adjust the speed and direction appropriately." Nolan also came over and said, "During filming, the speed and direction of the rotating corridor were irregular." Mordecai said, "I set up 12 irregular modes of operation." He pointed at Mean and said, "Give him some time to adapt." Martin, who had also gone through this process, said, "It's not a big deal. You'll get used to it." Mean retched for a while, then gradually recovered. He took a few sips of the water Bruce offered him. The three of them went to the rest area to rest for a while before continuing. Martin had just sat down when Mean said, "Has Professor Mordecai found true love?" Bruce replied, "It's normal for a beautiful girl to admire a knowledgeable old professor. It will improve the intelligence of the next generation." Martin looked at Bruce and asked, "Is our next generation hopeless?" Bruce asked, "Are you planning to have another?" Martin shook his head quickly. "That's not a topic for us to discuss." Mean said, "An older man and a younger wife always seems a little strange." Bruce gave him the correct answer, "Because in your eyes, an older wife and a younger husband is normal." Martin ignored them, glanced at Giselle, who was wiping Professor Mordecai's sweat, and picked up a nearby notebook to write out the next training plan. Ellen Page, Cillian Murphy, Tom Hardy, Ken Watanabe, and others would also join the training. Their movements were simpler, requiring them to lie flat with the help of wire harnesses. After lunch, they all came to the studio to practice wire harnesses with Martin. Many were unaccustomed to being suspended in the rotating corridor and vomited profusely. Nolan waved his hand, summoning his assistant. "Write this down," he said. Martin personally handled some of the action direction during filming. The rigorous training was so intense that even the main actors, including Manet and Ellen Page, were nauseated. The assistant quickly wrote it down and, after finishing, said, "Director, there are a lot fewer behind-the-scenes footage to use for publicity this time." Nolan had already noticed this inside. "I didn't expect Martin to be so non-aggressive this time." He shook his head. "Why wouldn't Martin be so non-aggressive?" The assistant didn't respond, but he was perceptive enough to see the reason. Martin was the sole figure in the cast and even served as production manager. Even Louise Mayer, who supported Martin, had her Pacific Pictures company participate in some of the investment. Several British actors disliked Martin, but veteran actor Michael Caine had warned them, and the conflict between Bale and Martin was well known. No one wanted to be Bale's equal. Tom Hardy, for example, constantly looked down on Martin, but he didn't dare to cause trouble either. Thinking back to the turbulent filming of The Dark Knight, Nolan was a bit uneasy about the crew's current peaceful and smooth production. If the actors didn't fight, it would be a struggle for him as a director. He'd have no material to market. Nolan pondered whether to stir up trouble, to pit the American and British gangs against each other. There was no other way. He'd reaped the rewards of this with The Dark Knight, and having tasted it once, he naturally wanted to do it again. The question was, who on the crew could stand up to Martin? Nolan pulled a handful of his hair in worry. deciding he needed to think this over and not let the crew become too quiet. When the crew wrapped up for the afternoon, Martin returned to his hotel to find Angelina Jolie there. "Why are you in Morocco?" he asked, hugging her. "Such a big surprise for me," Jolie smiled, pursing her lips, but didn't respond. Martin, ignoring the stares of the crew, dragged her upstairs to his suite. As darkness fell, Martin's dinner was delivered to his room by the waiter. Julie, freshly dressed, had a rosy complexion and bright eyes as she sat at the table, enjoying her dinner. Martin looked at the vegan dinner she had ordered and asked, "When did you switch to vegetarian diet?" Julie replied, "It's a new experiment." She had discussed Elisha Cuthbert with Martin before, adding, "Don't worry, it's your freedom to eat whatever you want. I won't interfere with your freedom." Martin, munching on seafood, said, "You'll lose collagen and age faster. I eat eggs and milk." Julie reached out and snatched a portion of fried fish from Martin. "We're not in public, so I don't have so many taboos." She suddenly frowned. "Your seafood smell is too strong. Eat less fish and shrimp." Martin, always a considerate man who cares about his female companions, continued what Julie had said before. "I heard you became a vegetarian, so I adjusted my diet and added more seafood to supplement your protein." Julie couldn't help but curse. "You're such a good guy." Martin was so shameless. "I've always thought so." Julie was so angry that she wanted to call Aniston to fly over so that they could give Martin a lesson together. But when she thought about Aniston always being the traitor, she gave up the idea. She said, "I'm going to Jerusalem this time. I heard that you were filming a movie in Morocco, so I came to see you." Martin took out a crab claw and put it on Julie's plate. "I'm very grateful." After Julie finished eating, he reminded her, "Be careful over there. I heard that small-scale fighting has been going on." Julie nodded and said, "I saw reports in the North American media." "Are you going to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom?" Martin said, "I'll go to Washington soon to attend the celebration and receive the award. I also want to get a Presidential Medal of Freedom." Julie's way is to use the political and social situation to improve her style. "If I get the medal, it will be of great help to my career." Martin told the truth. "I would rather not get this Medal of Freedom." Julie looked at him, puzzled. Martin smiled. "With less luck, I'd die on the Santa Monica Pier." Jolie had been to war zones, and while she'd always been assured of safety, she'd also seen some injured refugees. She said, "I understand how you feel." Martin raised his glass, clinked it with Jolie's, and said, "I wish you a Nobel Peace Prize soon." "Wow, you're exaggerating." Jolie couldn't help but laugh. She downed her glass and said, "If I win the Nobel Peace Prize like you said, you can do anything you want with me in the future." Thinking of Martin's many lovers and companions, yet he'd only been with Aniston, her heart burned. "I could be your mistress forever, until the day you get tired of me and become too old." Martin poured her another glass. "May you realize that dream soon." Jolie smiled happily. If this were to come true, she would not only become a Hollywood star, but even enter politics. Then, she wouldn't be Martin's mistress, but Martin would be her lover. After dinner, they walked downstairs together, where they ran into Marion Cotillard, who was also out for a stroll. After a brief chat, the two quickly parted ways. Julie asked, "You didn't try to woo her?" "She's married," Martin said, his sweet face. "I wouldn't break up someone else's family." Julie didn't believe even half of this, and her true nature took over. "Go ahead and try." "Have you eaten too much seafood?" Martin, seeing that it was getting late and the volcano was about to erupt, said, "Let's go back." Julie thought the same thing. "I'll be in the Middle East for a long time to come, and I need to maintain a vegetarian image in public. To prevent collagen loss, I need to eat more protein. See, I'm doing the right thing by eating more seafood, right?" How could Martin refuse such a request from Julie? The conditions in the war-torn Middle East are difficult, and Martin has made great sacrifices for Julie's health. After Julie left, he prepared to leave the crew at the end of June and head to Washington. Chapter 511 Coke infiltrates the Secret Service. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. After dinner, Thomas went upstairs to pack his luggage. His girlfriend Victoria followed him from behind, watched him find his suitcase, and went into the cloakroom. She said, "You finally have your annual leave, why don't we go on vacation to the Caribbean?" She opened a cabinet and took out the route map she had planned. "From Nassau to Puerto Rico, there are beautiful scenery all the way." Thomas said, "Didn't I say it? We're going to Washington for vacation." "Washington? What's fun or interesting about that damn place?" Victoria was very unhappy and raised her voice. Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial, Capitol Hill? I have no interest in these damn places. Thomas finally found love and tried to communicate calmly. We can go to the Independence Day celebration at the White House. Ordinary people have no chance at all, Victoria asked, because of Martin, right? Thomas touched his bald forehead. Martin is about to receive the Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom. He will get it, not you. Victoria couldn't tolerate her boyfriend caring more about someone else. Can't you just accommodate me for once? Thomas also made a slight compromise. Next time, I promise. Far from calming Victoria, these words only intensified her anger. Go find your Martin. See if he'll sleep with you. Shut up. Thomas, furious, pointed at the door and said, you can leave now. Victoria demanded, you want me to leave? Thomas took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and said, let's stop here. He regretted deeply that he should have broken up with this woman after the last Hefner party, instead of continuing to be together over something like that. No. Thomas realized he was wrong. He should never have been in a relationship in the first place. Victoria asked, what do you mean, we're breaking up? Thomas said this, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. The pressure on his shoulders lifted, the gloomy sky above him cleared, and he instantly felt revitalized. He immediately understood that the breakup was a genuine, urgent desire. We're done. You can move out. Victoria, still furious, packed her things without a word. Thomas watched the whole thing with a cold eye. His mind, clouded by love, was filled with so much. How many parties had he turned down for his girlfriend? How many invitations had he rejected from beautiful women? Giving up an entire forest for a single tree, it's not worth it. Victoria quickly packed her things and went downstairs, bag in hand. Thomas followed. Don't regret it. Victoria flashed Thomas the middle finger. Go to hell. Thomas' heart softened for a moment, but seeing his bald head in the hallway mirror, he swallowed back the words. A car started outside, and Thomas left. Victoria drove out, flashing the finger at Thomas while shouting, Super Agent Thomas, a man who needs Vigo to thrive. Super Agent Thomas. Thomas was furious, rushing out the door and yelling at the car. She could call him bald because it represented his hard work, but she couldn't say he wasn't capable. Many neighbors came out to watch. Thomas hurried home, still having a mountain of luggage to pack. He swore he'd never have a girlfriend again. One night of love was much more comfortable than this. Once again in Washington, Martin was greeted by another Secret Service security guard named Benjamin. The car crossed the Potomac River, turned onto Pennsylvania Avenue, and arrived at the Hilton Hotel. Before exiting the car, Benjamin specifically instructed, Mr. Davis, I'll pick you up at 8 a.m. on July 4th for the celebrations. You're free to move around during this time. Martin shook his hand. Thank you. Benjamin handed him a business card with his phone number, then suddenly changed his tone, whispering, Master, this is what I should do. He patted his chest and said, Long live the Church of Coca-Cola. Martin was momentarily stunned by this, then nodded and said, Are you a member of the Church of Coca-Cola? Benjamin suddenly began to undress. Bruce was startled, and his hands instinctively went to his pockets. Benjamin unbuttoned his black jacket, then his white shirt, revealing the red t-shirt underneath. He said solemnly, Forever the Church of Coca-Cola. Forever the God of Coca-Cola. Martin hadn't expected his followers to have reached the White House Secret Service. He nodded with a powerful smile. Ben, you're doing well. He winked at Bruce. Bruce took out a business card with his contact information and handed it to Benjamin. Call this number when you need me, Benjamin said. Yes, Master. Martin prepared to get out of the car. Benjamin added, Many of our Secret Service brothers have joined the cult of Coca-Cola, and they're eager to meet the Master. Martin thought for a moment and said, If the opportunity is right, you can introduce them to them. Benjamin was delighted. Yes, Master, I'll find the right opportunity. Bruce looked at the Secret Service agent. Having seen plenty of performances, and since Secret Service agents aren't politicians, he could tell this man wasn't just acting or talking nonsense. Had the cult of Coca-Cola infiltrated the Secret Service and the White House Secret Service? Benjamin accompanied Martin and Bruce to the Hilton Hotel, collected the suite key, gave a few instructions, and then left. Martin and Bruce went upstairs and stayed in the same room they'd stayed in the previous time. Bruce took out the equipment he'd prepared and carefully checked every room, confirming that everything was okay. The two bodyguards who had been guarding the house in Los Angeles also arrived, staying diagonally across the street. Martin said, I hope we won't encounter the same bad thing as last time. Bruce opened the window and looked outside, saying, that shouldn't happen. Those people were too crazy last time. They dared to be crazy with me, but they didn't dare to do the same to Harvey Weinstein. Martin knew that Bruce was talking about the reporters from the News of the World. The reporter team that secretly filmed him last time was not only caught by the FBI, but also labeled as Russian spies. He asked, Old Bruce, the News of the World hasn't taken any action against Harvey. Bruce had been paying attention. Maybe they're collecting evidence, or maybe they've collected evidence, but Harvey and the relationship behind him haven't been mobilized. After all, it involves so many aspects, Martin said bluntly. I really want to get rid of that bastard Harvey. Bruce told the truth. It's difficult, or even impossible, to do it alone. Martin nodded. Find the right opportunity. He changed the subject. I didn't expect the Coca-Cola cult to infiltrate the Secret Service and the White House. Bruce was also surprised. I didn't expect it either. It seems that they like, or even worship, you as the leader, Martin joked. It's a pity that the Coca-Cola cult is a loose organization. Do you really want to capture the White House and dissolve the United States? Bruce had heard Martin's drunken nonsense. That would require an army of beautiful women to do it. Martin also said nonsense. Maybe Coca-Cola can hold a few more Coca-Cola cult promotional activities in Washington to attract more young people from different departments to join the Coca-Cola cult. At this point, he suddenly thought, even if we can't do anything, if we encounter a problem in the future, maybe someone can say a few words to help, and maybe one of them will make a difference. Bruce thought for a moment. Thomas still has to negotiate this. Speaking of the agent, he sighed. Thomas broke up with his new girlfriend. Martin laughed. When he comes to Washington, we must celebrate his return to singleness. Thomas, single and bald, seemed even more capable. Martin's phone rang. He glanced at it and picked up. Hi, Navis, I'm in Washington. Are you calling to treat me? It was Navis from the FBI on the other end. I'm at the Hilton Hotel. Let's meet up and talk, Martin said. Let's go to the cafe next door. The other side replied. Sure. Martin and Bruce went downstairs to the Starbucks nearby. Navis was sitting at a table in the corner and waved to them. Martin scurried over, sat across from him, and said, Congratulations on your promotion, old friend. Navis said, I should thank you. Martin waved his hand. Let's not be polite between us. Navis smiled and said, Without those Russian spies, I wouldn't have made it to the assistant director position. This was obvious. He wouldn't tell Martin about some of the hidden details, like the fact that he was admired by several important figures in the White House, which meant his rise to prominence over the next 4 years would be much smoother. Martin didn't continue the conversation, but instead asked, How's your research on the film adaptation of this incident going? Both sides had discussed the matter long ago, and Navis had carefully considered it. He said, The time frame is too short, and adapting it would be a bit complicated in some ways. My suggestion is to wait a few years. Martin expressed his understanding. Navis continued, I have competitors within the FBI. We have unspoken rules. Similar incidents have happened too many times, and no one would take the initiative to expose them. But I was promoted, and I blocked his way forward. Martin understood what he meant. This person won't cause me any trouble, will he? I won't cause you any trouble, Navis reminded. He may create some obstacles for you, such as sweeping away the limelight of you, an American hero, and teaching you a little lesson. As long as they have a legitimate reason and it's not too extreme, the White House won't say anything. Martin said, Should I keep a low profile in Washington? Navis suggested, not to keep a low profile, but to be careful. America is a society ruled by law. They won't take action against national-level public figures like you unless they break the law. He smiled. But don't forget, we are the FBI, and we are best at fishing. Martin nodded. I will be careful. If there's an emergency, I will call you as soon as possible. Navis added, the key is not to give them the opportunity. Chapter 512 Fishing and Bait. Martin walked through the side entrance of the cafe and returned to the Hilton Hotel for dinner at the rooftop restaurant. Thomas, Lily, and the others wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Just as Martin and Bruce entered the restaurant leading to the rooftop, a waiter in the lobby slipped through the nearby security exit and pulled out a text message. The message was brief. Top floor restaurant. Martin and Bruce chose a window seat with a view of the Washington Monument. As darkness fell, the National Mall, illuminated by lights, offered a stunning night view. Martin looked over there and said, This place deserves an extra-large firework. Bruce understood that the fireworks he was talking about were not the kind set off at the Independence Day celebrations, and reminded him, "Man, your thoughts are getting more and more dangerous. Are you planning to commit treason?" Martin shrugged. "Maybe I came from the slums, and I have a special feeling for this hot land of America. I always want to give it a little boy or a fat boy." Bruce coughed lightly. "I need to let you know that you are now a national hero of the United States and will soon receive the Outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom." Martin laughed. The Church of Coca-Cola must continue to develop in Washington and organize more activities. He was obviously joking. "If you want to catch me in the future, you must first eliminate the members of the Church of Coca-Cola, but 99% of them are." Bruce was also amused by the cold joke. "Unless you can become a leader like Hubbard." Martin pondered for a moment. "Scientology is a cult, and the Church of Coca-Cola is upright. Just like how I live and work." He won the Oscar and the Cannes Best Actor in an upright manner. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of high heels. His eyes flicked to a glance, and he caught sight of two long legs in black stockings, next to a pair of long white legs. The latter had reached the table across the way and suddenly turned toward him. Martin realized it was someone he knew. He'd met her several times on his last trip to Washington, Kate, a reporter for the Washington News. "What a coincidence. We meet again," Kate said, stepping forward to greet him. "Martin, congratulations." Martin stood and shook her hand. "Thank you." Kate had clearly dressed up meticulously, wearing a professional dress that accentuated her long legs, rounded hips, and ample breasts. She also wore black-rimmed glasses, giving her a sophisticated air reminiscent of Louise. Honestly, her looks and figure were no less impressive than Louise's. Kate sensed Martin's gaze and pulled over her companion, clad in black stockings. "This is my friend Rachel. She works in book discovery and publishing." Rachel extended her hand and smiled faintly. "Martin, nice to meet you." Martin shook her hand, feeling its strength. "Nice to meet you." He looked at Kate. "Are you coming for dinner?" "I'm a young reporter, and I'm treating Rachel to dinner." Kate had chatted extensively with Martin the last time he was in Washington, and they were already familiar with each other, so she took the opportunity to say, "How about we share a table?" She asked. "Bruce, Rachel, do you mind?" Martin nodded. "That's perfect. I'd love to hear about the latest happenings in Washington," Rachel said. "I'd also like to learn about Hollywood literary adaptations." Bruce moved to Martin's side, offering the other side to the two women. After Kate and Rachel finished ordering, Martin casually asked about Washington politics, especially after Guan Hai's appearance on stage this year. Kate explained a few things, then turned and said, "You caught another spy at the Santa Monica Pier. Is there anything top secret?" "You know I'm a reporter, and it's hard to work without an exclusive," Rachel said. "Kate's been under a lot of pressure at work lately." Kate said earnestly, "Help your old friend, okay?" Martin seemed mesmerized by her beauty. Under the table, Kate gently nudged Rachel's leg, and Rachel nudged her back. "I was terrified," Martin said seriously. "I'm not the fearless hero the media portrays me to be. I'm also terrified of death. I fought bravely because I wanted to survive." Kate was slightly stunned. What kind of secret was this? Publishing the report would only make Martin more like a living hero, not a special symbol. She asked again, "Nothing else?" Martin thought carefully and said, "Everything else has been reported before." Kate was somewhat disappointed. Rachel kicked her lightly under the table, but she still kept smiling. "Thank you for the exclusive." Martin smiled. "You're welcome." The waiter then brought the two women their meals. Rachel turned the topic of literary adaptations to film. Rachel asked, "I saw in the media that you and David Fincher are planning to adapt Gone Girl. The novel has already been published." Since the news of Martin and David Fincher's collaboration on the film adaptation was released, it has shot up the New York Times bestseller list and is currently in the top 20. Martin replied, "The script is finished. Director Fincher has assembled the crew for pre-production. Filming will probably begin in the second half of the year." Rachel said, "My publishing house has a few good novels that I think would be suitable for film adaptation. I wonder if you're interested." Martin said, "Someday, when you have time, bring them over so I can take a look." Rachel found an excuse to meet again. "I'll contact the author when I get back, and then call you back." She naturally asked for his phone number, pulling it from her bag. "Can you tell me your number?" Kate had his contact information, so Martin gave her the number. Rachel called, and when Martin's phone rang, she hung up. After chatting for a while, Kate invited him, "Are you busy tonight? Let's find a place for a drink after dinner. She spoke with her head held high, her strengths evident, making it hard to refuse. Before Martin could say anything, a stocking-clad foot reached up from below, slipped into his trouser leg, and rubbed it up and down. Martin's gaze shifted to Rachel. Rachel simply smiled at him, as if the foot under the table was none of her business. At that moment, Martin was on the verge of agreeing. Two beautiful, elegant women, offering invitations and hints, how many normal men could resist? But Martin, though a jerk, was more stable than an old dog when it came to hiding. He thought of Navis's reminder. The FBI was the global pioneer of phishing. Almost as soon as he thought of this, Bruce, who had always had a tacit understanding with Martin, seemed to choke on his water and cough twice. Martin could tell Old Bull was trying to warn him, and smiled. I have some urgent work tonight. I apologize, that's okay. Call me when you're done. Kate, noticeably less composed than Rachel, was a bit anxious. Rachel and I will bring some wine to your place. Rachel interrupted Kate with a smile. Martin's work is important. Let's not disturb him. Kate slapped her forehead. Look at me. I'm so stressed out at work. My head's spinning. Martin was polite. Thank you for understanding. Rachel didn't pull her foot back from under the table. Instead, she climbed up Martin's leg, smiling charmingly. Wait for my call. I'll contact the authors as soon as possible and then talk to you about the adaptation. Martin smiled and replied, I'll be waiting for your good news. Rachel pulled her foot back and tried to ask the waiter for the bill. Martin offered to pay for them, and the four of them left the restaurant together, parting ways in the elevator. Kate and Rachel took the elevator downstairs. Because there were other people in the elevator, they remained silent until they left the hotel and got into the car they had driven. The latter unbuttoned his business jacket, took out the miniature recorder hidden in his inner pocket, threw it aside, and said, There's nothing useful. Kate let out a long sigh and said, I can see that his eyes are almost glued to us. He is obviously a pervert, but he is so timid. You are too anxious, especially when you said you were going to his room at the end. Rachel reminded, it will easily arouse Martin's vigilance. She emphasized, Martin is indeed a pervert, but he is also a ruthless man who killed 6 or 7 armed gangsters alone. Kate suddenly regretted it. Will he kill me? Rachel touched her face. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything, we just need to seduce him into bed. Isn't this what you are best at? Seduce employees or supervisors from various departments and get news from them. Kate took her hand away and confirmed again, I will cooperate with you. You promised me that no matter whether you succeed or not, you will no longer pursue the things I did. Rachel smiled and said, we always do what we say. Okay, I'll be more proactive next time, Kate said fiercely. She couldn't have a criminal record, and she couldn't lose this job, or she would be bankrupt. Wolves always eat meat. Rachel's phone rang. She pulled it out, checked number, got out of the car, closed the door, answered it, and said, Boss. The other party said, You're out. Rachel said, Things aren't going well. He hasn't taken the bait yet, but I left some bait for next time. So difficult. The other party was puzzled. He doesn't like your looks. Tonight, Rachel and Kate's professional outfits were carefully prepared, modeled after Louise and Kelly. Rachel said, to avoid alerting him, I have no choice but to withdraw. She got to the key point. The bait I left is a literary film adaptation. We need to find a suitable work that will catch Martin Davis's attention as soon as possible. The other party said, I'll have someone do it. Back in the room, Martin took off his coat and examined his pants. There seemed to be something strange at the hem. Bruce said, Those 2 women are trying to seduce you. That Kate seduced me the last time I was in Washington, Martin said, sitting on the sofa. She's trying to seduce me again, so it's not surprising, but the timing. He was still very cautious. Navis warned us, Bruce said. I'm worried they were bait, too. Martin nodded. We'll see how it goes. Be careful. The next morning, Rachel called and told Martin she'd contacted an author willing to adapt her work into a novel. Martin decided to hold off, saying he had a lot of activities in the last 2 days and would wait until after the celebration. He contacted Navis and sent him the photos of Kate and Rachel that Bruce had secretly taken. Martin did have a lot of activities, so Elizabeth and Lily rushed over, along with Thomas and Ari Emanuel, who had extended the invitation on behalf of his brother, Rahm Emanuel. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Hawking verifies Martin. As the lights came on, the Escalade Martin and Elizabeth were in pulled up next to a club on Pennsylvania Avenue. Ollie and Thomas got out of another car. Martin and the others followed them into the club. They arrived at the door of a reception room. The men in black suits guarding the door were probably White House Secret Service agents. Rahm Emanuel was now the White House Chief of Staff. Ollie opened the door and said to the group, "Come in." Martin and Elizabeth walked in at the back. As they passed the door, the Secret Service agent nodded slightly, patted his chest, and then raised his right hand in a subtle drinking gesture. Martin was very familiar with this. He had used a similar gesture when drinking Coke on the red carpet. It was obvious that this was a member of the cult of Coke. Martin smiled at him and followed him into the main reception room. After the Santa Monica Pier incident, there were tens of millions of cult of Coke members across the United States. Rahm Emanuel and his wife stood in the reception room. A smile crossed his face as he said, "Hi, Martin, we meet again." Martin took a quick step forward and shook Rahm's hand. "I was planning on waiting for Ollie to come over so I could pay him a visit." "You're welcome," Rahm invited. "Please feel free to sit down." His wife came over and said to Elizabeth, "There's a program for ladies to relax here. Let's not get involved in their boring conversation." Elizabeth smiled and followed Mrs. Emanuel out of the reception room through a side door. Rahm got straight to the point. "Martin, you've been doing so much better these past 2 years. You've become a cultural phenomenon." Martin smiled and replied, "It's mainly thanks to WMA's support. Ollie has invested so much in me over the years. Without his help, I wouldn't be where I am today. That's why I've always worked with WMA, even when CAA kept trying to tempt me." Ollie continued, "Martin is now WMA's ace. I have a plan to transform the Martin brand into a cultural icon like Star Wars." Thomas had discussed this with Martin. Martin himself wasn't interested in Star Wars, but he was well aware of its importance to Americans. To say that Star Wars is the defining icon of American film culture is no exaggeration, it's even an understatement of its influence. Martin's words are fitting. "I will fully cooperate with the company." Ollie is WMA's largest shareholder. Does WMA's interests affect Rahm? Martin certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to ask. "We gained a lot on our last trip to California," Rahm said, referring to the previous election. "Your leanings have influenced many members of the Coca-Cola cult." He laughed. "This loose alliance has great admiration for you." Martin seemed casual and modest. "The Coca-Cola cult is just a facade. They gather online because they like my characters and Coca-Cola. They lack organization and cohesion." Rahm, however, had witnessed the power of these people in the election. Members of the Coca-Cola cult are spread all over the United States, and voters can influence voters. Ollie interjected, "If it weren't for the entertainment act, I would have invited you to become a partner in the company." Martin laughed. "The company's support for me is very strong." Rahm added, "You are now one of the most famous Democrats in the United States." Martin said, "When I voted in the election, my party affiliation was indicated on the ballot." Since Atlanta, Martin has been entangled with the members of the Democratic Party. Kelly Gray, with whom he had always maintained a romantic relationship, later Louise Mayer, and Jennifer Aniston, among others, are all members of the Democratic Party. Hollywood's Donkey Party has numerous members and supporters, including Tom Hanks, Sean Penn, the Roberts family, Spielberg and Lucas, Meryl Streep, Scarlett Johansson, George Clooney, and many more. Celebrity support and mobilization are clearly effective. Every election year, Hollywood stars are always invited to make their mark. To put it bluntly, the Hollywood Oscars system is based on election rules. Considering Martin's growing influence, especially among members of the Coca-Cola cult, Rahm offered him a favor. "Independence Day is in 2 days, and Barack will personally present you with a medal." Martin said, "While I was injured and hospitalized, Barack took time out of his busy schedule to visit me. I've always wanted to thank him in person." Rahm followed up, "You'll have the chance to thank me soon." Martin cursed inwardly. Those involved in politics are far more ruthless than those in the entertainment industry. Rahm said, "Barack's eldest daughter, Maria, is about to start her summer vacation and is preparing for a summer internship. She's very curious about filmmaking and production and wants to work for a film company." Martin responded quickly, "Leave it to me. Whether she wants to join a top-tier, large-scale production or an art house crew, it's no problem." The two chatted for a while, basically a matter of you support me, I'll help you. The enormous influence of the Coca-Cola cult gave Martin some capital. Just after 8:30, Martin said goodbye and left the club. On the way back to the Escalade, Elizabeth said, I've made an appointment with Mrs. Emanuel. I'll host her and the children when they go to Los Angeles. Martin discovered that the little witch knew more than just washing her face. Elizabeth held his arm tightly and said, there are some things that are inconvenient for you to do. I can help, she said, whether consciously or unconsciously. Mom and Dad both said that diplomacy with wives can sometimes build closer relationships. Martin patted her hand and said, just go for it. Let me know if you need anything. At this point, he remembered what Ram had just mentioned. Elizabeth would undoubtedly be the more appropriate person to do it. Martin pondered, after the Independence Day celebration, there's a White House luncheon. The Guane family will be attending. His eldest daughter, Marissa, wants to participate in a film-related internship this summer. Elizabeth took it all in memory. When Martin finished, she thought carefully and said, leave it to me. It's easier for girls to talk to each other. Back at the hotel, Bruce opened the door to find Lily fiddling with a camera inside. She nodded at Martin. Martin took off his coat and hung it up, then asked, are you going out to take pictures so late? Lily said, I'll take pictures when you get your medal, so I can use them as models for the sculptures. Elizabeth replied, we'll buy them then and keep them for our collection. Lily gave Elizabeth a subtle thumbs up. Elizabeth winked at her. Martin noticed, but didn't bother to pay attention. He went back to his room to shower and change, saying to Lily, it's okay, come back to your room early. Lily put away her camera and said, I'll sleep on my side tonight, she added. I promised Elizabeth. Martin recalled something from their time in Atlanta and said to Elizabeth, you don't know her. Elizabeth said, Lily promised me. Lily smiled. Martin shook his head and went into the master bedroom. Elizabeth hadn't slept well that night, mainly because Martin had tortured her so much that her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke that morning. Lily hadn't slept well either, with dark circles under her eyes. She stared at Elizabeth from her room. She couldn't understand why this usually quiet girl was screaming so loudly. That day, Martin took the two of them shopping for suitable clothes and touring several famous Washington attractions. During this time, Benjamin called, so Martin made a special trip to meet him near the north gate of the White House. Benjamin had brought a dozen or so off-duty Secret Service agents, who were waiting near the north gate. After Martin arrived, these relatively young agents, while not as frenzied and enthusiastic as the fans, were more united. They chanted in unison, "Forever the Coke Cult! Forever the Coke God!" Martin took a photo with each of them, asked their names, and had each person write a different message as they signed. For a poor student, writing such a variety of inspiring messages was a real drain on his brain. Benjamin even asked for autographs and photos from the other on-duty members of the Coke Cult, and Martin fulfilled their requests one by one. Although he and Bruce exchanged some jokes, they weren't taken seriously. The Coca-Cola cult was, after all, a loose organization. Martin soon left. The streets of Washington, D.C., were filled with an even stronger Independence Day atmosphere than in Los Angeles. Early on July 4th morning, Benjamin arrived at the Hilton Hotel to pick up Martin for the White House celebrations. Once again on the North Lawn, Martin was seated in the front row. Lily and Elizabeth sat slightly further back in the family section. Shortly after Martin took his seat, more people began arriving, many of them acquaintances. The one in the wheelchair was Stephen Hawking. The Presidential Medal of Freedom wasn't just for Americans. Joining Martin was the renowned Spielberg. Martin went to Hawking first, expressing his respect, hoping for a comment similar to Charlize Theron's, that in countless parallel universes, Martin Davis was a hero. Instead, an electronic voice rang out, "Hello, Master." A nearby photographer captured the moment, and Martin turned and gestured to Bruce. Bruce understood immediately and went to the photographer for a copy. This was the Coke Cult leader, certified by Stephen Hawking. Martin returned and shook Spielberg's hand again. "Stephen, you're my idol, the director I most want to work with. Jaws, E.T., Indiana Jones, and Jurassic Park, you brought me all the joy of my childhood," Spielberg said. "Today, I'm your supporting actor." Both he and Hawking had received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the same kind Martin had received last time. Martin frankly said, "Actually, I don't want it." "Who wants to face that kind of situation?" Spielberg, having watched the relevant video, said, "You're amazing. Let's talk about it sometime." I've heard Kathleen praise you more than once. Kathleen Kennedy, producer of The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, was Spielberg's right-hand man. As Guan-Hai took the podium, the room quickly quieted down. Chapter 514 The Highest Honor. After the Presidential Medal of Freedom recipients, including Hawking and Spielberg, left the stage, Guan-Hai took the podium again. His expression was solemn, his gaze profound, and his voice drawn out. For over 200 years, countless individuals have defended our country and protected our citizens. We are forever filled with pride and gratitude for them. A live camera panned to Martin, giving him a close-up. Guan-Hai continued his speech. The hero among us embodies the spirit, courage, and love of America. He believes in America, he loves this land, and he will never stop defending our freedom. The audience erupted in applause. Lily raised her camera and snapped away. That's why we honor our heroes, Guan-Hai gestured. Please welcome Martin Davis, the distinguished recipient of the Medal of Freedom, an American hero. Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel, seated in the front row, was the first to rise and applaud, followed by other White House officials. The entire South Lawn stood and applauded. The Medal of Freedom isn't awarded every year, and today, Martin was the only recipient. Elizabeth also stood up and applauded Martin. The moment moved her immensely, feeling this was also an honor for her. Lily raised her camera, snapping away, capturing Martin's glorious moment. Martin walked up to the podium amidst the applause, stood in the center, and said, "Mr. President." Guan-Hai shook his hand and said with a smile, "Martin, you have shown us the courage and resolve of America." Martin stood straight and allowed Guan-Hai to pin the large medal and the star on him. The applause on the South Lawn intensified. Martin took 2 steps forward, approaching the podium, and said, "America's strength comes from the faith and spirit of all of us. I'm not as brave as you say. I did all this to survive, but you have given me this great honor. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America." Amidst the applause, Martin walked back down to the podium. Lily put down her camera and said, "Who could have imagined that neighborhood jerk would receive this nation's highest civilian honor?" Elizabeth's palms flushed from snapping photos, her face flushed with excitement. "Don't you think Martin is incredibly charming? He's an American hero, and mine too." Lily looked down at her camera, replaying the photos she had just taken. Martin returned to the viewing area. Spielberg hugged him, and the others shook his hand. Hawking's voice chimed again, "Heroic leader." Martin nodded, "Thank you." The ceremony continued, and a staff member arrived to remind Martin to proceed to the banquet hall for the reception luncheon after the ceremony. Burbank, Los Angeles. Tony, pregnant, sat on the sofa, intently watching the Independence Day celebrations on TV. The sight of Martin, draped in his large medallion, captivated her. "So cool, my hero." She gently stroked her belly and murmured, "Son, come out and see. Your father is a hero, a true hero." In a wide close-up of the television screen, Martin, adorned with a large medallion and a star on his chest, exuded the utmost masculinity. In contrast, Guan-Hai, dark and short, formed a perfect backdrop. Tony, who couldn't drink alcohol right now, poured herself a large glass of juice, raised it toward the TV, and said, "Congratulations, my hero, the father of my son." Just then, a close-up caught Martin's smile, and as if it had been answered, Tony downed the entire glass in one gulp. Feeling as lighthearted as ice cream. She figured this was the year her son would be able to come out and see his father. It was truly wonderful. Tony looked at the expensive apartment she'd rented. She'd thought it was spacious, but now it seemed cramped. The ceilings were too low, the space was too small, the furniture and appliances were too varied, and the food and clothing weren't top-tier brands. She was truly dissatisfied with everything. Everything could change once their son was born. Tony thought of the Cody neighborhood in Sherman Oaks, where Martin owned a single-family home, worth no more than $3 million. She wasn't greedy, her son's place was enough. A father should give what he deserved. The live broadcast continued, but without Martin in the shot. Tony stood up, ready to go out and stretch her legs. The doctor had ordered a minimum level of activity. 2 floors above, in another room, Ben Affleck picked up the remote and turned off the TV. Martin Davis had received the highest national honor a civilian could receive, basking in the White House and before the eyes of the entire nation. This weighed heavily on Ben, even more than his breath. Ben instinctively went to the liquor cabinet and opened the lattice glass door. It was bare, not a single bottle of wine. Alcoholics, In both moments of depression and joy, need alcohol. Ben's long, horse-like face fell, his temper rising to the surface, ready to explode. But then he saw the words written on the inside of the cabinet. Have you forgotten the humiliation Martin Davis inflicted on you? Martin Davis thrived, and you fell off a cliff. Ben Affleck, do you still want revenge? And the crucial line, do you want Jennifer Garner to become like Brad Pitt's ex-wife? These heartbreaking words, written in a moment of calm and intense hatred, instantly dispelled Ben's alcohol addiction, invigorating him and restoring his sobriety. Ben closed the liquor cabinet and declared, I will never forget. I must have revenge, but it was easier said than done. Over the past month, he had someone secretly contacted Elisha Cuthbert and Anne Hathaway. The former had no feelings for Martin, neither good nor bad, they were now a stranger. He didn't want to offend his powerful ex-boyfriend because of a down-and-out man. The latter was foolish enough to believe she owed Martin a debt. Ben had originally considered sending someone to Atlanta, but then he realized he had no roots there, while Atlanta was Martin Davis's hometown, and he abandoned the idea. What should he do? Ben followed suit, just as he and Pitt had fallen, planning to start with the women surrounding Martin Davis, like his assistants and housekeepers. But then he spotted a Hollywood anomaly. A jerk with a Playboy moniker and the Playboy ways, yet he'd never forced himself on a woman. It was unbelievable. This was so un-Hollywood. Just ask yourself, what big-name star, director, or producer in the industry could say they hadn't sexually coerced anyone? Is this even a Hollywood star? No mistake. Clearly a freak psychopath like Johnny Depp. Ben was even considering touching on the spy case, just in case something was fishy. Before he could even get close, he spotted the LAPD and FBI. One was part of the largest armed and violent organization in Los Angeles, the other a member of the largest in the United States. Ben couldn't afford to mess with him. Checking the time, he headed out to the supermarket. As he took the elevator downstairs and exited his apartment, Ben noticed a pregnant blonde woman sitting by the door, seemingly in agony. He knew her, he'd encountered her more than once, and the residents of the building sometimes treated her like a criminal. At other times, Ben wouldn't have paid any attention, but the sight of her in agony reminded him of the time before his daughter was born. Even people with short tempers can have softer sides. Ben approached and asked, "Are you okay?" Tony looked at Ben and said, "I was so excited and had some sweets, maybe I'm having contractions. Please, take me to the hospital." Ben said, "I'll call 911 for you, they're taking so long to get back and forth." Tony cried, "Please, take me to the hospital. I can't lose this baby." Ben hesitated, then lifted her up. "Hold on." Tony placed one hand on Ben's shoulder, the other on her belly. "I can hold on." The woman was incredibly strong at this moment. "I can definitely hold on." Ben helped her into his car, started the car, and sped to the nearest hospital. In less than 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of the emergency room. Ben shouted, "Doctor, help! Help!" Someone immediately rushed out. Soon, Tony was in the emergency room and receiving medication to maintain her pregnancy. Ben breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor came over and said, "The problem is not very serious, but you still have to be careful. Pregnant women should not have too much emotional fluctuations, as it is easy to have problems." Tony's heart returned to her stomach. "Doctor, is my baby okay?" The doctor said, "No problem, you have a good rest, pay attention to your mood, and call me if you have any problems." Tony nodded, "Okay." The doctor gave the nurse a few instructions and left quickly. Tony turned her gaze to Ben, thinking of the previous misunderstanding, and said, "Ben, thank you." Ben had done a good deed and was in a better mood. "We're all neighbors, you're welcome." He couldn't stay here with Tony for long, so he asked, "Where's your husband or boyfriend? Give him a call and tell him to come over soon. He should know about this kind of thing." Tony didn't have a husband or boyfriend at the moment, but thinking of the live TV broadcast just now, she said, "He's on a business trip to Washington, not in Los Angeles." Ben asked one more thing, "Business trip? Leaving you home alone?" Tony said, "I can't blame him. He went to the White House for the Independence Day celebration." Ben thought of the live TV broadcast she had just watched and said, "Amazing." The baby in her belly filled Tony's head with many inexplicable thoughts, and she said some unconsciously, "He also appeared on the live TV broadcast." Ben felt that Tony's man might be a big shot, and couldn't help but say, "Wait until he comes back, and introduce him to me." Tony nodded unconsciously. "When the opportunity is right, I'll introduce you to each other." Ben checked his watch. If there's no problem on your side, I'll be leaving. Tony grabbed her bag and pulled out her phone. Shall we exchange contact information? This time, she realized that someone might face an unknown situation, so leaving the phone number of someone living in the same building could be helpful in a critical moment. Okay, Ben thought of her husband or boyfriend who would be attending the White House Independence Day celebration. Chapter 515 Martian Rescue. In the White House banquet hall, the girls, dressed in their finest attire, gathered together, chatting about topics of mutual interest. Elizabeth's recounting of Hollywood anecdotes caught the attention of Guanhe's eldest daughter, Maria, and the two quickly engaged in a lively discussion. Elsewhere, Chief of Staff Ram whispered something in Guanhe's ear. Guanhe nodded slightly. I'll go talk to Martin for a minute. Although he had just taken office at the beginning of the year, his team was already preparing for his next term. The Coca-Cola cult, with its broad popular base, was a force to be reckoned with. Guanhe had spoken with several major Coca-Cola shareholders and executives, and they all acknowledged that even the Coca-Cola Group's influence on the cult was far less than that of its leader, Martin. Coca-Cola's hiring of Martin as a lifetime spokesperson was a matter of urgency. Martin, noticing Guanhe approaching, turned and greeted, Mr. President. Guanhe smiled and said, we're old friends. Call me Barack. The crowd dispersed slightly, including Spielberg, who had previously discussed movies with Martin. Guanhe and Martin continued chatting. The others were envious. This Hollywood star's influence far transcended cinema itself. 19-year-old Sasha Spielberg approached her father, somewhat indignant. Martin Davis has only been famous for a few years. Why is he receiving such a warm reception? Spielberg, more clear-headed, pointed to Martin's large medallion. First, he risked his life for it. Second, he has a cola cult of tens of millions behind him, and he's the leader. While the organization is very loose, his influence cannot be ignored. Sasha still couldn't understand. Spielberg turned to look at Elizabeth Olsen, who was chatting with Maria. She was only a year older than Sasha, but much more mature. Sasha was well protected by the couple. Spielberg felt that if Martin turned to politics, he would have a much stronger foundation than George Clooney, who was jumping around trying to enter the political arena. The luncheon didn't last long. Before 1:30, the guests had left. As Martin left, Benjamin walked into the parking lot and whispered, Master, the brothers who didn't get their pictures taken yesterday were so happy to get your autographed photos. Let me express my gratitude. Elizabeth thought to herself that Martin's followers had even reached the White House. Martin nodded. The Church of Coca-Cola will be holding a few events in Washington later. I'll have someone send you invitations. Benjamin was delighted. Okay, Secret Service work was actually quite boring, but the Church of Coca-Cola could bring a lot of fun. Martin got on the car and asked Old Bull to drive back to the hotel. After the car left the White House, Elizabeth said, I've talked to Maria, and she's very interested in joining a major Hollywood crew for a summer internship. Martin thought for a moment and said, Nolan's crew will be moving to Los Angeles in Canada soon. I've contacted Nolan and Warner Brothers and asked her to join the crew for an internship. Elizabeth said, that's fine. I'll bring a few people around my age to play on the set. Martin praised her sincerely. Liz, you're doing great. Elizabeth hugged his arm and said, actually, I learned all this from my sisters. They're much better than me. I'm lucky if I can learn even half as much as they can. Martin kissed her on the cheek. Lily, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't stand it anymore and said, I had a big lunch. If you keep feeding me dog food, I'm going to throw up. Martin said, do you want me to let you out of the car? You took a lot of photos. Elizabeth changed the subject, leaning over the passenger seat and asking Lily, we'll take a look at them together when we get back and choose materials for your film. Lily just smiled cheerfully. In the White House lounge, Michelle listened to Maria's words, pondered them for a moment, and then found her husband. While he was resting, she quietly went over and brought up the family matter. Martin Davis' girlfriend, Elizabeth. Guanhe listened to his wife's description. Christopher Nolan's crew, Michelle replied, a Warner Brothers project. Nolan is the director of The Dark Knight. Guanhe had heard about his eldest daughter's summer internship with a film crew a few days ago and had casually mentioned it to his chief of staff, Ram. After all, his brother, Ali, was a prominent Hollywood entertainment agent. With top Hollywood crews, A-list directors, and A-list stars, it was a perfect fit. Guanhe called Ram and, after hanging up, said, Maria's interested, let her go. Michelle said, She'll be happy to know you agreed, Guan He, feeling upbeat, said. Martin Davis is a very tactful and interesting guy. Michelle nodded and left to find her daughter. She also called Elizabeth Olsen to discuss her daughter joining the crew after she arrived in Los Angeles. In the hotel room, Elizabeth put down the phone and said, "Done." Martin came back and contacted Nolan again, gently tapping her cheek. "Thank you for your hard work." Elizabeth asked, "Are you going back to Africa next?" Martin replied, "To continue filming." Nolan said he can't do without me. He said that without me, the crew would be dead silent, lacking fun and excitement. Elizabeth went to change into her daily clothes and said, "That sounds strange. Maybe it's because I'm not on the crew and no one is stirring up trouble." Nolan is not used to it. Martin could vaguely guess some of Nolan's thoughts. No stirring up trouble means no publicity, and the director is under a lot of pressure. Elizabeth almost burst out laughing. "What a strange director," Martin added. "Hollywood has never had a director like Nolan before. He is a completely new type." Elizabeth didn't quite understand. "He's not as good as the four great directors." "Right, that's not what I'm talking about." Martin was talking about another aspect. He has die-hard fans like celebrities, the kind that only have me and no one else. His fans can't tolerate anyone saying anything bad about them. Elizabeth thought of the three-way battle on IMDb, just like what the fans of The Dark Knight did on IMDb against The Godfather and The Shawshank Redemption. Martin nodded. "Almost." He put away the grand insignia and the star and handed them to Elizabeth. "I won't be in Morocco for long. The crew will be back to Los Angeles soon for filming. You and Lily shouldn't go there. Those places in Africa aren't very safe." Elizabeth packed the grand insignia and the star into her suitcase and said, "Okay, I'll go back to Los Angeles and prepare to welcome Maria." Bruce knocked on the door and said, "You've got a call." Martin opened the door and asked, "Who's calling?" Bruce glanced at Elizabeth. Seeing Martin didn't respond, he said, "That editor, Rachel, who mentioned the literary adaptation a few days ago. Did she say she had a suitable novel she wanted you to read?" Martin asked Elizabeth, "Are you interested in going with me to look at a project?" Elizabeth smiled and shook her head. "I need to pack. You and Bruce should go." Martin picked up his coat and left the room with Bruce. Halfway through, Martin switched to the trio's special cell phone, which Nicholson had given him after the Santa Monica Pier incident, and called Navis. "Hey, men, the fisherman's here again," he said. Navis had heard Martin's details before. "If the bait's right, you can eat it and throw away the hook," he emphasized. "Never bring a hook to a private event." You've seen the FBI style. Martin had actually participated in 2 such incidents, and both times, Russia suffered the consequences. Navis added, "The leader of that gang is 1 level below me. As long as you don't get hooked, everything else will be easy. I'll strike back soon and send him overseas as a liaison officer." Martin, reassured, went downstairs with Old Bull to the adjacent cafe, where they met Kate and Rachel again. Seeing them enter, Rachel whispered, "As expected, he didn't bring his girlfriend, and he still has some feelings for us." Kate asked, "Are you ready?" After their previous meeting, Rachel and her superiors had carefully analyzed the situation and decided that they couldn't rush into anything. 1 or 2 attempts might not be enough to dispel Martin Davis's suspicions. As the 2 sides got more familiar with each other, some things began to unfold naturally. Martin arrived, shook hands with Kate and Rachel, and pulled up a chair to sit across from them. Today, the 2 women had changed their style, wearing long dresses, minimal makeup, and sweet smiles, a bit like Elizabeth Olsen's everyday style. Martin suspected that next time, they might switch to the style and temperament of Jolie and Aniston. Kate smiled sweetly and said, "Congratulations on receiving the Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom." Rachel said something similar. "Thank you." Martin asked Bruce to order a few coffees, then got down to business, asking Rachel, "Did you say on the phone that you had a literary project suitable for film adaptation?" Rachel nodded and said, "Yes, we've discussed it internally and think it has great potential." This was a work her team had found overnight. To ensure authenticity, they even forged the publisher's name and contacted the author. Of course, they didn't dare use the work of a well-known author, as any problems would be very troublesome. So, they specifically found a science fiction novel that had some online reputation, but had not yet attracted the attention of publishers and was only updated on a personal website. The FBI has a dedicated Hollywood liaison office, where Rachel once worked as an assistant. She roughly estimated that adapting this novel into film would require an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. Such a project would definitely not be negotiated in a short period of time, so she could work with Martin on various fronts to improve their relationship. Martin asked directly, "Did you bring the work?" Rachel opened her briefcase, pulled out a file bag, and handed it over. Martin then looked across at the other side, noticing it was full of printed manuscripts. Rachel explained, "It hasn't been published yet, but is being serialized online." Martin nodded, took out the bound printed manuscript, and saw the name on the cover, The Martian. Chapter 516, Fishing? Feed the fish. I'm fucked. This is my conclusion after careful consideration. I'm fucked. These 6 days should have been the beginning of the most glorious 6 months of my life, but instead, they've become the prelude to a nightmare. The other teammates must have thought I was dead, and I can't blame them. Maybe there'll be a state funeral soon, and my profile page will say, Mark Watney is the only person to have died on Mars. Martin carefully read the first 2 chapters, and Matt Damon's honest face automatically popped up in his mind. Considering the title of the novel, it was easy to tell that this was the one about growing potatoes on Mars. Then, he looked across at Rachel and wondered what the FBI was up to. Martin had looked for this novel, but couldn't find it on the publishing market. So, a few FBI agents looking to swindle someone used it as bait. Or were they trying to show him goodwill? First they gave him a beautiful woman, then they gave him a project. What kind of people are they? Although his mind was racing, Martin's acting was perfectly on point, his expression calm, as if this work was just mediocre. Rachel had been observing Martin, noticing he was calmly reading the document, seemingly uninterested. This wasn't an FBI operation. Her boss had recruited a few loyal subordinates to teach Martin a lesson for blocking his promotion. The resources available were limited. Rachel's initial thought was that simple seduction would be enough, considering the man's reputation as a playboy. Martin read 2 more chapters, making sure he hadn't made a mistake. He closed the printed copy and said, a literary work leaning slightly towards hard science fiction, with only average potential for adaptation. For years, Hollywood films leaning towards hard science fiction have had high investment and low returns, with few truly successful ones. Rachel did some preparatory work and said, "Don't you think this is like a Martian version of Robinson Crusoe? It's brilliantly written." When I read it, it had the dramatic thrust of a rocket launch. Martin asked, "Has it been published? Does it have an audience? Is the author famous?" Facing someone in the industry, Rachel couldn't make up stories, so she could only say, "No, the author is a nobody." You see, these are the problems. Martin spread his hands. Even if I wanted to adapt it into a movie, I still have a long way to go. Rachel thought, as long as he didn't refuse outright, it would be fine. She didn't care whether Martin would adapt it in the end. Rachel continued, "We can agree on a plan to move this forward toward an adaptation." Martin quickly flipped through the printed manuscript and noticed there was no ending at the end. Who's the author? There's not even an ending. Rachel, you're putting me in a difficult position. Rachel, about to reach out, retracted her foot. Martin continued, "I need to meet the author and have a personal conversation with him to make sure he can complete this work and write a satisfactory ending. Only then can I move forward with the adaptation." He looked at Rachel and said, "You're a seasoned editor. You should understand the workings of Hollywood. Even a relatively large film project costs at least hundreds of thousands of dollars to move forward." Rachel thought for a moment and said, "Our publishing house is also in discussions with the original author about these matters. I can assure you that none of what you're talking about will be a problem." Seeing that he was using his expertise as an argument, Martin simply said, "How about this? We can jointly fund the initial recommendation. Later, when the film project is launched, I can bring your publishing house in as an investor." This completely caught Rachel off guard. Wasn't it enough to just give him a novel? He also had to help fund the project? Was this fishing, or feeding the fish? But she'd worked as a junior assistant in the FBI's Hollywood office and knew this was a legitimate way of doing things in Hollywood. Of course, Rachel couldn't come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Perhaps her boss had some in his treasury, but he certainly wouldn't part with the cash. Bruce glanced at Martin but said nothing. He saw that this was just the actions of a single individual in the FBI. If it were an official FBI operation, the two would have figured out a way to resolve the situation long ago. Things kept going off plan, and Rachel was a little flustered. She looked across at Martin, who was full of sincerity. "Well," she said, feeling helpless, "I need to check with my superiors." Martin said, "No rush." He picked up the printed document and said, I'll take it back and take a closer look." It was impossible not to let someone take it back, so Rachel nodded and said, "You take it." Martin put the document into his file and gently nudged Bruce's foot. Bruce remained calm when his phone suddenly chimed in his pocket. He picked up the phone and spoke briefly, then said to Martin, "It's from the White House. The president wants you to watch the fireworks tonight." Rachel's eyebrows twitched, but she didn't seem overly concerned, as her superiors weren't directly connected to the White House. Martin picked up the briefcase and shook hands with Rachel, who had risen. "If you're willing to invest, please notify me immediately so I can have someone make preparations." Rachel smiled and said, "I'll report this to my superiors." Martin and Bruce left. After they disappeared, Kate slumped back in her chair and said, "You're making such a fuss. This could have been solved by just taking off your pants." Rachel, furious, stared at Kate, but ultimately said nothing. She picked up her briefcase and left the cafe. Martin and Bruce entered the hotel lobby and went to the lounge. Bruce carefully examined the briefcase, confirming it was in good working order, before they went upstairs. "So you're done so soon?" Elizabeth hadn't finished packing yet. Martin nodded and said to Bruce, "Call Thomas over." Elizabeth, knowing he had something important to do, gestured toward the bedroom. "I'll go see if Lily's finished packing." A few minutes later, Thomas came in, and Martin called him into the suite study. Bruce handed Thomas the file bag. "It contains the manuscript for a novel." Thomas took it out and asked, "Want to buy the copyright?" Martin nodded slightly. "The manuscript isn't published yet, so the copyright should still be in the hands of the author, but I don't know who it is," he specifically asked, but Rachel belatedly refused to answer. "Find the author and negotiate with him for the film and television rights as soon as possible." "Okay." Thomas flipped through the manuscript. Martin's mind flashed back to Matt Damon's honest face. Remembering he was a member of the Foot Gang, he sighed to himself that it wasn't just fate, even the FBI wanted him to be on the wrong side of the Foot Gang. Thomas read the manuscript for a while, then opened the computer in his study, logged into Google, typed in a section of the manuscript, and used Google search to open a personal blog. He looked carefully and said, "I found the author." Martin replied, "Who is it?" Thomas said, "A man named Andy Weir. Lacking a publisher, he serializes and updates The Martian on his personal blog. He's only updated to the last chapter of the manuscript." He read the author's biography, saying, "He graduated from the University of California and currently works at Blizzard Entertainment." Martin asked, "The Blizzard Entertainment that made the Warcraft games?" "Yes," Thomas confirmed. "He's a game programmer at Blizzard." Martin thought for a moment and said, "Go back to California right now, find this guy, get him, and buy the rights." Thomas put the manuscript away. "I'll book a flight right away." Martin then remembered something else. "By the way, check Ridley Scott's upcoming schedule." Thomas nodded and left the room. Martin thought again, confirming that he was the director. Director Ray Allen was known in the industry for his inconsistent work, his films consistently failing one after another, leading to his fame but limited access to final editing. However, one thing was clear, Ray's most flops were epics, particularly period pieces, with Gladiator being a major commercial success. Conversely, Ray rarely failed in science fiction. Martin remembered Ray Allen as a highly ambitious director. After each sci-fi success, he plunged headfirst into epics without hesitation. Kingdom of Heaven, Robin Hood, Pharaohs and Gods, and The Last Duel, all box office failures costing hundreds of millions of dollars. Martin pulled out the trio's cell phone and called Navis again. After a brief conversation, he felt relieved. Thomas flew back to Los Angeles that afternoon. Martin and his group had dinner early and returned to the White House to enjoy the Independence Day fireworks display with Guan Hai and the others. Elizabeth also met with Michelle, who confirmed that Maria would travel to Los Angeles in mid-July to join the Inception crew for a summer internship. Nolan, Martin, and several Warner Brothers executives would all sign her practical activity records. It was clear she would attend an Ivy League school in the future. The next morning, Martin saw Lily and Elizabeth off before boarding a flight out of North America, returning to Morocco to continue filming Inception. While transiting in Rabat, he received a call from Navis. The fishermen, having lost an internal competition among the fishermen, were assigned to South Korea as liaison officers and would not return to North America for a long time. With the hook on, Martin naturally had to keep the bait. Thomas contacted Andy Weir, who was still writing part-time and had little hope of seeing his serialized novels through, so the talks went smoothly. Chapter 517, Catch him alive. Irvine, Orange County, California. After lunch, Andy Weir went to his office window, gazing into the distance to relax his eyes. In the small plaza in front of the office building, a statue of an orc wolf rider held its battle axe high, while on the other side, the Lich King pointed his sword into the distance. Andy Weir lowered his head and pulled out a card with the phone number of a publishing house that had contacted him, hoping to publish The Martian, a novel he was serializing part-time. That was his most precious child, one he had poured countless efforts into. Andy Weir stared at the Lich King statue and murmured, "My child, I wish that the day you were born, all of America would pronounce your name." The wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Andy Weir pulled out his cell phone and called the publishing house, but the signal was busy. He waited a while, called again, and it was still busy. Andy Weir had a bad feeling. The publishing house might have rejected his work. Hope had been given, then gone, and he was in turmoil. Before work that afternoon, Andy Weir called the number one last time, but it still didn't go through. Just as he was about to put his phone down, it vibrated. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Andy answered. "This is Andy Weir." The voice on the other end was also unfamiliar. "Hello, Mr. Weir, this is Thomas Lane, Martin Davis's agent. I'm here on behalf of Martin to discuss matters related to The Martian." Andy was stunned. "Martin Davis? The Hollywood Martin?" "Yes, the Martin you know, the American national hero." The person on the other end asked, "Do you have a minute now? Let's find a place to talk." Just as his hopes were dashed, a greater hope emerged. Andy said, almost without hesitation, Sure. I'll take the day off now." Putting work aside, Andy asked his supervisor for leave and drove to the agreed-upon location. He remembered that the films Wanted and Limitless, starring Martin Davis, were both adaptations of literary works. Gillian Flynn, an unknown author, became a New York bestseller because Martin and David Fincher wanted to adapt her novel Gone Girl, a lifelong programmer, or a book that made him famous. No choice at all. When the car pulled up outside the agreed-upon coffee shop, Andy didn't go in immediately. After the initial excitement, he calmed down a bit and pulled out his phone to search for Martin's agent. There were many pictures of Martin with his agent online. Andy memorized the person's appearance, got out of the car and entered the coffee shop. At first glance, he found an identical face. However, his hair seemed less than the online one, which still had hair on his forehead, but he was now bald. Thomas also noticed Andy, stood up, shook his hand, invited him to sit down, and got straight to the point. While Martin was in Washington, he saw the serialization of The Martian on your personal blog and was very interested. "He wants to promote the book and film adaptation," Andy eagerly asked. "Is Martin playing the lead role?" Thomas, having received a definitive answer from Martin, replied, "Yes, I'm 100% certain of that." Andy knew that the opportunity to change his life was right before his eyes. He cast aside the publisher who had contacted him but lost touch with him. "I'm willing to work with Martin." Only he knew the depth of his dedication to writing The Martian. To write this novel, Andy taught himself orbital dynamics, botany, the history of spaceflight, and an overview of Mars. "A wise decision," Thomas said with a smile. "You can call your agent over, and we'll discuss the copyright licensing." Andy smiled helplessly. "I don't have one." Thomas followed the formal procedures to avoid any subsequent disputes. "A lawyer will work, too." Blizzard had a professional copyright attorney, so Andy immediately called for help and began formal licensing negotiations with Thomas the next day. Astra Studios, Morocco. While the crew was taking a break, Martin quietly entered the studio housing the centrifuge. Nolan, who had been listless, perked up upon seeing Martin. He rushed over and gave him a bear hug. "I've been waiting for you," Martin smiled and said. "I rushed back as soon as I finished in Washington." Mina and Ellen Page ran over to congratulate Martin on receiving the prestigious Presidential Medal of Freedom. Nolan was about to wave when he noticed his assistant standing behind him, pen and pad in hand. "Write this down," Nolan said directly. During filming, Martin Davis received the Medal of Freedom in Washington, D.C., and upon his return, the crew held a grand celebration for him. The assistant quickly noted this while glancing across the studio. Cillian Murphy and Tom Hardy, among the British actors, clearly had no intention of congratulating Martin. Nolan paused, thinking of an extremely important tidbit that could be used for publicity. He added, "Maria, the daughter of the sea, is spending her summer vacation with the crew." The assistant felt that Martin's Medal of Freedom and the daughter's visit were the most eye-catching so far. "That's all for now," The daughter's visit could generate dozens of different tidbits and news stories. Nolan felt that even Martin, who didn't cause trouble, could still generate attention, which gave him peace of mind. Lately, Nolan had even considered personally engaging with Martin to generate some news and attention. But he worried that if he really angered Martin, he might become the next Bale. After the studio quieted down a bit, Nolan found Martin again and said, "The crew's been having some great news lately. You've received the Medal of Freedom, and Professor Mordecai has won the Moroccan National Prize in Physics. All of this could be used in promotional marketing." "Where's the professor?" Martin didn't see Mordecai. "I want to congratulate him." Nolan looked around and pointed behind the centrifuge. "Over there," he added, "the professor won't be on set for long. He's going to Tehran for an academic exchange soon." "Tehran?" Martin looked over there just in time to see Mordecai and the beautiful woman named Giselle walk out. Mordecai also noticed Martin and walked over. "Congratulations." He didn't just say congratulations, but pulled a small box from his pocket. "This is for you," Martin continued. "Professor, I want to congratulate you on winning the award, too." Bruce saw Mordecai pull out the gift box, opened his bag, pulled out the Coca-Cola Cult Edition Joker gift box, and hurried over. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake, one song, one release, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum, one look. Martin finished his congratulations, and Bruce, in perfect harmony, handed him the gift box. He then gave it to Mordecai, saying, "My family hand-carved it." Mordecai smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then, he accepted it and handed it to Giselle, who was standing beside him. After another break, the crew was almost ready. Nolan raised the megaphone and called the actors to prepare. The next action scene was set, and Manet was the star player. Several actors entered the revolving hallway. Martin had no scenes to rehearse today, so Martin quietly watched from behind the director's monitor as Nolan directed the crew. The director is the overall commander on set. Even the producers always defer to the director's opinions. After training, Manet was already adept at handling the revolving hallway action sequence. However, Nolan had choreographed hundreds of shots for this scene, and the other actors, including Martin, had to coordinate with Manet. Martin watched from the director's monitor for a while, and Manet's execution, both in action and in wirework, was excellent. During a break in filming, Giselle went to make coffee for Mordecai. Another plain-looking female assistant arrived and asked in French, "How is the progress?" Giselle replied in French, also speaking French, "He trusts me now." "I'll try again." The assistant glanced outside and added, "The intelligence we've received is correct. Mordecai has made some breakthroughs. The order is to get him out. He's valuable to us. If that doesn't work, we should try to capture him alive." She emphasized, "He's going to Tehran next month for an academic exchange. We don't have much time left." Footsteps sounded outside. Giselle nodded slightly, carrying her brewed coffee and leaving. At lunchtime, she went to the cafeteria to pick up her food and brought it to Mordecai's office, where they ate together. During Martin's absence, Giselle and Mordecai's relationship had blossomed, becoming almost like a couple. "We'll be done filming the centrifuge scenes in 10 days at most," Giselle said as they ate. "You said last time you'd take me on a Mediterranean cruise after that." Mordecai scratched his head and said apologetically, "Probably not. I'm in Tehran for an academic exchange." Giselle was shocked, but kept it to herself. "Going to Tehran, originally, we were supposed to go next month," Mordecai explained. "But after discussions between the University of Casablanca and the University of Tehran, they changed the schedule. Some things have to be handled 2 weeks in advance." Disappointment crossed Giselle's face. "Oh, I see." Mordecai was a renowned Moroccan physicist with expertise in centrifuges, which was why the crew had invited him. Giselle was worried, as some centrifuges could be used in specialized industries. Mordecai added, "After we get back from the academic exchange, I'll take you on a European cruise." Giselle couldn't object, so she agreed. Okay. After lunch, while taking out the trash, Giselle ran into the unremarkable female assistant again. "Yes?" the female assistant asked. "Things have changed," Giselle said quickly, her voice low. "Mordecai is leaving for Tehran early. He might have something very important to attend to." Hearing this, the female assistant paused for a moment before making up her mind. "We can't wait any longer. We need to find an opportunity tonight," Giselle said. "You'd better have a plan." The female assistant nodded. I'll go back to the hotel early and figure out a way to prevent Mordecai from returning to Casablanca. Chapter 518 Kidnapping. After dinner, Martin, Nolan, Emma Thomas, and Mordecai went upstairs together. When you go to Casablanca, you must come to my house, Mordecai warmly invited. Give me a chance to host you, Martin smiled and said. Professor, you're very polite, Nolan said. That'll have to wait until my next trip to Morocco to film, Mordecai offered sincerity. You can transfer through Casablanca when you leave Morocco, Nolan politely declined. Mordecai got off the elevator first. Martin and the Nolans' rooms were on the upper floor. Back in the room, Bruce opened his bag, took out Professor Mordecai's gift, and handed it to Martin. Martin opened it and took a look. It was a piece of old coral, a Moroccan specialty. Bruce said, "It's beautiful." Martin handed it back. "Keep it." He went to shower. When he came out, his phone rang. It was Thomas, calling at the perfect time. Thomas had almost finalized the adaptation of The Martian. With their experience with Gone Girl, Davis Studio would recommend the novel to Random House, where it would be published and adapted into film. Martin hung up the phone and said, "Those FBI guys are really good people." Bruce asked, "Is that novel good?" Martin dug out the manuscript and handed it to him. "Read it carefully." Bruce ignored it. "Just kill me," Martin sneered. "Student scum." A regular van pulled up to the dimly lit area of the hotel, and several women boarded. The unremarkable female assistant stood in the van, a hotel floor plan taped to the sleek metal wall. Giselle and 3 others boarded. The assistant asked Giselle in French, "Anything?" Giselle nodded. "I'll be up in half an hour." The assistant produced a lipstick and handed it to her. "It contains a sleeping aid. It takes effect quickly, allowing you to sleep soundly all night without waking up." Giselle examined the lipstick, confirming it was fine. Another woman pulled out a large suitcase from the side. The female assistant said, "After you're done, we'll disguise ourselves as passengers on the same floor and go up with the suitcases." Giselle examined the suitcase. "Mordecai is rather small, so this will fit him without any problem, but I'll need help moving him." The unconscious body was incredibly heavy, and even with their training, it would have been difficult for them to fit alone. The female assistant said, "They and I will go up and help you." She walked over to the hotel floor plan and pointed to a spot on it. "This is the hotel's freight elevator. It's rarely used between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. We'll use this elevator to retreat, exit through the side rear door where cargo is unloaded, and once we're in the car, head east. Ouarzazate is not far from Algeria, and we'll be met at the border." The women took note. The female assistant concluded, "Just a reminder, all communications must be in French. If anything unexpected happens, we will act as French citizens." "Understood," Giselle replied, putting away her lipstick. After ensuring everything was clear outside the car, she exited, turned onto the main road, and entered the hotel. She carried her bag and went to the passenger elevator. After a brief wait, an elevator descended. Mene, dressed in black, emerged and spotted Giselle. He smiled and said, "Good evening." Giselle remained calm and composed, smiling. "Want to go out?" Mene flashed his white teeth. "It's stuffy in the hotel. Let's go for a walk." Seeing the elevator door close, Giselle quickly pressed it and pointed inside. "I'm going up." Mene quickly moved aside and said, "Goodbye." Giselle entered the elevator. As Mene walked out, she couldn't help but lament Professor Mordecai's lack of taste. Wouldn't it be better for the professor to find someone around her age? What was so great about such youth? Mene left the hotel and checked her watch. It was still early, and Emma Thomas couldn't come out at that moment. While wandering aimlessly, she found headphones, plugged them into her phone, turned on the music, and began to learn French. This was also part of her preparation for her role with Isabelle Huppert. Although Mean, thanks to his eloquence and Martin's recommendation, had reached a level unattainable for most actors, he also recognized Martin's hard-working side and gave his all during his preparations. Time flies when one concentrates on a task. It wasn't until some time had passed that Mean heard his phone ring. He checked the caller ID and quickly answered, but hesitated to speak. Emma Thomas's voice rang through the receiver. "Chris and I have something to do. We'll be out a little later. Find a secluded spot. I'll come straight to you," she added. "Not too far, just near the hotel," Mean replied. "No problem." The caller quickly hung up. Mean put away his headphones and looked around. The quietest spot was undoubtedly the back of the hotel. There were trees and almost no street lights there, so no one would be around at this late hour. Furthermore, being close to the five-star hotel, he didn't have to worry about security. If anything happened, he could just yell and the hotel's security would hear. Min walked towards that area and spotted a truck near the back door. Thinking of his goddess, Emma Thomas, Min instinctively stopped after seeing the car and stood behind a tree, trying to see if anyone was inside. If someone was, he'd move somewhere else. If not, the back of the car seemed like a good spot. It would block the view without ruining the outdoorsy atmosphere. Inside the hotel suite, Giselle went to the bathroom to shower. At first, she could hear Mordecai's occasional noises. When she emerged wrapped in a towel, Mordecai was slumped over on the sofa, already fast asleep. She quickly changed her clothes and went over to pat Mordecai. Professor. Professor. Mordecai was snoring, unresponsive. Giselle nudged him again, making sure he wouldn't wake up, then pulled her phone from her bag and dialed. After the ringing 3 times, she hung up. Giselle reached the door and peered through the peephole. The hallway was perfectly quiet. She hid to one side of the door, waiting for the person to arrive. In the van, the assistant put away her phone, opened the partition window, and tapped it gently. The driver nodded slightly. The assistant beckoned the other 2 to get out. One of them got out, looked around, and saw nothing unusual in the darkness. She said in French, "No problem, hurry up." The assistant handed her a large suitcase. Seeing she was trying to drag it, she quickly warned, "Be careful with the wheels. Don't drag it on this bad road. Even if Mordecai is thin, he's still a man. If the wheels are broken, dragging him will be very inconvenient and arouse suspicion." The man picked up the suitcase. The assistant and the other man got out, closed the rear door, and walked along the road toward the hotel's main entrance. The 3 of them quickly passed a tree. Min, dressed in black, stood behind the tree, motionless. Having experienced so much with Martin, he still had some basic mental fortitude. His natural strength made him even harder to detect in the darkness. The 3 women walked further and further away. Min, who had been holding his breath, took a few deep breaths. When they turned the corner, he pulled out his phone and quietly followed them. Min overheard the conversation in French. Something was about to happen to the crew? He was the second male lead. Martin was the lead actor, and Emma Thomas was the producer. Min, a man of conscience, couldn't sit idly by and watch anything truly happen. He also recognized the woman leading the group. She was clearly a female assistant. Was the target Professor Mordecai? This reminded Min of Giselle, who had hooked up with the professor, and who would sometimes whisper to the assistant. Min had a suspicion. He arrived at the hotel entrance and saw 3 women passing through the lobby and entering the elevator. An actor himself, he imitated Old Bull's leisurely pace, walking towards the elevator with his hands in his pockets, as if he knew nothing. As he neared the elevator entrance, he saw the last suitcase being dragged inside. Min waited a few seconds, then hurried inside and waited patiently in front of the elevator. The elevator indicated it was heading up and stopped at the floor where Professor Mordecai and the British actors lived. Min immediately took another elevator to Martin's floor, ran to Martin's room, and knocked on the door. Bruce opened the door and saw Min. Curious, didn't you go on a date? Min hurried inside and closed the door. Bruce, boss, something's happened. In a few words, he recounted what had just happened and his suspicions. Why did they kidnap the professor? Min was puzzled. Martin picked up his phone. Let's go find the director and producer first and see what they say, Min asked. Shouldn't we rush over? Bruce patted him on the back. Rush over and get shot? This is Africa. As Martin was leaving, he suddenly remembered Nolan's words. The professor was going to Tehran for an academic exchange. Was there a connection? North Africa and the Middle East are close together, and the relationship is complex. While Martin was thinking, he had already knocked on Nolan's door. Nolan was surprised. What's going on? Martin went in first, beckoning, and Min and Bruce followed. As Nolan closed the door, Min repeated the story. Emma Thomas glanced at Min, puzzled. Why? Nolan shook his head. I'm not sure. He tried his best to remain calm. Due to his lack of experience in dealing with similar incidents, he asked Martin, you have experienced more similar incidents than me. What do you think we should do? Time is urgent, Martin said. My personal opinion is that if we let them take the professor away, we may be in trouble. The crew may be investigated by the Moroccan side for a long time, he said directly. The bodyguards of the crew and the security personnel assigned to the crew by the Moroccan authorities live on the 2 floors below. They are all equipped with guns. As long as we notify them, it will not be difficult to stop these women. Nolan knew that he was far inferior to Martin in this aspect, and motioned for him to continue. Martin knew Nolan well, and it would be easy to convince him to follow his lead. We can record the whole thing, Chris. During filming, the director personally led a kidnapping case. Nolan, no ordinary director, immediately thought of the buzz this would generate and said, "That makes sense, that's for you and Emma to decide." Martin backed off, as Nolan had mentioned that Mordecai was going to Tehran for an academic exchange, and it seemed he had a knack for building centrifuges. As a director who perfectly combined skill and marketing, Nolan made the decision, "Let's do it." He personally called everyone to make the announcement. Chapter 519 Commander Nolan. Stuffing a sleeping man into a large suitcase was no easy task. Even with the 4 of them, Giselle and her companions took a while to stuff Professor Mordecai inside. However, so far, everything was going smoothly. After closing the lock and locking the combination box, the assistant glanced at her watch and said, "Get ready to go." Giselle reached the door, peered through the peephole, and pressed her hand behind her. The 2 men pulling the suitcase immediately fell silent. The assistant pulled out a small pistol. Giselle continued to watch as Tom Hardy and Cillian Murphy left the room and walked out together. These actors often went out drinking, so she didn't find it strange. After a moment, silence fell outside. Giselle withdrew her hand and returned. Just as she was about to open the door, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Through the peephole, the face of Nolan's assistant appeared. Giselle recognized him. He often followed Nolan around, a notebook in hand, taking notes. Then there was a knock on the door. Giselle glanced back. The female assistant and 2 others were hiding in the doorway, out of sight. "Who's that?" Giselle asked. The person outside said, "It's me, Assistant Director Anderson." Not wanting to arouse suspicion, Giselle opened the door. "The professor just went to bed, so I won't invite you in so early," the assistant director muttered. "Giselle, please tell the professor that Director Nolan asked me to inform him to arrive on set half an hour early tomorrow. He has a new idea for the centrifuge scene. There had been a similar incident a few days ago." Giselle nodded slightly. "Okay, please." The assistant director left. Giselle closed the door, turned around, and said, "No problem." The female assistant, cautious, asked, "Has this happened before?" Giselle nodded, "Twice recently. Nolan is a very active director, and he often comes up with new ideas on the spur of the moment." Fearing she might run into someone else from the crew, the female assistant said, "Wait a little before you leave." The room fell silent. It was equally quiet outside. Assistant Director Anderson crossed the elevator and turned into the emergency exit, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. A dozen people had gathered there, and Nolan was at the corner of the stairs. To create a major event, attract more attention to the film, and boost both box office and directorial acclaim, Nolan personally took charge. He asked, "Anderson, what's going on?" Anderson replied, "They're still here, and it wasn't Professor Mordecai who opened the door." "Something's wrong." The assistant was exceptionally perceptive. Nolan nodded slightly and said to the 2 security chiefs, "4 women, are you all right?" The director and producer had promised a hefty bonus. One security chief said, "With over a dozen of us, over a dozen guns, and a well-planned operation, they can't escape." The other security chief, holding a tablet, observed the situation outside Professor Mordecai's door through a camera secretly placed by Anderson. The others drew their pistols and checked their weapons. Nolan beckoned over the assistant director. "This is a very important assignment. You take the camera and follow them, filming the entire process. It's risky, and I won't force you." Anderson muttered to himself, "Director, you've already said it. If I refuse, I'll definitely lose your trust. Is there any choice? Climbing the ladder in Hollywood is incredibly difficult. And the fastest way to get there is to work alongside someone in a higher position." Anderson gritted his teeth and said, "Director, I'll be fine. Leave it to me." Nolan patted him on the shoulder. "I've always believed in your abilities." Emma Thomas pulled out a DV and handed it to Anderson. Anderson glanced at the dozens of burly men in front of him and took it. Director Nolan was a master of scheduling, having studied similar cases for films like Batman. Going up 1 floor, in Martin's room, Ming took a can of cold beer, opened it, and said, "Boss, why did you give such a glorious thing to Nolan?" He considered the good side. Nolan and Emma do have the final say in the crew, but we can also go with them, and then you and Nolan will join forces." Martin interrupted Mean. "No, this matter has nothing to do with us." Mean still felt strange. Martin said again, "Our director has been waiting for a big event so that the crew can attract the attention of movie fans around the world. Nolan is not an ordinary director. Since I told him, there is no need to steal the limelight from him. In my current situation, I don't need to be in the limelight anymore." Compared to Mean, Bruce knew Martin better and didn't say much. Mean drank half a can of beer and said, "Boss, you have thought about it more comprehensively than me. I will listen to you." Thinking that it was Mean who first discovered this matter, Martin still said a few words appropriately. "This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't tell anyone that you discovered it after you go out." Mean scratched his head. "Boss, you confused me. Forget what I said next after you leave this room." Martin has always been very good to his own people, and simply said, "The crew invited Professor Mordecai from the University of Casablanca because he has in-depth research on centrifuges. After the crew's work is completed, the professor will go to Tehran for academic exchanges. Bruce is a poor student, and Mean is an even worse student among poor students." Martin looked down on the two poor students. "Can you have some common sense? The raw materials for the little boy need to be centrifuged." After hearing what he said, Bruce understood, and recalled the appearance of Giselle and the female assistant. They don't look Arab. After all, he was a soldier, Mossad. Mean was in Hollywood, so he had naturally heard of this organization. "Them," Bruce said. "Mossad is very good at using beauty traps. They have used beauty traps to seduce MiG-21 pilots, ensnare nuclear experts, and assassinate mortal enemies." Martin said again, "Maybe not." He smiled. "Director Nolan has wanted to make big news since I joined the crew. Let's give him such a good opportunity. Even if he does, Nolan will at most be on the blacklist of the Hoopoo." Bruce said, "Then, Nolan's movies will hardly be shown there." Mean understood this time and said, "Boss, old Bruce, get out of this room. I will sew your mouth shut." Bruce grinned. "I will kill to silence you. No mistakes." Mean deliberately crossed his arms. "I'm so scared." Martin checked his phone. No news yet. Inside the security corridor, Nolan looked at another tablet, which displayed a floor plan diagram taken on the way down. The security director next to him was staring at the camera footage on the tablet and reminded him, "Director, they're coming out." Nolan quickly looked over to his side. The screen showed 4 women pulling a suitcase out of the room and heading to the side of the corridor, not the one leading to the elevator. As a director with a background in realistic crime films, Nolan's mind raced quickly. He glanced back at the floor plan and made a judgment. They're going to take the freight elevator. The security chief picked up the intercom and called out, "Is the freight elevator still on the first floor?" The other end replied, "Yes." Nolan, hearing this, ordered, "Go around to the freight elevator and block them in the elevator lobby." The security chief immediately led a dozen men downstairs, sprinting down the lower floor into the emergency passage next to the freight elevator. Seeing that the elevator had just ascended from the first floor, he stepped lightly up the stairs. Nolan, holding a TV camera, filmed from a distance, clearly a director who wasn't doing his job. Anderson followed closely behind them, faithfully capturing every moment with his camera lens. Giselle breathed a sigh of relief, her heavy suitcase at her feet. The freight elevator continued to ascend. The 2 women beside her relaxed a little. After leaving the guest room area, the risk of being discovered was further reduced. The female assistant stared at the elevator floor display. Compared to the infiltration missions their female colleagues had undertaken, this mission wasn't difficult. It was simple enough, and they captured Professor Mordecai alive without much effort. Tehran couldn't wait for the centrifuge expert. The freight elevator was 2 flights away, and the female assistant said, "Get ready to go." Giselle grabbed the handle of her suitcase, and the person next to her did the same, as they needed to hold it up to get on the elevator. The freight elevator ascended, and with a clang, the single door opened, revealing 5 or 6 black gun muzzles. A shout rang out, "Don't move. Let me see your hands." The female assistant instinctively drew her gun, and the nearby emergency exit door swung open. Several muscular men rushed out, pistols pointed in their faces. "Don't move. Put your hands up." The female assistant's hands were grasped tightly and twisted behind her back. Giselle, confused, began to argue. Shut up." A gun was pressed directly to her mouth. The 4 women dared not move. The security chief successfully seized control of the situation and had their bodies and belongings searched. revealing 4 small pistols and a sharp dagger. Another person forcibly pried open the combination lock on the suitcase, unzipping it and revealing Professor Mordecai inside. Nearby, Anderson faithfully recorded the scene with his camera. The 4 women's hands were bound behind their backs with ties. After a thorough examination, Nolan was summoned. Seeing Professor Mordecai unconscious, Nolan was startled. "What's wrong with her? She's breathing normally, as if she's been drugged," someone replied. "Call a doctor," he said. He looked at the 4 women and asked the security chief, "Call the police." The security chief, assigned by the Moroccan security service to protect Hollywood crews, shook his head. "I've contacted my superiors, and they'll send someone here soon," he said. Nolan responded with a polite remark, "Thank you for protecting the crew." The security chief tactfully replied, "Director, it was you who noticed their plot and directed us to apprehend them." Nolan was practically ecstatic. "The big news you've been waiting for, it's here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 The Heat is Coming. Los Angeles, TMZ headquarters. After get off work, Jody packed up her things, put on her laptop bag, and left the office. As she reached the parking lot, someone waved at her. It was a news source from Warner Brothers. The man, wearing a baseball cap and carrying a paper bag under his arm, quickly walked up to Jody's car and whispered, "Big news." "Do you want to take it?" Jody asked. "What news?" The man quickly said, "The crew of Inception, the new film directed by Christopher Nolan and starring Martin Davis, was kidnapped while filming in Morocco. The kidnappers had not yet left the hotel, but they were apprehended." Jody's first reaction was, "Martin took out another group of criminals." She frowned slightly. If something like this happened to Martin, it wouldn't be considered top-tier news, and the price probably wouldn't be very high. The man was slightly taken aback and quickly said, "It didn't have much to do with Martin." Director Nolan used the knowledge and experience he gained from shooting genre films to detect the unusual movement and commanded the crew's security personnel to set an ambush, easily solving this major case. It wasn't that news about Martin wasn't interesting, but the same kind of news happening to Martin certainly wouldn't be as attractive as before. When Jody heard that the protagonist this time was Nolan, her interest perked up. "Is there a video? I need to see a clip." The man followed Jody into the car, pulled a USB drive from a paper bag, and handed it over. "Take a look." Jody took out his computer, turned it on, and inserted the USB drive. The video was short, just a few dozen seconds, but bursts of shouting could be heard. In the elevator, 4 women were held hostage by a dozen armed men. Some held the women while others opened a suitcase, revealing an old man inside. Then, Nolan entered the shot, calmly arranging the relevant matters. Jody instinctively wondered, "Isn't this a movie?" The man laughed. "You can check the press release from the Moroccan security service." Jody took out his phone and made a call. His colleague quickly checked the relevant information and replied, "The Moroccan security service just held a press conference at Astra Cinema. They issued a series of statements regarding the incident involving Professor Mordecai, the special physics consultant for the Inception crew. They promised a thorough investigation and severe punishment for the perpetrators." Jody hung up the phone and said, "I want the video." The 2 sides agreed on a price, and the man took the check and quickly left. Jody returned to the office with a memory stick in the paper bag and called everyone in his department, telling them to come back for overtime. The poor office workers were forced to turn their cars around before they even reached their homes. That evening, TMZ's front page broke another explosive news story, featuring a video of Nolan solving a kidnapping case and apprehending the suspect. To avoid suspicion, Jody also quoted a press release from the Moroccan security services on the same news page as the video. As expected, North American public opinion exploded. Inception skyrocketed in popularity, reaching the top of Google's trending search list the following morning. Nolan's fans, ever enthusiastic, flooded the internet with comments about the film. As expected of a director who can make crime films like The Dark Knight, taking on a few kidnappers is a piece of cake. Nolan's command was so strong, the criminals were easily apprehended. "I think Nolan could easily adapt this into another crime film." Inception was generating so much attention that Warner Brothers took the opportunity to announce the film's North American premiere date. In the UK, The Sun also received a similar video, and after the news was published, the British reaction was even more intense. Some newspapers even targeted Martin, who had just been awarded the Order of Freedom. Without the so-called American national hero Martin Davis being aware, Nolan effortlessly resolved a major crisis on the set. The hero is clear at a glance. Astra Cinemas, Morocco. Before the crew started work that morning, Nolan specifically sought out Martin and said, "I didn't expect the British media to act like this. I can explain it to them." Martin waved his hand. "No need. Mean and I just provided a clue. Chris, the real decision maker is you. If it were me, I would just rush in with a gun. I wouldn't be able to command so many people and easily rescue the professor," he added. "No matter what, the criminal was caught, the professor was rescued, and the news has brought a lot of attention to this film. We will benefit." Nolan thought about the buzz in North America and the UK and said, "Martin, working with you always brings unexpected rewards." This time, his desire to stir up trouble was satisfied, and most importantly, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. Even painstakingly fabricating 30 true behind-the-scenes stories wouldn't compare to this one explosion. Martin went to the makeup trailer to prepare for today's shoot. Nolan stood at the studio door, hands on his waist, a subtle smile plastered on his seemingly serious face. Emma Thomas and a middle-aged man approached. Nolan knew him, deputy director of the security service, Alabat. The latter took a few quick steps forward and shook Nolan's hand. "It's our negligence that the crew encountered this problem. The criminals are incredibly cunning. They took advantage of the crew's recruitment opportunity to sneak in." Nolan, not wanting to antagonize the Moroccan officials, simply said, "Mr. Deputy Director, I have only one request. These criminals must be severely punished." Arabat said, "We will definitely give the crew an explanation. When the results are in, I will personally call Director Nolan and Ms. Thomas." Nolan had achieved the desired sensation and did not ask for more. "Thank you for your support," Arabat smiled and said. "Morocco has always provided the highest quality service to Hollywood crews." Nolan exchanged a few more pleasantries. As his workday drew to a close, he excused himself and went into the studio to prepare for this morning's shoot. Reassured, Arabat drove back to Arzazate. Upon arriving at his temporary office, his assistant came over to tell him someone was visiting. The person who came was Hamel, a colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As soon as he came in, he said, "You just arrested 4 women." "We didn't arrest them, but an American crew did." Arabat had some guesses about what happened and pretended to be confused. "They wanted to kidnap the crew members, but were caught by the famous director Christopher Nolan and the crew's bodyguards," Hamel said. "The situation is very complicated. Give them some punishment, such as financial, and then deport them." Arabat had different ideas and said, "Just over half an hour ago, I just met with Christopher Nolan and Emma Thomas. They made a request that the criminals must be severely punished." He emphasized, "Morocco spent a lot of money to become the Hollywood of Africa. If we don't give the murderer the punishment they deserve, the reputation accumulated over the years may be ruined." Hamel said, "This matter is very complicated." Arabat raised his hand to interrupt him. "It's useless to talk to me. The big Hollywood director is watching me. If this gets out, it will have a negative international impact." Hamel understood. "I'll find a way." Arabat felt a sense of relief as he pushed the matter aside. Who the hell wanted to take responsibility for this awful thing? Inside the Astra Studios studio, Martin was asleep in a chair. Mean came over and shook him vigorously, but he couldn't wake him. The wooden walls shook, and outside the open glass windows, a dozen extras made the sound of people running frantically. Mean grabbed Martin's chair and pushed it back, causing him to fall backwards and tumble into the large bathtub. As the water reached his face, Martin grabbed the edge of the tub and pushed himself up. He wiped the water off his face, as if suddenly waking from sleep, and said, "How did we get to the end earlier?" Mean said, "The situation has changed. Stop, this take is a pass." Nolan was satisfied with the result. "Prepare for the next take." Ken Watanabe and another Arab actor entered the set. The camera slid in that direction. Emma Thomas approached and said, "Chris, there's a call for you." Nolan replied bluntly, "Let's talk after we finish filming." Without looking at his wife, he called out, "Are you ready?" Martin gave a thumbs up, and the other actors responded. With a click of a button, filming resumed. Martin, still dripping wet, shot scene after scene, leaving the set an hour later to shower and change. The crew took a break. Nolan took the phone from Emma Thomas and asked, "What's going on?" "So urgent," Em replied, "It's your Jewish classmate at London City Hall." Nolan found a quiet place and called back. The call went through quickly. After a few words, the situation became more complicated. The caller said they had reviewed the incident and politely asked Nolan not to pursue the matter too closely. Before leaving Get Off Work, a Warner Brothers executive called again. The words were different, but the message was similar. Nolan soon realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Calls continued to pour in the evening, classmates and friends in the UK, collaborators in the industry, Warner Brothers executives and investors. Even Martin's lover, Louise Mayer, one of the film's investors, called him. Though the sculptor, with his bold eyebrows and bold eyes, wasn't Jewish, he couldn't withstand the barrage. Within a few days, he realized that the media was hyping the kidnapping case while never spreading it beyond. It seemed as if the case of Professor Mordecai was simply a kidnapping. Nolan, fully aware of the power of Jewish influence, refrained from further pressure on the Moroccan authorities. When Arabat called again, he simply said to follow Moroccan procedures. The North American and British media were hyping up Nolan and the crew's bravery while downplaying the four women. Although Nolan never said anything, Martin could see that the renowned director was irritated by the constant pressure from Jewish forces. Min whispered to Martin, "I heard from Emma last night that the director was furious and cursed those vampires several times in the room." Martin replied, "That's none of our business." Min whispered, "Boss, you have good judgment." Martin, observing silently, had a clear feeling he might have changed Nolan in some way, such as worsening relations with Jewish forces. He just didn't know if he would lose control one day and become the new Mel Gibson. Chapter 521 Saving Leonardo. The Morocco scenes were successfully completed, and Martin and Bruce left the crew early. Instead of returning directly to Los Angeles, they used their limited vacation time to visit the East Coast. Nicholson called and said Leonardo, who was filming Shutter Island in New York, had reportedly suffered a severe shock. As a member of the trio, Martin naturally had to visit Leonardo, mainly to find out what had shocked him so he could prepare 10 more copies for him. Good brothers, loyal to each other. New York, Kennedy Airport. Martin got off the plane and found Jack Nicholson in a VIP lounge. Jennifer Lawrence stood up and gave up the seat next to him. Martin smiled at her, sat down and asked, "Jack, is Leo okay?" Nicholson said, "He's mentally traumatized. Director Scorsese called me specifically. I think only the two of us can go together and heal his mental trauma." Martin was curious, what caused it? Did they find a transvestite when looking for a model? Just like Ronaldo last year, rats. Nicholson shook his head. No one knew he was afraid of rats. There was a scene where he was with rats, and a rat ran over his feet. Leo was scared and screamed on the spot. He was completely out of shape for the rest of the filming. Scorsese had no choice but to ask me for help. Martin was furious. He's a man, not a woman. This is a disease and must be treated. Nicholson fully agreed. It's a very serious disease. As brothers, we have an obligation to cure him. Martin thought about it seriously and said, it requires special treatment. Ordinary psychological counseling is unlikely to be effective. Nicholson has been unable to think of a good solution. Do you have an idea? Martin pulled out his phone and called Alexandra Daddario. Are you in New York? I'm looking for a place to buy some rats that are safe and sound. Do you have a good source? Alexandra said, I'll ask someone. Seeing him hang up, Nicholson asked, Leo's finally gotten to 15 seconds for the 100 meters. Do you plan to get him back to 11 seconds? I plan to get him to break the world record. Martin was a good brother, especially loyal. Make someone like Usain Bolt feel ashamed of himself when he sees Leo. He added, if things get serious, I have a highly professional psychologist I can refer Leo to. Nicholson praised, you bastard, you really think about your brother. Alexandra called back quickly. Come to the Long Island side of Brooklyn Bridge Park. I'll meet you there. I'll be there soon. Martin put away his phone and waved to Nicholson. Let's go. They left the terminal. The car Bruce had arranged was waiting in the parking lot. The driver handed Bruce the keys and stepped aside. Bruce briefly inspected the car as the four of them left Queens. On the way, Jennifer Lawrence said to Martin, last weekend, Elizabeth invited me to your house. Martin asked, was it a welcome party for Maria Guanhay? Lawrence replied, yes, Elizabeth threw a grand party at your house to welcome the first daughter to Los Angeles. Lily and Lorraine were both there. Elizabeth also invited her two sisters, as well as Kristen Stewart, who lives next door. and her friends. Martin had heard Elizabeth mention on the phone that Twilight had brought Stallone's eldest and second daughters, as well as Dakota Fanning and Elle Fanning. Nicholson said, "It was just a bunch of little girls messing around." Lawrence took his arm and said, "We had a blast. Elizabeth is amazing. Organizing such a large party all by herself." Nicholson said to Martin, "Your girlfriend is quite something." Martin smiled and said, "I know." Seeing that his old friend understood his meaning, Nicholson stopped talking. Soon, the car arrived at the park on the Long Island side of the Brooklyn Bridge. Alexandra was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, and her figure was amazing. When God was shaping the body, he must have been particularly fond of this girl. Alexandra's cup size was large enough, and she had a pair of long legs, and the curve of her legs was equally amazing. When Jennifer Lawrence saw her, she couldn't help but feel a little inferior. In terms of appearance and figure alone, the difference was huge. Seeing Martin get out of the car, Alexandra trotted over to hug Martin, and after Martin introduced her, she greeted Nicholson and Lawrence, and led the four of them to the beach in the park. Nicholson noticed Lawrence's eyes frequently grazing over Alexandra's chest and hips, and said, "When I was younger, I found women who were prettier and sexier than her." Lawrence turned to look at him, deliberately coquettishly. "You mean I'm not pretty or sexy enough?" "No, no, no," Nicholson laughed. "You're the best in my eyes." Earlier, Alexandra asked Martin, "How many days will you be in New York this time?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "About 3 days." Alexandra took his arm and said, "I bought a small apartment, and you haven't been there yet." Martin, considering he had to check on Leonardo's treatment tonight, said, "I'll call you tomorrow." Last year, Martin had introduced Alexandra to Wes Craven's House of Magic, her first leading role. She recently heard that New Line Cinema was collaborating with Craven on A Nightmare on Elm Street. Even though Martin wasn't coming to New York, she planned to visit him soon. When they reached the beach, someone was waiting by the guardrail. Alexandra asked Martin and the others to stop at a distance, then walked over alone, pockets filled. "Gordon, did you bring the stuff?" Gordon pointed to a cage covered with black cloth at his feet and said, "Over 30, all inside. The school bought them for an experiment. I guarantee they're perfect." Alexandra pulled out some cash and shoved it into Gordon's pocket. "Here's the money." "No, really," Gordon said, refusing to take it. "Anna, it's such a small matter. You thought of me and asked me to help you." "I'm really glad." Alexandra's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed in her gemstone-like eyes. "Take it if I tell you to." Gordon's heart tightened. He quickly took the money and stuffed it into his pocket, as if he could feel the warmth of a goddess' hand. Alexandra lifted the cage, opened it, took a quick look, and after confirming the contents were correct, she turned and left. Gordon opened his mouth and closed it again, but finally couldn't help saying, "Are you free today? I'll treat you to dinner," Alexandra said. "I haven't had time in the last few days." "I'll call you when I have time." Gordon sighed hard and could only watch the goddess go away. "She likes mice?" Gordon considered whether to steal all the mice in the laboratory and give them to Alexandra. Turning a corner of a building, Alexandra saw Martin and quickened her pace to walk over there. When she got a little closer, she picked up the cage and flattered Martin. "I got what you wanted?" Martin asked. "How much did it cost?" "No need." Alexandra went over and took his arm. "Just tell me what you want. I can think of many ways to help you in New York." Martin took the cage from her hand and prepared to go to the Brooklyn studios. Alexandra wanted to follow, her jewel-like eyes like a husky fawning over its owner. "Where are you going next?" "I'll come with you." Martin declined. "I'll call you tomorrow." "Okay then." Alexandra leaned forward and kissed Martin on the cheek. "I'll wait for your call. Remember to call me tomorrow." Martin nodded, picked up the cage, and walked back with Nicholson. They got into Bruce's car and headed for Brooklyn Studios. Alexandra put her hands in her pockets, feeling a bit depressed. Martin didn't pay much attention to her. She went back to the car and stopped by a Sacred Valley art film store. She carefully selected several films, intending to study them thoroughly so that she could make a better impression on Martin tomorrow. Alexandra felt that after using facial cleanser for a long time, she needed to change it up a bit. The Sacred Valley artists were great teachers, and she could learn a lot from them. Martin had his face scanned by security, and the black van drove into Brooklyn Studios. Bruce, familiar with the area, pulled into the parking lot. The four men exited the car, Martin carrying the cage and leading the way with Nicholson. They soon arrived near the studio where Shutter Island was being filmed. Nicholson had called mid-route, and Graham was waiting for them outside. "Director Scorsese is filming right now and will be here soon," he said, shaking hands with Martin and Nicholson. "Leonardo has been having a rough time lately, and it's seriously impacting production, so he called you." The studio doors were closed, and the crew was clearly in the thick of things. Martin and Nicholson waited for a moment, then spoke with Graham about Leo's condition. In reality, Nicholson's claims were exaggerated. Leo hadn't suffered any serious mental trauma. However, his close encounter with the rats had severely impacted his performance, leading to a surge in retakes and causing the lead actor's scenes to fall far behind schedule. Half an hour later, Scorsese emerged from the studio and, upon seeing Martin and Nicholson, exclaimed in relief, "You're finally here." The trio was a real riot, and Scorsese had to have the most troublemakers, Martin and Nicholson, on board. Together, they could make the crew explode. Martin asked bluntly, "Director, where's Leo?" Scorsese pointed ahead. "He's in the office building over there, in a separate break room. He's been really down lately, often hiding out there by himself." Martin felt something was wrong. "Is it just about the rats? Not Gisele Bündchen and Tom Crady getting engaged?" "What? Gisele Bündchen is engaged?" Nicholson's eyes widened. "She didn't even invite us to her wedding party." What was this about? Scorsese's head was spinning. He wondered if inviting Martin and Nicholson over wasn't the best idea. Chapter 522 Martin is a good doctor. In the not-so-spacious room, Leonardo sat alone on a rocking sofa, seemingly asleep, making no sound. Half asleep, he thought he heard something. He opened his eyes and looked around, but didn't notice anything unusual. He picked up a nearby dart and threw it. Perhaps by sheer luck, the dart hit the center of the target. Leonardo closed his eyes again, wondering where he could go after get off work to meet models and relax. As he was thinking, the faces of Martin and Nicholson suddenly flashed before his eyes, and he shook his head vigorously. He was thinking about the blonde, long-legged supermodel, so why did he think of those two bastards? It had been ages since he'd seen them, and Leonardo inexplicably missed them. Those two bastards, why did they even come to visit? Leonardo heard another strange noise, opened his eyes, and jumped up as if a rocket had ignited on his butt. He jumped so fast that the rocking sofa tilted. Dozens of startled rats scurried out from the walls and corners, some panicking and darting towards Leonardo. Leonardo's hair stood on end, and he instantly burst into his fastest 1100m/100m dash, dashing towards the door. He tried to open the door, but found it locked from the outside. More rats, dozens in number, were frightened out, scurrying around the small room. Two even bumped into Leonardo's feet. Leonardo leaped up like a frightened rabbit, grasping the open window above the door and struggling to climb upwards. He screamed, "Help! Help!" In desperation, Leonardo unleashed a tremendous force, his arms pulling his heavy body up, his head peeking from the windowsill. Then his shoulders and chest. At this moment, Leonardo unleashed his three-stroke combo, scowling and roaring, "Help!" But after only one cry, he stopped. Just outside the door, Leonardo saw the two old friends he had been thinking about day and night. Martin and Nicholson. Leonardo noticed that they were wearing thick leather gloves, each holding a mouse. Four eyes like the eyes of the century's demons were studying his handsome face. Martin grabbed the mouse by the tail, shaking it as he said to Leonardo, "I've been practicing throwing lately. My technique isn't very good, but at this close, I think I can hit your face." Nicholson responded, "Leo, open your mouth. I'm aiming for your mouth. Cooperate and open it quickly." Leonardo roared, "I treat you guys like brothers. Do you think I'm a cat? Don't flatter yourself." Martin rebuked Leonardo, who didn't appreciate his brother's kindness. What cat would scream and shriek at a mouse? Leonardo, unable to force his way through, resorted to soft tactics. "You two have some conscience and help your brother." Nicholson made a gesture to throw the mouse, and Leonardo, startled, let go of his hands and fell. There was a dull thud, followed by a scream. Leonardo felt something under his foot. Looking down, he saw a mouse, the lower half of its body crushed by his massive foot, its internal organs splattered. Seeing this slightly bloody and disgusting scene, Leonardo didn't know why, but suddenly felt that the mouse was nothing at all, and raised his big feet and dropped them again. Face fear, overcome fear, and become fear. The poor mouses had turned into meat paste. The other mice all ran away. Leonardo felt inexplicably relieved. He grabbed the tail of the dead mouse and threw it out of the window. "I'll give you a gift." Those two bastards are still outside. And we can't let them have an easy time. Martin has sharp eyes and good skills. Seeing something flying out, he dodged and hid beside the door. The dead mouse slammed against the wall on the other side of the corridor. There were a lot of blood spots on Nicholson's clothes. It seemed that something fell on his sunglasses. Nicholson, the old pervert, had experienced everything and didn't care at all. He turned his head to look at the mouse on the ground and gave Martin a thumbs up. Your special treatment worked. He stepped forward to unlock the door. Leonardo rushed out and ran into Nicholson's arms. The latter hugged the former and rubbed his face against Leonardo's face. My good brother, you finally overcame the fear in your heart. Let me go. Let me go quickly. Leonardo felt something sticky rubbing against his face from Nicholson's sunglasses. Martin was disgusted by the two bastards and said, go and clean it up quickly. Leonardo looked at Martin. You come to visit me, don't you want a hug? When the trio faced the inside, they were offense-sitters with no stance. Nicholson let go of Leonardo and wanted to come over to pull Martin. Martin hurried away and stayed away from them. Nicholson shouted, disloyal bastard. Martin shouted, and the cleaning team and rat-catching team that the crew had contacted in advance rushed into the lounge and started catching rats. Half an hour later, Nicholson and Leonardo, who had taken a shower and changed their clothes, came out and joined Martin. Leonardo pointed at the two bastards. Is this your treatment plan? Nicholson had no integrity and became a traitor. It was all Martin's idea and has nothing to do with me. Martin's nose was almost crooked with anger. You called me and asked me to come and treat Leo together, and you also added details of the treatment plan, and you said it has nothing to do with you. Treatment? You two bastards think this is treatment? Leonardo glared, frowned and roared. You have never thought about what to do if my problem becomes more serious? Martin said seriously, brother, have you ever thought that the best way to overcome fear is to face it? Leonardo said, because I am strong enough. If it were someone else, you would have become a psychopath. Martin patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I have contacted Dr. Laura. He explained specifically, Laura is my psychiatrist, and her medical skills are very superb. Nicholson took out his sunglasses and put them on. I have booked a room for you at the Presbyterian Hospital Mental Health Center, and Martin will cover the cost. No mistake in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum. Leonardo was quite frustrated. How did I end up meeting you two bastards? Martin asked. Are you still afraid of rats? Of course not. Leonardo put his hands on his hips, as if he hadn't been the one screaming for help from the rats. Even if there were 100 more, I'd still kill them all. Martin asked them both simultaneously. Is my treatment working? Huh? Just tell me, is it top-notch? Do you want to call me Dr. Martin? Nicholson and Leonardo looked at each other in bewilderment. Scorsese approached from the other side and saw Leonardo, Martin, and Nicholson exchanging blows and boasting, which gave him a headache. These three idiots together would drive God crazy. He quickly asked, Leo, are you okay? Leonardo stretched. Great, I feel like I'm back to my old self. Scorsese looked from Martin to Nicholson, feeling that something was amiss between these three idiots. Leonardo DiCaprio came over and put his arm around Scorsese's shoulder. Director, I'm going to rest today. I'll be back to work full-blooded tomorrow, okay? Scorsese was worried about the trio, and since he was old friends with Martin and Nicholson, he specifically said, you three, don't mess around on the set. This is a serious crew. No one except Leo can stand your mischief. Martin patted his chest and said, don't worry, director. I'll discipline these two rogues. Without waiting for any rebuttal, Martin shouted, let's go. The three of them left the office building and headed towards the parking lot, passing several sound stages rented by the Shutter Island crew. In the distance, Martin spotted a familiar figure. Heath Ledger, holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl, was walking towards them. He also noticed Martin and the others and automatically stopped. Martin ignored him and walked past. Heath Ledger watched Martin with a complicated look as he walked away. Daddy, what's wrong? The little girl asked. Take me to Mommy, we'll go find Mommy right away. Heath Ledger smiled at the little girl and carried her back to the studio. Meanwhile, Martin asked, is Heath Ledger on the set? His ex-girlfriend, Michelle Williams, is in a supporting role. Leonardo suddenly had a good idea to tease Martin. I heard you and Heath Ledger had a bad relationship. He's been visiting the set a lot lately, probably trying to reconcile with Michelle Williams. Martin knew he was just going to give him bad advice. You can shut up now, Leonardo was about to say, I'll introduce Michelle to you. We'll have a drink tonight. I can see she's lonely and needs a man to comfort her, Martin said. These people are all in the past. I like to move on. There's no point in getting entangled with them. It won't benefit me. Nicholson, a rare moment of agreement, agreed with Martin. Are we three in need of a woman? The three of them got in the car, and Bruce drove to the hotel, where they all went to Leonardo's luxury suite for a drink. Martin opened a bottle of whiskey and poured 3 glasses. Nicholson picked up a glass and said, Giselle got engaged, and she didn't invite us to her pre-wedding party. That's outrageous. Leonardo took the glass and downed half of it in one gulp. Martin asked, You're not just upset about the mice, but also about Giselle getting engaged. Who am I to be upset over a woman? Leonardo downed the rest of the glass in one gulp. Martin, don't be ridiculous. I'm upset over a supermodel, he emphasized. I'll never give up the forest for a tree. Martin poured him another glass. I believe that last sentence is true. Chapter 523 The Legendary Butterfingers. The 3 idiots drank more and more, their 2 bottles of whiskey quickly empty. Martin hadn't drunk so much in a long time, and inevitably the alcohol was getting to him. Come on, keep drinking. You're drinking too slowly, Nicholson shouted. Today, it's just brothers, no women. Let's drink until we're drunk. Leonardo went to get a 3rd bottle, opened it, and poured it all in. The 3 of them drank another glass. Nicholson burped and slammed the table. My original plan was that Giselle would invite us to her pre-wedding party, and Martin and I would work to get Leo to give her a child. Martin clapped his hands and laughed. Perfect plan, Nicholson said, but Leo, that idiot, didn't even get invited to Giselle's bachelorette party. Leonardo raised his glass and clinked it with Martin and Nicholson. Today, let's not talk about women. Let's just toast to brotherhood. Martin took a swig and said, knowing you 2 idiots makes this boring life so much more interesting. For our brotherhood. Nicholson also drank heavily. Soon, the 2 bottles of wine were empty and the 3 of them were a little drunk. Leonardo, who had sworn not to talk about women tonight, suddenly burst into tears. My Giselle is engaged. She's engaged. He was heartbroken. I originally thought that when I had enough fun and had settled down, I would go back to her, but she completely abandoned me and fell into the arms of someone else. Nicholson hugged Leonardo and comforted him drunkenly. I know this feeling, and I understand how you feel. Back then, I specially ordered the same butter used by Marlon Brando from France, intending to try it on him. As a result, the butter had just arrived and Marlon went to see God. He also burst into tears, crying as sadly as Leonardo, I didn't even use my butter. Marlon, why didn't you wait until I used it? Martin suddenly stood up and shouted, You 2 shut up, what are you crying about? We are the Bastard Trio, the leaders of the Hollywood Face Gang, and the most outstanding troublemakers. Needless to say, this shout stunned Nicholson and Leonardo. Martin lifted the bottle, gulped down 2 large gulps, and declared, Our trio's mission is to storm Washington, capture the White House, and dissolve the United States. Leonardo roared in approval. It's decided. We, the Face Gang Trio, will lead the dissolution of America. Nicholson, half drunk, said, I was thinking of taking the butter to heaven to find Marlon Brando in a few years, but it seems I'll have to live a few more years. The 3 drunken idiots engaged in a heated discussion about this topic. The next morning, Martin woke up and emerged from the bedroom to find Nicholson and Leonardo still fast asleep on the living room carpet. He didn't wake them. He washed up and was about to leave when an idea struck him. He hurried into the suite's kitchen and found a box of butter. Good brothers, of course, should make their brothers feel the burning love. Martin found a stainless steel spoon, pried open the butter box, and scooped out some butter. He spread some on Nicholson's crotch and the rest on Leonardo's buttocks, then placed the butter box next to Nicholson. Perfect. Martin threw the spoon away and went out alone. After breakfast at the restaurant downstairs, Martin and Bruce drove out of the hotel. Just as Martin entered Alexandra's small apartment, 2 terrifying screams erupted from Leonardo's suite upstairs. Nicholson, dazed, saw the butter on his crotch and yelled, Leo, I fucking treat you like a brother, and you're secretly fucking me. Leonardo, still hungover, pulled his pants forward and pointed at the butter on his butt. Stop the slander. It's clearly you who fucked me. Jack, you've been wanting to use the butter for a long time, haven't you? How dare you covet my beauty? Bah, Nicholson pointed at Leonardo's butt. If you don't lose weight, you'll look like Kim Kardashian. The 2 stared at each other, then suddenly realized a crucial problem. Martin wasn't there. Leonardo easily figured it out. It had to be that bastard Martin, Nicholson said. No one else would be so perverted. The two glanced at each other and reached a tacit agreement, find a chance to fuck him. Because of the heaviness in her chest, Alexandra had been practicing yoga to reduce the weight. Given her size, a slight reduction wouldn't affect the quality or feel of the facial cleanser. Yesterday, Alexandra bought a Sacred Valley art film. After returning to her apartment, she spent the night studying it and discovered that yoga could be applied to the art world. But the man must be no ordinary person. Fortunately, Martin was indeed extraordinary, performing many difficult moves effortlessly. As the apartment returned to silence, Alexandra, dazed and bewildered for an indefinite period, finally regained consciousness and said, "Martin, those male artists in the Sacred Valley are far inferior to you." Martin, without a trace of modesty, said, "Back when we were filming Zombie Gigolo, Jenna Jameson, the supporting actress, wanted me to film with her." Alexandra, having read the gossip about this and having just experienced it firsthand, offered sincere praise. "With your talent, even if you were to work in the Sacred Valley, you could still make it to the top," Martin boasted. "Someone once said I could be the next Rock Sylvete." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A resounding thud. Alexandra, helpless, wrapped herself in a blanket and peered through the peephole. Seeing her sister, Catherine, she immediately held her breath, refusing to open the door. Back on John Wick, this slut even tried to seduce Martin. Unable to get a response, Catherine simply opened her bag and said, "I know you're in there. If you don't open the door, I'll take my key and go in myself." Alexandra's chest ached with anger. After opening the door, she demanded, "What are you doing here?" Seeing her expression, Catherine reached for the blanket and asked, "Is it empty in there?" Alexandra quickly moved aside. Catherine took the opportunity to slip inside, closed the door, and demanded, "Who are you messing with? Is it Martin?" "Shut up." Alexandra grabbed her. "I didn't even open my mouth. Why should I close it?" Catherine said, glaring at her sister and sneering, "It's you who didn't close your mouth." Martin, already dressed, emerged from the bedroom, greeting her. "Hello, Catherine." Seeing it was indeed Martin, Catherine tried to leap over, but Alexandra held him back. She held back, lest she scare him away, and said, "Long time no see." Alexandra said to Catherine, "Sit down." Catherine reluctantly sat down. Martin went to the bathroom. Catherine lowered her voice, "You'd rather give those slutty bitches a run for their money than consider your own sister. Are you saying something a normal person would say?" Alexandra's voice was also low. "You're only 17. He won't even look at you." Catherine, who grew up in an unusual family, immediately understood what she meant. "Then I'll wait until I'm 18. Martin emerged from the bathroom and said, "It's almost noon. Shall we go get lunch together?" Catherine agreed immediately. "Sure." Alexandra went to get dressed and put on makeup, dragging Catherine away with her. Martin understood her thoughts and thought she'd underestimated his character. He wasn't Bruce. The three of them went out and found a nearby restaurant. As the meal arrived, Alexandra pondered how the heroine in A Nightmare on Elm Street would approach Martin. Martin had learned a lot from Leonardo DiCaprio and had some idea of Alexandra's recent activities. Without waiting for her to speak, he asked, "You've worked with Wes Craven before. How was it?" Alexandra nodded quickly. "Great. Wes took good care of me on set. He said I was a member of the Face Gang, and he couldn't let me suffer any hardship on set." Martin smiled and said, "He was the first leader of our Face Gang. He also founded the Face Gang tradition. With your outstanding qualities, you're perfectly suited to be the leading lady in a horror film. In traditional American horror films, the leading lady must be of a certain appearance, preferably with large breasts, a perky butt, and long legs." Alexandra pursed her lips, feeling a little excited. She thought Martin was a really good guy. She had been in the acting world for a long time, and while she hadn't experienced it herself, she had heard from many people that many big stars, directors, and producers often turned their backs on people once they pulled up their pants. Martin said, "Wes Craven is working on A Nightmare on Elm Street. I remember the lead role is a woman. I'll contact him later." After all, they had already collaborated on The Haunted House. Alexandra thought for a moment and said, "If it's too difficult, forget it." Martin smiled and shook his head. "It's the old boss's project. I'll ask him now." He checked the time, pulled out his phone, and called Wes Craven on the spot. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he brought up A Nightmare on Elm Street and Alexandra. Wes Craven thought for a moment and agreed. Alexandra kept looking at Martin, her icy blue eyes gleaming, like a husky clinging to its owner, eager to play all sorts of games. She pondered for a moment. She was only 23, with plenty of time to spare. She could definitely stay with Martin until she turned 30. Besides, Martin wasn't a mean-spirited jerk. She could leave at any time if she wanted. After dinner, Alexandra sent Catherine away and took Martin back to the apartment. Chapter 524, Deported and Jailed. No, he's still the same old thing. On the soundstage at Brooklyn Studios, Nicholson, watching the filming pause, said to Martin, "At this rate, he still won't win Best Actor." Martin pointed out the reality. Everyone knows DiCaprio is going for an Oscar, and he wants to prove himself. This creates a situation where the judges' expectations for him are extremely high, much higher than for the average actor. Nicholson agreed, same role, same acting, same PR, but others can win Best Actor, but Leo can't. Jennifer Lawrence stood quietly, saying little. Nearby, 3 crew assistants glared at Martin and Nicholson, as if they were guarding against thieves. These people were all Scorsese's trusted aides. Scorsese, sitting in the director's chair, would glance over from time to time, clearly unsure of Martin and Nicholson. Martin said, "The director's worried about us." "He's worried about you," Nicholson asked. "Did you do that butter?" Martin looked innocent. "What butter?" Nicholson pointed at him. "On my pants, and on Leo's butt." Martin's mouth dropped open in shock. "Jack, you really used butter on Leo? Oh my God, how could you do that?" "Leo thinks you're the boss." Perhaps the performance was too convincing. Jennifer Lawrence was affected. She turned to look at Nicholson, her eyes filled with unconcealed shock. Nicholson raged, "You and Leo, you two idiots, are going to piss me off to death." Don't worry. Martin's demeanor softened immediately, and he soothed, "I'm sure Leo will take good care of Lorraine." Nicholson grinned. "You're such a talker. Can you please stop talking?" Martin gestured to shut up and glanced at his watch. "I have an appointment. I'm leaving now." Nicholson waved the asshole away. As Martin left, Jennifer Lawrence approached. Nicholson was still concerned about his reputation. "I've never thought of using anything like butter." Jennifer Lawrence nodded mechanically. "I believe you," Lawrence said, leaning closer and lowering her voice. "If you want to use butter, just tell me. You can try it on me." Nicholson paused, then waved his hand. It was a special state of mind, but the person who gave him that special state of mind had already reported to God. On the set, after Martin's special treatment, Leonardo DiCaprio had fully recovered. Perhaps stimulated by the butter, he was even in high spirits. Most of the scenes today were done in 1 or 2 takes. This also gave him more time to rest. Michelle Williams, the supporting actress of the crew, was walking by at this time. Leonardo thought of that bastard Martin and went over to sit on the chair next to him. "Misha, your dubbing in the scene just now was just right." "Thank you." Michelle was quite polite. "It's mainly because you have regained your acting form." Leonardo smiled. "Maybe you have heard that the bastard Martin cured my fear with fear." He suddenly changed the subject. "Do you and Martin have some misunderstandings?" Michelle did not deny it. After thinking for a while, she said, "A little bit." Leonardo had bad thoughts in his mind. "Martin and I are very good friends, and you are also friends. I don't want there to be misunderstandings between friends. How about this? I ask Martin out, and you meet him to resolve this little misunderstanding." Michelle looked at Leonardo, and seemed to think seriously for a few seconds. "No need to make so much trouble. The misunderstanding between Martin and me originated from my ex-boyfriend Heath Ledger. Now that I have broken up with Heath Ledger, there is no misunderstanding to speak of." Leonardo was still determined. "Then let's talk about it when we have the chance to meet." Michelle smiled and nodded. After leaving Brooklyn Studios, Martin returned to Manhattan and met with screenwriter Brad, who is under contract to Davis Studios, in a hotel cafe. During the filming of John Wick, Scorsese's producer, Graham, introduced Martin to novelist Chuck Hogan, from whom Martin acquired the adaptation rights to Prince of Thieves. After filming wrapped, Graham and Hogan traveled to Boston, the setting of the novel, to experience the local life for a long time and, based on their observations, adapted the novel into a screenplay. The first draft of the script had just been completed. Brad handed Martin the draft of the script. "Chuck Hogan and I had major creative disagreements when adapting the script. He wanted to explore the roots of Charleston, where the story takes place, and delve into deeper issues like the complexities of human nature." Martin frowned slightly. "I remember the novel itself tended to be more entertaining, perhaps influenced by other writers, who believed artistic achievement and story depth should outweigh entertainment. Brat shrugged. I convinced him to remove too many complex elements. Charleston serves simply as a backdrop, and the main focus is on the bank robbery, ensuring the script remains entertaining and engaging. Martin nodded. You did a great job. This is a commercial film first, and then everything else, Brat said. A director familiar with the Boston area would be a better fit for this film. Perhaps Scorsese. Martin shook his head slowly. Forget it. The budget isn't that high. Scorsese's most commercially successful film to date is The Departed. Most of the time, the director's films rely on a slow recovery in the offline market to generate profits. How could they hire Scorsese without a budget of around $100 million? Martin flipped open the script and glanced over the opening scene. It opened with a bank robbery, a truly captivating scene. The three-act structure was incredibly tight, with the main character's role prominently highlighted. Brat's screenwriting skills had improved significantly over the years. While the previous John Wick gave him little scope for creativity, needing only to tie together the director's action sequences, this adaptation was exceptionally high quality. Martin wasn't a good student, but after reading so many scripts, he could basically tell the difference between good and bad. The story was an interesting, multifaceted, derivative work. Martin schemed through it, put the draft aside, and said, the overall story is fine. I'll review the rest of the story later. This project probably won't start until next year, so you still have time to polish it, Brat replied. I'll be back in Boston and living there until the crew is assembled. The on-site atmosphere will allow me to develop more creative ideas and inspiration. He felt the script still had room for improvement. There are a lot of elderly people in the area who lived through that era of crime and chaos. They're willing to talk to me, and I can get more interesting stories from them, some of which I might be able to use in the script. Martin gestured to the script. So, you've used some of it, Brat said. Yes. I used some of it for the lead actor, Martin said. Okay, you can stay in Boston, Brat said, and Brat left. Martin carefully read the script, wondering which director would be best suited to this style of story. Hiring a director with a completely different style would be asking for trouble. Take David Fincher. Asking him to make a film full of warmth, sunshine, and positive energy might just result in something completely different. If it were set in the 1990s, such a story would have been perfect for Michael Mann, but in this fast-paced era, Michael Mann's films, like his name, are simply too slow. Leaving the cafe, Martin called Nicholson, and they agreed to take a flight back to Los Angeles the next morning. The operation to rescue Leonardo DiCaprio was a resounding success, and Scorsese was guarding them like thieves. There was no need for the two to stay in New York any longer. In Burbank, Los Angeles, Christopher Nolan returned from the backlit and entered Warner Brothers Studios. As he returned to the director's office, a female assistant knocked on the door and said, "Director, David Goyer is here, waiting for you in the lounge." David Goyer had previously worked with Nolan, serving as the credited screenwriter and producer of The Dark Knight, and was himself a director of some renown in Hollywood. As he approached, Nolan stepped forward to shake his hand. "David, how did you find the time to come here today?" Goyer sat on the sofa and said, "I happened to be passing by. I heard you were back from Morocco, so I stopped by to see you." When he heard Morocco, Nolan's eyes subconsciously fell on Goyer's large nose, and he remembered something. Goyer was a typical Jewish man. He remained calm. "Discussing the plot of Batman v3? It's too early now. Wait until I finish filming this one." Goyer didn't beat around the bush. "That's not it. The media were all reporting on you and the crew being kidnapped a while ago. It's a relief that nothing happened," Nolan emphasized. "I was lucky to catch them on the spot. They were kidnapping an important Moroccan scientist. If anything had happened, the crew and I would have been in a very serious situation. Thank goodness you didn't get hurt." Goyer, who had worked closely with Nolan, had come here specifically at someone's request. "Those people deserve the harshest punishment. I heard Morocco is handling this matter. They're planning to deport them. We'll contact their country of origin and have them imprisoned back home." Nolan feigned confusion. "They're said to be French," Goyer said. "Whatever their nationality, you'll need to give your approval." If Nolan started making a scene, with his reputation and supporters, it would be troublesome. "Is that so?" Nolan pretended to be calm, but he was unhappy inside. When he left Astra Studios, he'd told the Moroccan authorities to follow the normal procedures. The penalties wouldn't be severe. but they were trying to deport him back to his country. Going back to his country and going to jail? What a rip-off. Goyer smiled at Nolan. Of course, they'll be sincerely grateful that you've captured 4 criminals and prevented an international incident. Chapter 525, The King of Tricks. After the morning run, Martin returned to the villa, took the towel handed to him by the housekeeper, wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, and asked, "Is Liz up?" The housekeeper took the towel back. Making breakfast in the kitchen, Martin strode into the dining room. Perhaps hearing the noise, Elizabeth came out with breakfast and deliberately complained, "You got up so early. You made me wake up early too." "I'm used to it." Despite his age, Martin showed no sign of weakening in his physical and mental strength. He remained as vibrant as the midday sun. After breakfast, "Go back to sleep. You slept too late last night," Elizabeth said frankly. "I was too excited last night, and my back is sore." She set breakfast and sat across from Martin. "No, I'm not going to sleep anymore. I have an appointment with Maria and Sophia Stallone to see the Lily Academy art exhibition together." Martin then remembered that the Daughter of the Sea was still in Los Angeles, and Elizabeth had been responsible for her reception. Easy to get along with, Elizabeth smiled sweetly. She's a teenager, easy to please. Martin nodded and said, "Tell Maria that the crew will regroup soon and she'll join them." Elizabeth replied, "She's been waiting." After breakfast, Martin changed and headed to WMA. Elizabeth got in her Porsche and went to meet Maria, Sophia, and the others. Arriving in Century City and entering WMA headquarters, Martin, though he hadn't been there for months and didn't even recognize the 2 receptionists, was still greeted by every WMA employee he met. "Good morning, Martin. Martin, you're even more handsome than before. I have a few female clients who really hit it off with you. Would you like to meet them and give them a chance?" Looking around, he saw friendly people everywhere. Martin simply smiled and nodded without saying anything else. He turned into the hallway leading to the elevator for high-end clients, and silence finally settled in. Meanwhile, Ollie entered the company lobby. The new receptionist, who had recently joined the mailroom, trotted over and said, "President, Martin's here." He just turned into the private elevator. Ollie sprinted forward, ran all the way into the elevator, and caught up with Martin before he could even enter. Martin shook his hand. "I heard you're getting engaged? Have you decided on a date? I can prepare a gift." "The date hasn't been set yet." Ollie followed Martin into the elevator, deliberately joking, "I'm definitely not inviting you to my fiancée's bachelorette party." Martin couldn't help but laugh. "I'll go to your bachelorette party, Ollie. I trust your vision and your ability." Ollie had heard some of the rumors circulating in the modeling world. "Don't get your hopes up. I can't get a whole bunch of Victoria's Secret angels. Women, more than men, love to show off, and this flaunting extends to all aspects of life." With Martin's rising fame and the title of American hero, he naturally became a source of bragging rights for the Victoria's Secret angels. Phrases like, "I fucked Martin," "What kind of jerk are you fucking?" are a common occurrence in supermodels' daily arguments. Martin said, "Confirm the time, and remember to call me." "No problem." The elevator arrived, and Ollie accompanied Martin out, saying, "Thomas, you've received many film offers, including some that the company is focusing on. You should definitely take a close look." He paused. "Over the years, you've always chosen your own films, and your successive successes have proven your discerning eye. The company won't interfere with your choices, but I have one thing to remind you. With your circumstances, pursuing either a commercial or artistic career alone would be a shame." Martin understood his meaning. "I won't give up on the Oscar path." Ollie shook his hand. "Let's go play golf together sometime." Martin then went to Thomas's partner's office. This guy was truly the epitome of someone who had grown stronger despite going bald, having risen from a junior agent to partner. Seeing Martin enter, Thomas immediately called the finance department. The deputy director of finance personally arrived with the documents, and after Martin signed and confirmed them, he called the company's finance department to transfer the funds. After nearly a year of waiting since the release of The Dark Knight, Martin's share of the post-production profits had finally arrived. This past year, after deducting the agent's commission, including North American box office revenue, DVD sales, and image rights, Martin's account received a total of $34.66 million. Thomas asked, "With such a large sum of money, do you have any spending plans? I'll include you in the bill." After the money was transferred to his account, Martin signed the receipt and said, "I'll buy some stocks and some real estate. The rest will probably be spent on food, drink, and entertainment. He was, of course, exaggerating. Before next tax season, I'll try to invest and spend more, otherwise I'll be giving the tax bureau a free pass. Hoping for Martin's future success, Thomas reminded him, you still need to set aside a nest egg. Martin has always done this. I'll save 1/5 of it for emergencies. There's no need to rush into investing. The next tax season is still a long way off, and Martin is also keeping an eye on other investment opportunities besides Apple stock. Of course, money is meant to be spent and enjoyed. While long-term returns must be guaranteed, short-term expenses must also be considered. Martin asked Bruce, I remember Elizabeth loved Porsches. Bruce thought for a moment. She's never driven the Cadillac at home, so she clearly doesn't like it. Martin asked, when I was in New York, I remember seeing an ad for a Porsche four-door sedan. Thomas, who knew more about it, said, the Panamera, a four-door coupe. Martin nodded and said, Bruce, order a high-end Panamera. Get the paperwork done today and have it delivered directly to your house. Bruce went out to do it. Thomas pulled out a thick stack of invitations and placed them on the table. A lot of people or events have been inviting you lately. The important ones are all listed here. Martin took them and looked through them. Most were from charities or environmental organizations, but there were also some personal invitations. For example, Hefner had invited him to a pajama party again. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake. One song, one post, one content, 1/6, one book, one forum, one look. Martin saw a unique invitation. The cover logo was two equilateral triangles connected in an S. Thomas emphasized, Tom Cruise has sent an invitation. His leader, Hubbard, invites you to visit Scientology headquarters in your free time. He expressed some concern. Cruise helped you win the Best Actor award at Cannes, but they clearly have other agendas. Martin waved his hand. Even if I were to meet Hubbard, it would be a conversation between two different sects. Thomas then remembered that Martin's Coca-Cola cult had many times more followers than Hubbard's Scientology. By the calculation, Martin, as the leader, had even more capital than Hubbard. Thomas continued, we've acquired the rights to The Martian, and the original author, Andy Weir, would like to meet with you. Sure. Martin thought for a moment. Ask him if he's available this afternoon. Thomas called Andy Weir and they agreed to meet at WMA that afternoon. After receiving the basic adaptation fee, Andy Weir had resigned from Blizzard Entertainment to focus on writing The Martian. Martin Studio and Random House had a written agreement with him to complete the novel by the end of the year. After Thomas finished the call, he talked about the director. Ridley Scott is a client of the company, and his agent is Ollie. I've discussed this with them all, and Ridley hasn't commented yet, but he has extended an invitation to you. Martin had a bad feeling. A role invitation? Thomas nodded slightly. Yes, Ridley invited you to play the leading man in his new film, but the new film is an epic masterpiece, based on the legendary adventurer Robin Hood. You said you'd refuse all epics, and I've temporarily blocked it on the grounds that your schedule isn't suitable. He was also a little helpless. Ridley is very optimistic about you and thinks you're particularly suitable for the role of Robin Hood. He also said that if you play the leading man, the crew will directly fire the already confirmed female lead, Kate Blanchett. Martin knew that epic films of this era are full of pitfalls, and Ridley Scott's epic films are typical of them. He said, give me a clear answer and find a reason to politely decline. Okay, I'll find a way. Thomas added, if we invite Ridley Scott to be the director again, there may be some twists and turns. Martin couldn't afford to jeopardize his reputation over this, so he said, let's wait until the novel is finished. Thomas then pulled out a few more audition offers. Martin carefully reviewed them, and the only one that stood out to him was the Wachowskis' new film, Cloud Atlas. The Wachowskis, a longtime Warner Brothers collaborator, had sent him a sincere invitation, even sending him a completed script. Martin schemed through the script and felt it was even more complex than Inception, leaving him bewildered. Thomas said, I met with Lana, and she said she's willing to wait for your availability. Martin closed the script and said, turn it off. My philosophy is so different from theirs that we can't work together. Okay. Thomas took the script back and added, I've read it and feel it's incredibly ambitious. The depiction of time, space, and human nature is magnificent. Robin Hood and Cloud Atlas were key projects being promoted by WMA. He added, this was highly recommended to Lana by Larry's top female client, Natalie Portman. During the filming of V for Vendetta, Martin said nothing more, simply shaking his head. Ridley Scott's epics were utter flops. and the Wachowskis projects after The Matrix were the ultimate flops. Thomas saw Martin's resolve and said no more. In his eyes, the company was far less important than Martin. Martin had no idea about the other film offers, the roles, the titles, or the content, and he had no shortage of projects of his own, so he told Thomas to turn them all down. In the afternoon, he met with Andy Weir, the author of The Martian, and had a detailed chat about the novel. He confirmed that it could be completed this year, and then he spoke with Louise on the phone to advance the project. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.